Day 2 in Milan, Italy. Great to be here, and we love the cricket from the MCG, Milan Cricket Ground, that is. Today we'll see Fresh Tropical, two-time champions in action, and 3 other teams that we haven't seen yet. So I'm looking forward to a big day of cricket. I'm Mr. Maximo. This is the FanCode ECS Italy Milan, and it starts right now.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Buongiorno, good morning to you wherever you're watching from around the world. Welcome to a huge day in European cricket. Great that I have arrived now in Italy to see it firsthand. I watched a lot yesterday on our YouTube channel, ECN European Cricket Network. 5 games in. Pretty interesting day as well, wasn't it? Cividate were pretty impressive. Ginebrescia, of course, and Bergamo CC. They were certainly fighting things out. A lot of close games as well on day 1. Now we head into day 2. We'll see 4 new teams to this competition. So that means after today we'll have seen 8 of the 11 teams here in the FanCode ECS Italy Milan. So starting with a doozy of a game as well. Yeah, really looking forward to seeing match number 6 between Kings 11 and Fresh Tropical. Well, Fresh Tropical 2-time champions. Kings 11, they've also previously been champions in ECS cricket as well. So look, 2 teams with a lot of stars on either side. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. So Rob Kemming, great to have him back on the tour as well. He's got the 2 captains for the coin toss.
Your call. Heads. Heads is called. It is heads. Bat.
So it is Kings 11 that win the toss, and their captain Kamaljot Singh has elected to bat first. So a good, confident move from him. Kings 11, they have been champions previously in Bologna. Last time we saw them, they were in Brescia. Just missed out on Super Series qualification, as it was Ginebrescia that qualified from that city. But still, you know, they're a team that are brimming with confidence, I'm sure. Vikas Kumar at the top of the order. He'll have the gloves as well. He's a real key player. Jagmeet Singh with his spin, I think he'll be a bit of a handful for the Fresh Tropical bats. Now, Fresh Tropical, like I said, they're 2-time champions here at the Milan Cricket Ground. Last year, they were 3rd in the entire country, 3rd in the Super Series. They were swept aside by Roma CC late on in Super Series finals day. But they've got a lot of great players as well. Always great to see Zahid Chima. He is leading the side. He'll bowl some thunderbolts a little bit later. But looking forward to seeing Zain Naqvi. I know that he's a really explosive player. And Azim Ali, he's a bit of a wild card as well. Let me tell you about Fresh Tropical. They play crazy cricket. They like to swing for the fence. They'll have to in the second half though, because they will be chasing on this occasion. Conditions pretty good here in Milan, although we did have a moderate wind warning so far. No sign of that. It's pretty sunny and bright. Maximum temperature of 20 today, around 14 to get the day started. But yeah, what's interesting about this field is that it's got grass on it. And last year when we were here, it was the middle of summer. There'd been next to no rain. There were water restrictions, so it was super fast. Yesterday I noticed it's really slow, so a lot of balls plugging. 4's rate kind of went through the floor, didn't it? So I think it's easier to hit 6s than 4s. So I think, yeah, the big hitters that can elevate, they're going to be the key to this morning's matches. Well, I got to say, big thank you to Danny Hudacek, who covered me yesterday. Danny did a great job. I'm here to help you. I'll be in the box soon, but I can tell you the news from the toss in match 6 is that it's Kings 11. They've won the toss. They want to have a hit. Why not? Beautiful day for cricket. Over to you, Danny. Let's get ready for the start of day 2.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome to everyone around the world, wherever you're listening, to the FanCode European Cricket Series here from Milan. Day 2. It's going to be a great game, I think. Fresh Tropical won the last 2 tournaments here in Milan. And it's a very, very strong Kings 11. Great game to start the day. As Vinny mentioned, a couple of players to look out for. But, again, beautiful conditions here in Milan. It's you hear the birds singing in the background, nice and sunny, as we have the teams warming up. Interesting toss to win, and Kings 11 will have the advantage of batting first, setting a total. But as Vinny mentioned, as we were talking about yesterday, this ground is a little bit slower than it has been in the past. especially early in the morning. There was no overnight rain, but there's a little bit of dew in the morning, a bit of fog as well, so a little bit of surface moisture, but generally it's going to play quite nicely, and this pitch does quite a bit for the bowlers. So interesting toss to win and to bat on. I don't know if it's the right decision necessarily. It's always good to see how the pitch is playing, and this pitch does play a few little tricks. It's a good one for the bowlers, but still can score big runs. We saw a score of 143 yesterday by Chivadate against Albano. That was the highest score of the day. Otherwise, scores hovering around about the 100, and a couple of scores around 70. So, but Kings 11 don't want to start with a win, as will Fresh Tropical. They're, difficult to beat here, Fresh Tropical. They came in only a couple of years ago. No one really knew much about them, and they won the tournament. Here are some of the players to look out for. So Zaid Shima with the ball, the captain, is vital for Fresh Tropical. Bilal Hamid as well with the ball. And Vikas Kumar, the keeper for Kings 11. Look out for him. Some very big hitters in both teams. Zain Naqvi, another vital player for Fresh Tropical. So we're just waiting on a start. The batsmen are going to be walking out very soon. Expected scores around about the same, 100 for Fresh Tropical and 97 for Kings 11. But that's about an average score here at the ground in the Milan cricket ground. Quite picturesque little ground. There's the Alps in the background, which is always nice. As an Australian, we don't see many mountains, so to see giant snow-capped peaks is always pleasant. There's an air of excitement as well. Fresh Tropical in the green. When they first turned up, we were expecting, hoping they'd come in Hawaiian shirts, but unfortunately they didn't. So I'm joined in the commentary, Marshmallow, by Vinny Sandhu. Vinny.
Good morning. Yeah, it's great to be here. Danny, great job yesterday. Firstly, buongiorno. Good morning, everyone. Yeah, I've just made my way over, and just a slight issue with the pitch. I have to do a few running repairs, and so we'll have a 5-minute delay to the start of proceedings. Anyway, I want to say a big hello to all of you out there, and Danny, nice to have you with us. And got to say, great to be back in Milan. One thing that struck me yesterday is there was this strange green substance on the field that I didn't see last year, and apparently they're telling me it's called grass. And yeah, I mean, it's very lush, isn't it? So it's a bit of a game changer, because last year, middle of summer, water restrictions, there was pretty much no grass on the field, or it was super fast. But yesterday, the ball's pulling up. I thought it was easy to hit 6s and 4s yesterday.
It was easier to hit 6s and 4s. It quickened up a little bit in the afternoon. I wasn't here in Milan last year. I was here 2 years ago when we had that an Arctic wind that blew us away and blew our tent away.
Yeah, and so today there's actually a moderate wind warning as well until 1 p.m. So currently we're starting around 9:30 in the morning. Don't see any evidence of it right now, but you know what they say, the calm before the storm, right? But yeah, great to be here. Drop us a line in the chat as well, ECN European Cricket Network. And yeah, Danny, like I said, it's edge of your seat stuff. The first 3 games yesterday, and I was actually pulling away. My plane took off with 3 balls to go in the Albano game in match 3 when they needed, I think, 8 off 3, and I could not keep my phone on any longer. So that was a tough one. I saw it when I landed. Last 2 games, probably not as close, but I think what you see here, there's a lot of high-quality teams in northern Italy. They're very competitive. We've got 11 of the top ones here. Yep. So really, there's no gimme games for any teams in this tournament.
Not at all. No, we saw that yesterday. The first 3 games went down to basically the last over, and we'll expect that again today. Some very, very good players on show, and just top teams. So looking forward to today to see
Should be great.
4 new teams.
And look, Kings 11, they were so disappointed last year. They played in the Brescia leg of the ECS. So in the last couple of years, we've done things a bit differently, where we've had 4 or 5 different locations and a super series with the winners. The logistics this year mean that we'll just have this 2 weeks in Milan and we'll have 2 weeks later in the year in Rome. That's the plan. So they are separate series this year. But what that does mean is you've got more of the top teams playing in one tournament, and that's what we've got here. And obviously Albano, a team that you're a huge fan of, a little bit undermanned, but still quite competitive yesterday. Cividate, I mean, I thought they were outstanding.
They were fantastic.
But it's going to be a bit of a roller coaster. And believe it or not, even though it's a 2-week kind of journey and there's 5 matches a day, there's 55 group matches, it sneaks up quickly. So most of these teams, they'll play their 10 matches. They'll have 2 days when they play 3 matches, and they'll have 2 days where they play 2 matches. So that's only really 4 days of cricket to stake your claim. For example, Fresh Tropical, they'll play the 1st, 3rd and 5th games today. So, I mean, you're going to have to be competitive because only the top 4 of the 11 will make it through to final state.
For sure. Look, and it takes time for some players because it's still quite early in the season here in Italy. It takes players to really get used to coming back and playing highly competitive cricket. And we saw that with Baljit Singh yesterday, who was really out of touch with the bat. And we saw a couple of other batsmen really struggle to get any form. And as the tournament goes on, I think that'll change because quality is permanent, right?
You'd imagine so. Yeah. It's interesting also to mention to some of our Italian viewers, Happy Independence Day, April 25. So it celebrates the liberation of Italy from the occupying forces towards the end of World War II. So happy Liberation Day to everyone in Italy, and of course, it's a holiday here in Italy. Also, happy Anzac Day to everyone watching from Australia and New Zealand. I know that's a really important day on the calendar as well, commemorating the services of those in the armed forces from the Australian and New Zealand Army Corps. That's where the word Anzac comes from. Just looking out there to the middle, looks like we've got final preparations with the pitch just getting swept. Yeah, so there was a slight issue in the bowlers' follow through that they wanted to try and take care of it first. So that's a nice range of sweep shots there. But looks like the umpires are heading out, and we're almost going to make a start. And yeah, Fresh Tropical versus Kings 11. I don't know if we've got the fantasy dashboard again we can put up there. Maybe I'll mention a couple of names that come to mind. And maybe some characters as well, because we've got Jagjit, which is he's the kind of the Muliwala. He's the dancer. Jagjit Singh Negra, he's a real character for Kings 11. You've got Jagmeet Singh, who's played for Italy in the ECC as well. Really good left-arm bowler. You've got Noman Ali down the bottom there as well as a bowling option. Simranjit Singh, though, is always a key at number 3. Let's see how he hits them. He's also an outstanding fielder. Last time we saw him, he's playing for Gracia in the Barcelona leg of the ECS. In Spain, of course. Irfan Sheikh's a great pickup for Fresh Tropical, though, as well. Captain Albano last year. Zahid Shima leads the side, very experienced player. Zain Naqvi listed 11. I'm telling you, he won't be batting 11. He's a guy I think we'll see him right at the top of the order, probably opening up maybe with someone like an Azim Ali or you've got Bilal Hamid there. He could bat anywhere. Hassan Jamil again. Now, remember, Fresh Tropical, they had an outstanding final here. When we were here together in 2021, they scored something in the mid-70s and just managed to defend it. Last year, like I said, they won over Albano in the final here last year. That meant they went to the Super Series. So did Albano, though, because there were so many teams in Milan. The top 2 qualified for the Super Series. But, yes, Fresh Tropical, their run was halted by Roma CC in qualifier 2. And then Roma CC went on to beat Gina Brescia in the final of the Super Series. And that's why Roma CC made it to the ECL, the Champions League of European Cricket, where ultimately they would dominate their group but lose the final to Sporting Alfaz of Spain, which is a bit of an upset. Anyway, looks like we've got Jagjit Singh out there to face up. There's going to be Vikas Kumar to be at the other end. So I think it'll be a really entertaining day's cricket. Settle in. Yeah, and tell you what, he's looking in pretty good shape here, Jagjit. Now what he's been doing physically, but he's looking the best shape I've ever seen him. It's going to be Bilal Hamid to get us going here on day 2. Jagjit cracks it for 4. Well, what a start to the day. And I know that it's a fairly slow outfield, but that was hit so well, it was always going across the rope.
That's a lovely shot. Charged first ball. And it's, as we mentioned, this ground's a little bit slow, but it just crept over that line. It's got a very impressive WG, I think, Vinny. As Jim comes, there's a plane going overhead, so it's kind of...
Yeah, that's pretty noisy. But anyway, it's one of the louder planes I've ever heard. Oh, I know, it is actually Liberation Day, so there could be a few celebrations today.
You think it's a fly past?
It could have been a flyover, yeah. Anyway, good morning to Rob Thompson. He was talking about the Black Caps' victory in Cyprus on Sunday, and another good victory by the Black Caps New Zealand national team yesterday. That's true, I did spot that one, Rob. Good morning to you. Good evening, I suppose. And yeah, hello also to Keanu, who is in the chat as well, and everyone else. Drop us a line. So happy to be back here, and yeah, Fresh Tropical, looking very fresh and tropical in their new kits. Predominantly green number this time. Sometimes they wear the yellow with a splash of green. It's very tropical melony.
I was mentioned before, I was quite disappointed that they didn't come out in Hawaiian shirts the first time we saw them.
Well, picked up and dispatched. That one is large. It's over the fence. Maximo! Because Kumar, he doesn't always fire, but when he does, it's normally trouble for the opposition. It's not the worst ball ever. It's probably a stump and a half outside off, but it disappears into the field.
Yeah, he dragged it from pretty much an offside line, off stump line, and hit it very cleanly. We didn't see that early in the game, in the day yesterday at all, the clean hitting. But both these batsmen have started very well, very positively.
Yeah, that certainly is a statement of intent, isn't it? I mean, it's going to be super competitive for those 4 final spots. And we'll see the table in a few moments, but yeah, you can see that some teams have made better starts than others. To get in the top 4, you're kind of looking at, you know, most like, it depends, but you're kind of looking, you have to win probably 6 or 7 of your 10 games, let's say 6 and 4 at a minimum. This is timed pretty well. They go on contact. This would have been out. They almost get an overthrow here. In fact, they will. But, I mean, it's probably worth taking that on. I think what you're seeing there, Danny, is both batters decide that they're going to go on contact. It'll be a perfect piece of fielding to run them out from there.
Yeah, we saw one direct hit yesterday, and that was Chivadate. That was pretty spectacular, but to be fair, if you take on the field, you're chancing the single, but you're putting pressure on the field, and a direct hit.
That's close. It is, and he's gone. He's a long way down the track. So that was the only, I suppose, thing of concern. But, I mean, to be honest, it was hard to see what it was missing. We'll see it on the replay thanks to Spring Productions. So it's been a pretty entertaining first over, but Kumar goes 4-4 and out. And, well, 6-2 and out, actually. But it's been a good first over. Good comeback, though, from Bilal Hamid. Let's check it out in the replay. He is down the wicket a lot. It's hitting him in line. I mean, what do you think, Danny?
I think it's straightened.
Yeah, I mean, is it missing the leg stump? I doubt it.
No, it's straightened.
Is it going over? I doubt it, but I'm not super sure. I mean, anytime you're that far from the stumps, it's going to be tough to give, but you can certainly see the umpire's opinion seems fair enough.
Well, looking at it live rather than the replay, I get a pretty good impression of when an LBW is an LBW. I call it early, as you know.
Yeah.
Right, and I almost called that. I did say it was close.
It's one of those ones that this is what you got to do because it hits a big line. Imagine the batter's not there, and imagine you're watching that ball. Do you think it's hitting the stumps? Probably is, isn't it? I mean, the only thing for me is because he's so far from the stumps, it does create doubt. Zahid Chima gets over number 2, and he's charged at. This will probably plug. And it just gets there. So 4 runs. So Jagjit just continues on. He's not too bothered about the loss of Vikas Kumar. Yeah, so that one, if you take the batter out, imagine he bowled that ball. Was that hitting the stumps? The only thing for me, maybe the height, because it was on the way up. We never would get to see how far it would climb. But, I mean, I don't mind umpires being a bit aggressive with their LBW calls in this form of the game, because I think you also got to give something back to the bowlers. Again, the batter missed a ball that he should have hit. Now, another charge. Zahid Chima, we first saw him in the ECL in 2019. And flash forward to 2021 where we saw Fresh Tropical for the first time. I remember when we first saw that team name, we said, well, that's one of the best team names we've ever heard, Fresh Tropical.
Absolutely.
And we couldn't believe it when not only did they perform competitively, but they won the whole tournament in 2021 and then backed up in 2022 in Milan.
Yeah, I mean, we've spoken how competitive the league is up here in northern Italy, and for Fresh Tropical as a new team coming in, really, I don't know if they dominated that first season.
It was a little bit of an upset towards the end. It was Royal Bergamo that they beat in the final, and it was a real tense final as well. I think they made 74 from memory, something like that, and they kept their opposition to 74, I should say, and they just chased it with about an over remaining, but it was tense. I want to say hello to everyone in the chat, and there was a bit of question about Amir Sharif. Is he playing for Fresh Tropical? Not in the 11 today, but he is in the squad. Amir Sharif, again, really good player. He's played for Italy as well in the ECC, but I mean, there's always some availability issues, I suppose. Now this should be out. There's a little pop-up leading edge, and it's gone. So this is what we're going to see all day, Danny. We're going to have twos and fros, comings and goings, and that is a big wicket because that's Simranjit Singh, who's out very first ball. Have a look at it on the replay. Yeah, he just tries to hit that. And, yeah, simple catch taken. So, well, I think we're going to see a golden derrick. And there we go. Not the start to the tournament that Simranjit Singh would have wanted. And so, yeah, ultimately, it will be the second wicket. It's 19 for 2.
Yeah, it was a good ball that. Just came a little bit quick at him with that leading edge. He tried to tuck it around the corner. So good bowling from Zaid Chima.
Good comeback from Fresh Tropical after a very uber attacking start. This is Rizwan Tahir, who is going to come out at number 4. And, yeah, there's a few player movements that I've noticed. Rizwan Tahir is a guy we've seen previously playing for Royal Bergamo. And now turning out for Kings 11. I mean, you can shuffle the cards around in the pack. The game's going to be fun, though. It always is in Italy, and particularly as part of Italy with so many competitive teams. A beautiful day for cricket right now. Here's Rizwan. Gets the balls up in the block hole, just sneaks past the stumps. A dangerous bit of foot fielding there from Bilal Hamid.
Yeah, a little ankle breaker, wasn't it?
Yeah, so obviously with the outfield being much slower, that has huge knock-on effects because we've had a couple of European cricket series, Cyprus obviously last 2 weeks, Portugal the 2 weeks before that, where it's been super fast and sloping down towards the boundary, very little grass, very hard underneath. So, you know, we saw kind of 120 as pretty much a competitive score there, or at least 3 figures required. Yesterday, the average run rate was 9.6, and I think actually it was a decent batting day, decent batting performance. So I think if you get the 100, you're super happy under these conditions. This one's heaved away off the stumps and just be a single.
Part of the issue with the ground being slow is that you tend to hit the ball or try to hit the ball harder because someone who plays a classic drive won't get value for shots. They'll get a single rather than going to the boundary. So, and with this pitch, there is movement on this pitch. It cuts in or away, so it makes it more difficult if you're really launching an attack.
Bowled him. He's gone straight through him. It's Zaid Chima. It's a new year, but same old story. Tahir swings all around it. Off stump, out of the ground. 21 for 3.
Yeah, great bowling there from Chima. He's a quality bowler. Comes very close to the stump, to the umpire. Bowls stump to stump. And that stump gets nailed.
That's a proper cartwheel job, isn't it, for Chima? And like I said, new year, but same old story. Remember him doing some damage when he's playing for Jandra Brescia in the 2019 ECL, the first ever European Cricket Network tournament. Potentially major tournament that we covered. And, well, he just keeps on keeping on, doesn't he? He's pretty accurate. I mean, that's he's not the fastest bowler, but he gets a bit of movement, and he's so often attacking the stumps.
Well, you can see in his follow-through, you can see he's partly hidden by the umpire. Look how close he is to the stumps. when he bowls.
Yeah.
So it's really stump to stump. And you're right, he's not the quickest of bowlers, but he's got a bit of pace about him, and he uses his height well. I think he's a top bowler.
Yeah, stumps. It's a really good observation. Does get close to the stumps, just opens up some channels of dismissal like LBW. So end of the second over, 21 for 3. So the last ball of each of the first 2 overs resulting in a wicket. 3 early was the Kings 11, and it's going to be Jagmeet Singh to join Jagjit Singh. Jagjit Singh on target is going to face the first ball because it was the end of the over. And now bring back Bilal Hamid, who is another Cheema actually. This is a really good shot, up and over, Maximo. Well, I mean, look, Jagjit Singh, he just looks like a completely new man. He won't mind me saying that. I mean, he has got himself in the best shape I've ever seen him. But his highest score before this in 20 matches was just 12.
And now he's opening the batting.
Opening the batting and dominating. He has an average of 6.75. So he's gone from a kind of, what's the word? Sort of a novelty fielding player and part-time dancer. But now he's become really important. This is well bowled by Cheema. Kicked out. Really well negotiated, actually, because this pitch has a bit of natural variation. You were talking about it yesterday with the composition of the pitch. Not all artificial pitches are equal. And this surface does have a bit of up and down to it. Just a little bit. You can see him tapping that spot down, Jagjit.
It means that the players, and come back to this in a moment.
Oh, now this is hit, but the fielder is coming around and he's able to take it. It's a brilliant bit of fielding from Zahid Cheema. We did it with the ball, now he does. He hurls himself down, so Jagjit looked good, but he's the 4th wicket to fall. Bilal gets a second, it's 27 for 4.
Fantastic catch. He made a lot of ground to it. Let's have another look. It's in the air for quite a while, but Zahid Cheema, and he took it inside out a little bit.
Yeah, he took it and kind of held it to his chest and just kind of clung on for dear life through the impact. See here, I mean, you can't really get a good view of it, but you can see what's happened when he turns around. He's clutching that ball to the chest. So, fantastic bit of outfielding. So, you know, we're seeing thrills and spills, aren't we? We're seeing runs, we're seeing wickets, and yeah, these two teams play a super attacking brand of cricket, 27 for 4 now.
Yeah, it's what we want to see. So it's a little bit difficult on this ground to do that because the pitch will vary a little bit. But when you get fielding like that, and that's, as I said yesterday, it's what's improved in European cricket. There's a different attitude in the batting. You have to adapt as a bowler, but the fielding has improved out of sight over the last few years. And I think it's partly to do with being able to watch what's expected of you now through games like this and also the ECL.
So, that's pretty close as well. He's a long way back.
I think he might have got a bit of bat on it.
If it did, that might have been what saved him. Because here, okay, it's angling a little bit, but look how far back he is there. And yeah, maybe a little bit of bat. Oh, I think that's super close.
That is really close.
Yeah, to be honest, that might have been more out than the other one for me. But just because of where it hits him. Jasminder Singh's the new batter. Again, he's a bit of a live wire. Oh, no. Testing his patience. Umpire has a good look and he says, you're gone. Well, we'll see this one on the replay thanks to Spring Productions, but Jaswinder plays all around his front pad, 2 balls in a row. And Kings 11, this innings is derailed super quick. Here's Bilal Hamid coming in. Oh, yeah, I mean, that to me was slightly less out than the one before, but I still think it might be hitting. I just say, if you miss 2 like that, you've kind of only got yourself to blame. Probably an umpire's call for hitting the stumps or not. Certainly hit him in line. But yeah, I think Jaswinder did have a few complaints when he looks back at that innings, and now half out already. We're not even out of the power play, 27 for 5.
They looked identical, Vinny. he's probably averaged them out, and but I mean the bowlers.
The one before I had 3/4 of the ball hitting the stumps. That one I had half the ball hitting the stumps, if I'm honest. But yeah, again, it's probably a technical thing. Jaswinder just basically playing across the ball. That's a bit too straight to do so. And that's the risk, I suppose. Need to hit that one probably a bit more to mid-on, especially early in your innings. But this is a wrecking ball of a job. And here's the thing, Kings 11 is super attacking. Fresh, Tropical are super duper attacking the way they play. They play, you know, outside of Dreux of France, I think Fresh Tropical might have the most attacking batting lineup as far as their approach goes, and we'll see it in the second half of this game. So it's got to try and put something on the board and maybe hope you can derail in the second half. As this is Subjit Singh coming out, and now there's thought of an overthrow. It's not there. It's chaos at the moment at the Milan cricket ground.
They've got that man short on the offside. You see, it just gets poked to him. It's definitely a no. And actually the bowler picked it up and then flung it at the stumps. Luckily there was someone back. But there was utter chaos. Ended up dot ball. But it's a good spell there from Bilal Hamid. 3 for 19. And he's another one that bowls pretty much that stump-to-stump type line.
27 for 5 after 3. And yeah, what do you do from here? I mean, the thing is, knowing these guys, they're just going to try and hit their way out of trouble and take their chances. And we've already seen that you don't need as many runs to be competitive, I think, on this field, because the ball does pull up pretty quick.
So I did mention that I don't think it was the right thing to do to bat first, especially in an attacking team.
This looks like Skander Abbas, the coach, as we called him sometime, a couple of years ago. He had the coach jersey on at Skander. Again, he's a guy that can be mercurial with the bat and the ball. That was a wide first up, wasn't it?
Did he call it? I'm not sure. I didn't see the signal. Maybe it has to be.
That has to be wide. I don't know. I just assumed the first one was called wide, unless he nicked it or something. Let's have a look.
He might have got an edge to it. That was the second one.
I mean, maybe there's a question of the batter moving. But, I mean, it's like a wide every day of the week, didn't it? Anyway, this one's not a wide either. And when you're 5 wickets down the power play, you certainly don't need those balls going against you.
It's, as I mentioned, I think the Kings 11 winning the toss and electing to bat, it's not a decision as a captain that I would have made. Seeing that they're an attacking team.
Yeah.
And they haven't, well, they've played on this pitch before, obviously.
Yeah, well, I won't get a run here either. And I suppose one of the things also is, in a team like Fresh Tropical, sometimes when they're batting first, you know, things can implode a little bit, a bit like this.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
I suppose you've got to do both. You've got to do them well when it comes down to it. A few people talking about, you know, whether we could incorporate a video review system even without ball tracking to kind of look at things again. But I do think you need to kind of empower the umpires to make some of these decisions. If it's an absolute shocker, then there's still ways that they can overrule if there's a clear and obvious error. That for me, look, I know it's a bit leg stumpish, but I don't think you can conclusively say that ball was missing. You know, doesn't have to be hitting the middle stump. I think it was a fair enough decision. To be honest, the one before I thought was half a ball more.
I thought they were identical.
Yeah, so I don't mind that. You've got to allow the umpires to have their opinion, because otherwise you're just substituting one opinion for another. I know with the replay and the slow-mo it's a bit easier. But remember, there's things which the replay doesn't pick up very well as well, such as inside edges. Yep. So, you know, if the umpire has given it not out on account of an inside edge, really, for the technology we've got, there's very little chance of picking that up.
Well, the first one I heard two noises, and I heard a woody noise. On evidence, it didn't look like it was.
Yeah, it looked like it was missing. But, looks can be deceiving as well in some of these replays. End of the over. So Skander Abbas only goes for 2 in the end, and the score is 29 for 5 after 4 overs. What a start to this game.
Yeah, strong start from Fresh Tropical. And, but it is the first game for both of these sides. We saw yesterday Bergamo going down and then winning 2 in the rest of the day. In fact, they got quite lucky, I think, against Albano. And snuck past the post. Otherwise, Bergamo, a very strong side, might have gone 0-2 in the first 2 games. But they've come back and they won a couple. And as you mentioned, 7 games is probably in the region where you'd want to win that many games to get into that final 4.
If it's super even, then you might be able to get away with 6. I mean, even 5 in an extreme case, but it would have to be super, super even. Anyway, here's Zane Nakvi, who's getting a ball on over number 5. This is up, it's in the air. It's going to be into a pocket of space. In fact, it's going to get away for 4. If you are going to hit a 4, that's one way to do it. I mean, that one had some natural spin off the outside half of the bat. And so fighting back, Jagmeet Singh gets a boundary.
He's a good player, Zane Nakvi, for Fresh Tropical. And got the treatment then.
He sure did. And welcome, Zane. He's also one of my favourite players to watch with the bat. He's very destructive. Now, this is all hands. But nice friendly bounce. So much easier to field, though, on this field compared to some of the fields we've seen over the last month in the European Cricket Series.
There have been a couple of odd bounces because it is quite spongy. Yeah. But yeah, I could imagine.
Much rather that than a ball that every ball potentially knocking your teeth out. You know, looking a bit silly because it spins around you. The thing is, yeah, because of the longer grass, it just takes more energy out of the ball, so it just loses pace on the first bounce. A little dab again. Don't think this will go. They will run hard, and we'll get 2. And actually, because of this, more balls pulling up toward the boundary, the running becomes even more important, pushing for 2s like that.
Yep. Look, that shot is it's such a run-getting area. Because there's the keeper and then there's a gully, I guess, and but there's no one really in that slip area, so there are always runs down there, whether it's a 4 or a 2. But most batsmen are trying to smash it over cow corner.
This is hit reasonably well. And long on. See, I like this. They're still running the first one hard, just in case there's a fumble or something weird. That's a good direct hit. Lucky they didn't go for a 2. But I like that. That's good hustle, isn't it? That's one way you can try and back yourself out of a hole. I mean, their run rate's not awful. It's around about 8 and over if they can just bat these overs out. I know that Fresh Tropical have a lot of attacking players, but, I mean, also they're probably a bit short of cricket as well. Yep. And as you saw with something like Simranjit, you know, just takes one mistake, especially in your innings, and it can all go wrong. Well, this is lifted up, and away, and out of the ground, Maximo! Oh, Jagmeet's a guy, I think he offers a lot with the bat. They do bat fairly deep. It's not the worst ball, probably middle and leg, but disappears into the sky.
No, it's pretty much in the slot for me, Vinny. That's exactly where you'd want it as a batsman. Because it's not going to, the heights, the bounce isn't going to affect much.
That's true. But I mean, it is on the stump, so I mean, if he misses it, he's out. But he didn't miss it. It looked for $1 million because he whacked it. Again, this one is a bit too far down the leg side, but it won't be a run to finish the over. So pretty entertaining start to this one. It is 43 for 5 at the halfway point. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek. And we're back at the MCG. That's the Milan cricket ground, of course. Great to be here. I mean, we've come at a perfect time of the year this year, I think, to just the end of April, start of May. And, you know, you're looking fantastic. I've got to say, I'm liking your wardrobe choices. I've made a special purchase for Italy. I can't show you them right now, but this is what I'm wearing today. I've got my Italian-themed scooter shoes, little Vespa shoes. And as you know, Danny, I do like riding the scooter when I get a bit of a chance. And yeah, so that's my new addition to the wardrobe. What do you think?
Very smart. Where did you find them?
Secret. All right, here's Sikandar Abbas. And it's going to be just one run. Because I did have to pay for them. I won't give them a shout out. But if the company involved would like to start supplying me, let's just say they weren't cheap. But I always like reinvesting in my wardrobe. Yeah, I like these ones. I'm going to keep these for Italy only. Maybe I'll take the ECC if Italy are playing. Maybe in that group.
That's some favouritism.
Yeah. I'm going to get an overthrow here in the end. I wonder if this might have been out. Well, he's going to have a second. He's done his own backing up. Sikandar Abbas. And then he's missed a second time. Let's have a look. I mean, would this have been out? Quick send back jog such it. Ooh. No, I think he would have been home by the time the ball's there. But then, yeah, I mean, he's trying to be clever. And I'm not going to throw it so hard that they're going to get an overthrow. And they still did. Anyway. All's well that ends well. I'll take the run. Need all they can get at the moment.
A good little partnership here, building. And by a little. It's not too many runs, but it's something they need. Just a single there on a mishit on the onside. And we saw that yesterday. A couple of teams in dire trouble, and then coming back with a little partnership. A couple of batsmen scoring a 15 or a 20, and another one. There were two 250s yesterday.
Yep. Monulal and Zain Ali, I'm taking it. Yeah, look, they need to just kind of eke out an ugly 80 here and bowl and field well. I mean, the field does become a bit easier to defend, like I said, compared to some of the fields we've seen lately. A few people talking about reviews and things like that. I've got to say, I think that we've kind of got the balance right here in ECS. There's technology that's helpful in a variety of situations, particularly line decisions. And the thing is, the referee can intervene if there's what he feels is a clear and obvious error. So, for example, if a ball pitches a metre outside leg stump and it's given out, he can kind of advise the umpire. But you want to use that prudently, that power, I think.
I did mention that one of the main things that it's improved in for me is the fielding, but the umpiring standard has improved out of sight, and it's from people like the tournament referee here, Rob Kemming, with so much experience. Sir Rob Kemming, who was knighted for his services to cricket in the Netherlands. He refused everything with the umpires. He tells them what they've done well, what they think they can improve. He had a bit of a chat with them at the start of the game, and it was for about 20 minutes or so.
Yeah, I think they were a bit fatigued from that.
I think so. He's a pretty imposing man, is Rob Kemming. Lovely man.
He's a great guy. It's great to have Rob back on the tour. And the umpires do a fantastic job. They've got to make thousands of decisions a day. It's hard to believe, but every ball they're doing multiple things. Here's Azim Ali, who's going to bowl over number 7. Just need that one big over, don't they, Kings 11? Then play back-to-back sixes or something like that.
Still 4 overs to go. If they go 10 and over, they're up to 87.
There's your ugly 80. I mean, wickets will get them in trouble, you'd think. But here we go. It's a big slog sweep attempt from Jagmeet. Doesn't get it away. So, a few people liking the shoes. I'm happy that you do. I like these shoes. I've got a few new ones.
They're all very similar style, though, Vinny. Is the shape.
This is actually, believe it or not, this is not my regular shape. This is slightly different. He's bowled him. He's pushed it through, and Jagmeet's played all around it. It's a bit of an arm ball there, but that's a crucial 6 wicket. Just puts Kings 11 back on the back foot. 47 for 6. Well bowled.
Just when we mentioned that they were building a little partnership, and that partnership has been broken. And it was good bowling, just a little bit quicker, inside edge. And a wicket.
Tried to pull it, but it was a hard one to pull. To be honest, it was a hard one to do anything with. Maybe you could have clipped it away to leg, but again, that has its own risks, as we've seen already. Well bowled from Azim Ali. I suppose technically he's a spinner, but he's not really. He doesn't toss too many up. Bit of a hybrid. And that's the 6th wicket. Farhan Javed will be the new batter.
We saw how wide he came from the crease as well, so he's angling it in. And this pitch, as I mentioned before, does a little bit off the seam. And it came in just a fraction, both on the angle and off the pitch.
Farhan Javed's a player we've seen playing for Royal Bergamo and Chivadate before on the network. So let's see what he can do in a Kings 11 jersey. Azim Ali maybe trying to reproduce that delivery. This is the tossed up one. It says he uses it sparingly, and it's going to be 4. So, I mean, Javed's a very good number 8 to come out. He's no bunny with the bat. You can tell from that. That's a proper cricket shot over the cover. And it's 4 runs.
Yeah, very nice shot. It was a bit of a gimme ball, though.
A few people asking about my scooter shoes and asking, how prevalent are scooters in Europe? Yeah, different places. Probably different amounts. I think at least one place you see a fair few of them. It's a bit iconic here, isn't it? I think they talk about Greece as well. Yeah, Greece.
Paris.
Yeah, Paris. I mean, obviously, with the congestion, they're a pretty handy option, if albeit a bit of a dangerous option in some places, as I found out the hard way.
What happened?
Well, you just got to have your wits about you. I like to ride the scooter, particularly in Malta. Malta has the highest per capita car ownership of any country. And it's crazy. They have their weekend car, they have their Wednesday car. It's
the island's about the size of a postage stamp.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It's so scooter friendly with the weather there. I'm surprised there's not more of them. But maybe after riding it there for a while, I know why. They're not really looking out for you. But yeah, thanks to everyone that would like a pair of my shoes. You can just look them up. Anyway, it's not looking great at the moment for Kings 11. Oh, that's interesting. I reckon this could be out, just the way that it bounced up. I feel like it could have been off the top of the foot. Now, if it might have been one of those ones that hits the ground on the way. Let's have a look. This will tell the story.
Oh, I can't give it. We had a similar one yesterday. No, we had a similar one yesterday. It looks like it's hit the pitch.
I remember the
well.
one yesterday. It's suspicious, but not conclusive. I actually reckon it's out. My instinct is it's out because I never see the ball hit the ground, but I don't think you could give.
No, I think it's hit the instep and also the pitch at the same time. That's why it's reflected backwards. Yeah, no, they can't give that.
You can't give it, but I still think. I'm not saying it should be given out. I'm saying I have a hunch it's out. I don't think give it on a hunch. Because look. We're literally talking about the rubber at the bottom of the shoe and how stiff it is. Yeah, I think it'll be given not out. But I tell you what, I still have my suspicions because I'm not sure that's hit the ground. But it's 50-50.
I would be filthy as a batsman if I was given out like that.
That's the unit, yeah, fair. But it was a great replay. Well done to Andrus as well. And this is a really good example. The technology can only help you so far. Anyway, Zahid Chima comes back for over number 8. Well bowled, full, straight. And yeah, that was a real interesting one. Because the keeper might have had a better look than anyone at that, actually, because he's looking at the shoe. Anyway, this is what's coming up. And yeah, Charlie Hunt will be taking you through a 3-way Gibraltar T20 International Series involving Malta and Portugal. Of course, we've got the ECIs at the end of this series involving France and Romania and the host Italy. Then Austria for 2 weeks, Bulgaria for 2 weeks. And yeah, plenty more to come after that. Sweden and Romania, I think, the next 2 locations. And yeah, the ECI has been a great addition as well. Danny, of course, will be in the Czech Republic in July for that 2 weeks. And that will culminate in some more international cricket. So it's a packed calendar, but I think it's just a sign that European cricket's on the up and up.
I think the Czechs are playing in Austria as well, from what I've heard. But I think it's a great initiative. These international teams need all the cricket they can get.
That's true, and they're put under pressure, aren't they? Chima gives him a bit of length. It's just angled away. This one will test the outfield, but we'll pull up in time. And Subject will get a couple. He's just playing a bit of a holding role here. They try and find boundaries from somewhere. Yeah. That was a super interesting one off the foot. And I saw the one yesterday as well, so I know exactly what you're saying. It's one of those ones, I don't think it should be given out, but my spider sense, my spider sense that sometimes the hairs in the back of my neck, I actually don't think they hit the ground. But I think the correct decision was made. It can come up off that particular foot bone. Well, the podiatrists will be in the chat now. Anyway, this one won't be found. That one's over the fence and far away. Maximo Javed, like I said, he's not your regular number 8, and he shows it as he whacks Chima out of the fence.
That's another one for the potato farmer. It's a beautiful shot.
The one before was actually 1 run because it was a short run, which is a bit unforgivable, isn't it? I don't know who was at fault. But anyway, it didn't really matter because the next ball disappeared over the fence and far away. Chima just lost his York. He nailed one first ball of this over, but since then he's kind of bowled a bit more of a pick-upable length. Anyway, next ball's away for 1. Maya's saying no, it was like 90-10, not 50-50. I'll tell you why my spider senses were up, because it didn't seem like a double impact, like ground foot. But the fact that, and it didn't hit him on the foot, like yorking the ground. I think it hit him kind of like just above the ground.
I think you're watching 2 different replays, Vinny.
Nah, this is the wicketkeeper in me talking, I think. Oh, this one is a bit of a teaser for the fielder, but he's going to get there. Nice fielding. And so Javade just can't quite time that one up. It might have been slightly off pace from Chima. But well, he comes to the party with a 3 for, doesn't he? Zahid Chima, the captain. It's also the end of the 8th over. It's 61 for 7.
I really like Zahid Chima as a bowler because he's got a fantastic action. He's he always puts effort into his bowling, and it's something you have to play every ball. It's not something you can just leave alone. You've got it's either stump to stump, as we saw with when he got the bowled wicket, or that one where it's just been dug in, and you just have to play at the ball in some way. And if you're attacking him all the time, he's just going to get wickets. He got hit for 6 in the previous ball, or previous couple of balls, and then came back with a wicket. I'm very impressed with Zahid Chima, as I was 2 years ago when I was watching him. Yeah,
he's consistent, isn't he? Mali, pretty good bowler to bowl the night. So 61 for 7. But yeah, I mean, if you can obviously not get bowled out, creep towards that 80, something to bowl at. Subject first ball, knocks it to the leg side for 1. It's been joined by the captain, Kamaljot Singh.
Yeah, it's been a pretty good start for Fresh Tropicals campaign so far. And Kings 11 they do have 10 games to mount those victories.
So Kamaljot Singh's captaining the side, but he's actually making his ECN debut today.
Huh.
So let's see how he goes. All right. Wants a 1, he'll get 1 thanks to the fumble. Scamper through. No, everyone, I like it that everyone is quick to challenge me on my opinions. I must say I only had a suspicion. I'm not saying it's conclusive. I had a suspicion. There's nothing conclusive about that shows it hits the ground. That's all I'm saying.
There's no way that I could say that you're wrong.
Yeah, there you go. That's all I want.
But
wait, watch out, because it could be another one. And Chima this time, it's almost an instant replay of the first one, but this time it bounces out. Doesn't make the stop, so it's a painful single.
I hope he's okay. Yeah.
Left shoulder, or maybe hopefully it hasn't hit him higher than that. He got a bit of everything on the way back.
He's owned up to it though, because it looked exactly the same as the one before. It was like an action replay.
I thought it might be collarbone, left collarbone.
He's okay.
Bit of a nasty one, hey?
But going back to that, I'm not saying you're wrong, because there is a possibility that it happened, but there's also a distinct possibility that he hit the pitch at the same time as it hit the foot, because it went backwards, right? So he hit the foot and went backwards.
It depends how sore his foot is, because if his foot took the whole impact, I mean, look, it can. As a guy who hit plenty of balls into my own foot during my career, yeah, that was just a funny one. That's all. And I think that ultimately all you want to do with those is get the process right. I think they get it spot on. They look at the replay. There is that huge doubt. I'm not saying there's not doubt. There's huge doubt. This is going to be cracked out to deep cover. Bilal Hamid will do the fielding. End of the over. And pretty good spell from Azam Ali. 1 for 11 for him. And with an over remaining, Kings 11, 67 for 7.
Yeah, it's not the start they wanted of this tournament, Kings 11. But they'll end up with about 70, 75 maybe. Is it enough, do you think, Vinny?
Look, potentially it is. No Amir Sharif in the lineup for Fresh Tropical. Ultimately, these two teams, they're more similar than they are different, aren't they? I mean, Fresh Tropical are going to have an attacking approach. I think you can add 20 runs to any score for the slow outfield. So I think, if they make, say, something 73, 75, that plays a bit more like a score in the 90s. Definitely something to bowl at. Here's Zain Naqvi, who'll probably see opening for Fresh Tropical. He's going to bowl over number 10. Well bowled first up. And goads him to throw at the stumps. Come on, Jot, but no interest from Zain Naqvi. Now, that's a really good ball. You bowl 6 of those, there's not much you can do with it as a batter. Yeah,
that's perfect. It's so hard to get him right, though. You can overpitch just a little bit, and if it's a bit shorter, it's a half volley. But, yeah, as you said, 5 more of those, and we have a maiden. Saw a maiden yesterday.
Yeah. We had a quadruple wicket maiden the day before. Well, a couple of days before in Cyprus. It was Aminul. With a 4-wicket maiden, pretty rare. We've actually had a 5-wicket maiden once in 2020 as well. Maya Patel, okay, I don't want to keep going about the foot thing, but Maya is saying, can ask him afterwards if it hit his foot. Well, here's the thing. The batter wouldn't even know. No. He knows it hit his foot. He doesn't know if it's hit the ground or not. Let's just go with probably. 4 to come anyway. Takes it on. Don't think this will carry down to the fielder. Azim And good defensive field. They'll get another run now, surely, on the direct hit. Probably unnecessary. Sometimes he can be too good, and he was. Hits the stumps, gives away another run.
We saw a few run-outs yesterday, but not that many compared to how many we see normally in this format.
Thing is, he wasn't even trying to hit the stumps. I don't think he was just trying to get it back in. Anyway, gets the quote-unquote set batter back on strike. Subject's kind of worked his way back to run a ball now just over. Love a 6 here.
Oh.
Goes for it and gets through the fine leg. You probably go for 2 here. Oh, well, I think they probably would have got it too. I would have at least tested the arm with wickets in hand, but they'll just get a single. I suppose you don't want to run out the captain. He'll face up now.
Yeah, the throw's a little bit wide, and but they've been very, very tight too.
Yeah. Couple to come. Something to bowl at for Kings 11. Yeah, Rob Thompson wondering what would happen if the batter was wearing my shoes. Yeah, glad he wasn't.
I reckon your shoes would have exploded, Vinny.
It's funny though, you know, like I said, I've probably kept hundreds of thousands of deliveries. And so that's why I've got this kind of weird sixth sense of what can happen. And I've seen more of the weird things than normal. So sometimes, okay, normally everyone's just, oh yeah, that's hit the ground. I'm saying like it probably has, but I'm just telling you, it is possible it didn't. And sometimes that's my point of view that other people don't see. All right, last ball coming up, and it's baseballed. And, well, I don't think there's any chance of a 2 here. And they're not even going to take it on. It's a good bit of fielding. I think they'll actually probably get a run out here towards the end. So probably 1 and run out, but it will be 73 for 8 then. Yeah, you can see there's a little bit of interest from Kamal Jot that says, well, I don't think you're coming. And, yeah, they just decide, all right, we'll take the stat. But look, it'll be 73 on the board, 74 to win. Look, shades of the final back in 2021 when Fresh Tropical had a few issues chasing a similar kind of a target. But ultimately, I think that Fresh Tropical, the defending champions, will be the happy of the two sides here halfway through match 6.
Yeah, definitely the happy of the two sides. And I think Kings 11 started off positively with that 4 and a lovely picked up 6 on the leg side. But then it started to fall apart a bit. So the attempted run out. But they lost quite a few wickets. That was that LBW. That was very well bowled by Bilal Hamid. And then there was 3 wickets apiece for Zahid Chima and Bilal Hamid, the opening bowlers. And that's really where it started to turn for Fresh Tropical and against the Kings.
Yeah.
Zahid Chima with that stump to stump.
He's so consistent in his Zahid Chima, although I think probably lost his length a little bit towards the end. Just a little bit though. Yeah, just look at this victory target, 74. It's the exact target that they chased down in the 2021 final. That was a great piece of work from Zahid. He was able to take the catch sliding in. And then, yeah, a couple of really close ones. Well, I've got a bit of another theory that the third appeal is always out. And there are a couple in quick succession, weren't there? You've got to just make sure you hit the ball with the bat. That's kind of plan A. But, you know, Kings 11, no lack of intent from them. I think I like what Jagjit was offering at the top. But I suppose, yeah, the fact they kept losing these wickets just meant they couldn't put as many runs on the board as they'd hoped.
Yeah, absolutely. And that was the story of this innings. Whenever they started to get a bit of a roll on, that was the not out decision off the instep. Whenever they started to get a bit of a roll on Kings 11, they would lose a wicket just like this one. So just never really had a fluid run at this Fresh Tropical lineup. It's another great attempt there by Zahid Chima. Put it down. But in the end, there are runs on the board. There's a defendable total. Probably a few runs short, but a reasonable effort coming back from a pretty disastrous start by Kings 11. Have a look at the scorecard. Jagjit Singh batted very well, positively from ball 1, 17 off 9. Jagmeet on 14, and Sabir Singh 20 off 19. Doesn't seem that impressive a run of ball, but for this innings in the context of this game, that was pretty vital for Kings 11. And the skipper with a few runs at the end. And Let's have a look at the bowling figures. You see up top, the two openers did the damage. Bilal Hamid and Zahid Chima bowled very well today. Both got economy rates under 10, 3 wickets apiece. Zain Naqvi, the most expensive, but Sikandar Abbas with those 2 overs, just with 3 runs or 3 runs and over, really dried up the scoring for Kings 11. So we'll be back in a few minutes' time with the second innings of this game. See if Fresh Tropical can get the 74 they need to beat Kings 11. Early wickets for Kings 11 would be vital, and we'll see if they can get them here live from Milan in a few minutes' time. See you soon.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello and welcome back to the Milan Cricket Ground. Beautiful Tuesday morning, perfect conditions for cricket. And so we are halfway through match number 6, first match of day 2. Kings 11 taking on a team that is about to make the chase. Fresh Tropical, defending champions, back-to-back champions back here in Milan. First half of the game, Kings 11, they made 73 for 7 off their 10 overs. The target will be 74 for Fresh Tropical. Danny Hudacek with me, Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. And Danny, should be a really interesting chase. We know Fresh Tropical, they like to attack. They do like to attack, and they're facing a very good bowling lineup in Kings 11. It's not going to be as easy as what it looks on paper. And we saw a few scores yesterday around about this. 73, 74 for victory. And it will depend on the start a little bit. We know one thing is a fact, that Fresh Tropical will launch an attack from ball 1. It might not be that easy. Kings 11, very good side. And it's only just the first game of this tournament. Yeah, it'll be interesting. I mean, Zayn Nakvi's out there, as I thought that they might go with that. Javed and the other players out there, and that's one way to start. A little bit short, and it's whacked into the field. Well, it's pretty phenomenal batting and ball striking. What an eye he's got, Zayn Nakvi. Maximo, the perfect start for Fresh Tropical. Yeah, he's one of the players I remember from 2 years ago that could absolutely take an attack apart. And that's another one for the potato farmer. We're going to go look for it. It was absolutely smashed, wasn't it? Now gets another one that he can work away. No outfielder down there. I think that's gone for 4. It has. So, yeah, I had this suspicion that if Nakvi gets going or just one player has a heater and can break the back of this 74-run chase pretty quickly. Yeah, absolutely. That first ball he took just from a good length. Yeah, I mean, it's a risky shot as well because you don't really know how much it's going to bounce. We know that there's a little bit of up and down in this pitch, but he's a super talent. So what, that sound off that bat was amazing. That was the first one I've heard. Oh, now he goes inside out. There's nobody back here. I think that's gone all the way. Well, I'll probably have a look at it, but I think that could be Maximo time. Regardless, it's a 3rd consecutive boundary. That's a nice shot, and I think, let's have a look. Oh, I think it's just probably on the road. 4. Yeah, the thing is, you can't really be sure. Nah. So I think it'll be 4. I don't think 4 called. It's about as close as you can get to a 6 without hitting a 6, though. He won't mind too much. 14 off 3 now. And tough start for Sabjit Singh. Oh, now he lifts it away into the gap, and this is going to go the journey. This time it is 6. Maximo, magical start for Fresh Tropical. Well, we haven't seen this in the tournament off the first over at all. So Zayn Nakvi looks like a man in form. Oh, yeah. And the thing about Sabjit opening the bowling, I mean, he's not express, is he? He's medium pace, out of push. Maybe they've had the time over, maybe open with one of the left-arm spinning options they've got. Well, in hindsight. Oh, that's such a good shot. He's generated so much pace off this. It's going to be 4. That was a laser beam. Look how he creates the pace with their hands going through the ball. That is outstanding batting from Nakvi. Yeah, great shot. 5 balls, 5 boundaries. Well, I said that possibly 73 was defendable. They'll get there in 3 overs at this pace, Vinny. Yeah, well, can he make it 6 boundaries out of 6 balls in the first over? The last one wasn't a bad ball. He won't get the strike either, but what a start that is. Nakvi going to town, and it's 24 without loss after 1. What a start. Zayn Nakvi, he's seeing it straight up. How do you do that in the first over of a game, Vinny? Oh, well, I don't know. You have to be very talented, I suppose. 34 matches since the Golden Ball, but with the way Nakvi's going, you can probably tick that one over. For me, the 1 over backward point was the best one because it was right where the bowler wanted to bowl. It wasn't a bad ball at all. In fact, it was a good ball, but he still had the confidence to throw the hands at it and just generate that bat speed. And it was flying away. the backward point fence. So now they do go to spin. Predictably, I think you've got to break this up somehow. Jagmeet Singh to bowl over number 2.
You're talking about that could have had 6 boundaries on the and 6 balls. Something I missed yesterday, I don't know how I did it, is that Zayn Ali for Chivadate had 6 sixes in an over.
Oh, did he really? I was on the plane for that one.
I missed it, Vinny.
No way.
I mentioned he'd hit.
We haven't had that
since
since 2021. I wasn't aware. Well, okay. I'll have to look that one up. I saw he cracked 66. Anyway, this is Javed. Faces up. And this is probably going to be another boundary to start the over. Not a great ball to the left hand, a little bit short. Turns it away. A flying start from the defending champions.
It's the left armour coming over the wicket. And just unfortunately, there's a left-handed batsman, so it takes out the natural advantage of the ball going away from the bat.
Funny thing is, they were chasing 74 back in the 2021 final, and it was tense. I think they were 10 for 4 at one stage.
Yeah.
But they're making the 74 look no problem at all at the moment.
Was it Ravi Paul that was playing?
Ravi Paul, yeah. Royal Bergamo. And it was one of the classic finals. Oh, he's chopped on now, and he's filthy about it. Usman Javed, that one just slides across him. No real footwork. Again, wanted to try and go leg side, and there's risks associated with that. And so the first wicket falls, and the bleeding stops for now. 28 for 1.
Not happy with himself, the batsman. Yeah, it was a long way outside our stump. You can see that
it wasn't a good shot. I mean, that he knows it as well. And sometimes you pay with your wicket, sometimes you don't. But Jagmeet, he's a very experienced campaigner. And so, yeah, spin to win does the trick, 28 for 1.
Yeah, still a positive start from Fresh Tropical. As you mentioned, they were going to go from the first. And even though it's an early wicket, I don't think it's really going to affect too much. But you never know. If you get Zayn Naqvi early, put a bit of pressure on, lose a couple of wickets, then we're back in a good contest.
6 sixes in an over. I'm looking it up. So, yep. 7th over. Ranjit Singh got hit for 6 sixes. Well done for missing it. That's impressive. But to be honest, by then, to be fair to you, you're kind of 6.5 hours in. So I don't blame you. I mean, I actually missed Umar Tariq's second hat-trick because I was so obsessed with him getting a 6-for back in the Malta-Austria ECI series. He actually took a second hat-trick in the innings. I didn't realise till innings break. So, hey, it happens. In fact, there were 8 consecutive sixes in that innings. Yep. Which is just nuts.
It was the end of the over, I think.
That'll get you going. Yeah, it was one off the last ball of 6, one off the first ball of the 8th, and all of them in the 7th. Anyway, this is Azim Ali. He's a player I really enjoy watching bat as well because he's probably a little bit too attacking for his own good. That makes for great viewing. That was like an attacking block to start. Got a lot of energy. He's going down the leg side, but he's got a lot of energy when he's out there. He has to be doing something.
That's a great format to watch, and it's just, there's always something happening in the game. It's an ebb and flow about it, even though it's such a short format.
Yeah, that's well bowled though. A bit of respect there from Azim Ali. That's all you got to try and do though. Obviously, Naqvi's a separate problem you've got at the other end, but if you can get him out, you've still got runners to play with. Turns it away into a bit of a gap, and there'll be a run. So keeps Naqvi off strike at the moment. It's 29 for 1 after 2.
I wouldn't be keeping Naqvi off strike. Somehow I don't think that Subjir Singh will be getting the next over. 24 off his first.
I think you stick with left arm spin. I mean, they've got Kamaljot Singh, who is making his ECN debut, recently over from India. So he's one player I might try at this stage. And yeah, they are going to go for the captain now. This is what the table looks like early days. Chivadate and Bergamo CC with 2 wins on opening day, and Brescia with 1. And Albano, a rough day at the office to get them started.
I tell you what, I was very impressed with Chivadate yesterday. Yeah. They came with a plan. You could see what was going on with against Junior Brescia, who are a very good side. But they came with a plan, and I think it was the captain did an excellent job all day. And they it was just that they were on top in the last game as well. They just let a couple of partnerships roll in the Oh.
A little bit short. That's summarily dispatched. We'll see. Azamali, he's no bunny with the bat either. That one is a tree buster. Maximo. 6 runs to start the third over.
This is such clean hitting as well. It was a little bit tough going yesterday, but today both Zain Naqvi and Asim Ali both hit the middle of the bat straight away. Fresh Tropical, they've come to play.
They sure have. And so, just a little bit short. So it's a fraction short, isn't it? But, I mean, this is the way to attack these kind of totals. I mean, it's a modest total. I do think 73 plays a bit bigger than normal. But, yeah, act like you're chasing 130, 140. Really, Fresh Tropical only know one way, don't they? It's a bit short as well, but beats him for bounce. And so Azamali misses out in the cut shot. He'll be annoyed there because he had a ring of infielders, but if he had got any bat on that, it would have flown over. Kamaljot Singh has that look like he got away with one there.
I do agree with the statement you made before about not looking at the total necessarily. I think with a low total, often teams take it easy and they take it casually, and it's like a run chase.
Get themselves into a bit of a hole, don't they? This one doesn't bounce as much. Gets through the fielder, so they'll get a single. Get that back on strike for the first time since that opening over assault. That ball 5 consecutive boundaries, and hasn't faced now in 10 balls. So it's a bit of a buzzkill, isn't it? The power play's almost over. Naqvi, though, he can beat those wall of infielders, and he gets another boundary, and he's just so good. I know he had some personal issues last time that kind of hampered his performance in the Super Series in Rome, so I'm really happy to see him. Looks like he's back in a good headspace and just doing what he does best.
I'm very impressed with him because you find a lot of players in this format. I'll come back to that in a moment.
Someone slides into him for one. And let me preempt what you're going to say there. He's a both sides of the wickets player, right? Yep. He's not too leg side conscious. He'll play it based on the line. End of the power play. Naqvi will retain the strike, and it's a good one for Fresh Tropical. 41 for 1 after 3.
Yeah, very good start for Fresh Tropical. And look, Zain Naqvi is so strong through the offside as well. The cut shot he played earlier was magnificent. So he's a dangerous customer.
Yeah, he sure is. Attack. Yes, it's always great to see some of these players returning. Okay, he had 10 matches each, so Kings 11. At the moment, looks like they're going to go down in flames here, but I mean, they've got a big game against Chandra Brescia, who look pretty strong to me as well with some of their pickups. We'll probably see that shortly. But yeah, they'll feel a lot better if they can get on the winners board today. Kings 11, either in this game or the next one. Fresh Tropical will play 3 games today, the first, third, and the 5th. Continuing with left arm spin, throws the hands at this. He should be gone, and he is gone. Nicely taken. Farhan Javed out there at deep point. Oh, well, makes it a little bit more interesting, doesn't it, with Naqvi out of the equation. So, yeah, taking the pace off has done the trick so far for Kings 11. That's the end of a brief but memorable cameo from Zain Naqvi. It's 41 for 2.
Yeah, with the field restrictions being lifted now at the end of the power play, more fielders out on the boundary, and that's a good piece of bowling. Yeah, as mentioned, he's very strong out in that area. He did hit a couple in the air, though. Yeah. So I think it's a very good piece of captaincy.
Just easy to protect the outfield once you're out of the power play. It's the first ball of the middle overs, and a nicely taken catch by Farhan Javed. Had a question from Kai in the chat saying, hey, Vinny, any progress on plans to have an ECS in England or Ireland? We've revisited this a few times. I don't think it'll be this year because we are just chock full of venues. You know, now we're doing 2-week series exclusively, so it's probably less series. Something we'd look into in the future, but like I said, whenever we leave the Schengen area, which is the kind of shared European common passport area, if you like, then we do run into some complications. So yeah, the Brexit hasn't been too kind to us for that. 3 times I think we've planned to have series in England, and due to a mixture of pandemic issues and logistical difficulties, we haven't been able to go ahead. But there's some plans in the works. Potentially there could be some clubs in England, some reasonably high-profile clubs, some that have been with us before. That who knows? Maybe we can get them to the Carter Oval for a bit of a series as well, because Obviously in England, you've got a window in the summer months where you're comfortable playing, and probably we'd have to do it outside those months. Well, a few things in the works.
Cardham could work though in that sense because the weather's pretty decent.
Yeah. Well, I'll tell you one of the ideas I've got, depending on our structure for ECL in 2024, where we may be expanding again, which is crazy, but we want to try and give every ICC Europe country the opportunity to play, if at all possible. But that would take us up to maybe 34, 35 teams. It's crazy, isn't it?
It is.
But we're almost there now. We're up so close to that. We're like, well, hold on. We've got to really try and get everyone involved. This is Javid Mahash, who comes out. First ball is knocked away for 1. And so it could be that there's a kind of 2-day window we need to fill. I'd love to see like an ECN Invitational 3-team series. And for example, you could have Hornchurch, maybe Forfarshire and Druitt in a 2-day series. And yeah, I reckon that would be cool because I think they bring some supporters, and I think that those teams have history.
Yeah.
And potentially even a team like Tunbridge Wells, depending on if Forfarshire have qualified for the ECL. And yeah, just a few other little things in the works. Like potentially you could have Wales having their own team, even though they're under the shared England-Wales cricket boards. In the past we've said, well, hold on, we can't really do that because it's one federation. But I don't think there's any real reason you couldn't have a Welsh team. Anyway, up and away, Maximo. Zazimali, as I said, things have been a bit quiet round here. And that's a really nice shot. He kind of goes with the perceived turn of the left arm spinner and smacks it down to the ground.
Yeah, lovely shot.
Yeah, but I mean, I know that Welsh cricket comes under the umbrella of the ECB, but I think having a Welsh standalone team would be cool because you've already got kind of Scotland, you've got Ireland, you've got the kind of Channel Island teams as well. Close-ish, you know. The question here is if it was actually spinning enough or not. My instinct is it probably wasn't, but you'll see that it does hit him pretty full. Probably just going down the leg side. And look at it on the replay. But it's not far away, Danny.
You can't, as an umpire, how do you judge that spin?
Yeah, because it's so full. You haven't really had a chance to see what it's going to do. But that, again, that's another one that if you took it to DRS, it wouldn't have surprised me if it was out.
Yeah.
You know, but I think live, the right decision's made. End of the 4th over, it's 49 for 2.
Yeah, going back to the that idea, I think a series in Cardamom would be a great idea for English teams. I mean, Brits abroad, you know, they love Spain.
I think it'd be an easy sell, wouldn't it?
I think it would be a very easy sell. And then, of course, staying away from the ground, staying in the resort.
The Sunset Beach Hotel,
yeah. Sunset Beach. Yeah. And bussing teams out, I think would be a great idea.
Look, these are just ideas. You know, I like to talk about this with our community and let it be pretty open with what we're thinking. Liam's saying, would it be mad having every European nation competing in the ECL? We are kind of bound to ones that are recognised by the ICC. Yeah. So there's still, I think it's something like 50-something countries in Europe. I think I mentioned maybe 40-something.
Well, plus, I mean...
This is cut away.
Gibraltar, Jersey, and Guernsey as well add to that, and they're not really official countries. They're part of the UK.
So I think we're talking kind of mid-30s that are ICC recognised. So yeah, I think it's 44 countries in Europe, of which probably 34-ish, 35 maybe, are kind of under the bracket of the ICC, which is kind of the countries we can use. This is hit down to long off for 150's come up. So some people might just notice that his front foot hits the sideline here, but that's okay as long as his back foot lands inside. See, his back foot lands inside, and then his front foot, it doesn't actually matter if it's touching, as long as obviously some of that front foot has to be behind the front line. And we've chopped on, and it's going to be a wicket for Kamaljot Singh. His first wicket in ECN cricket, so he looks like a handy bowler, doesn't he? I just think if you had 5 left-arm spinners, you'd probably play him in this format. They're so effective. And so just a little chop on. Mahash goes for a single. And the score is 52 for 3.
Yeah, look, that first over relieved the pressure. 24 off it. And but ever since, there's some quality bowlers for Kings 11. And if it had been slightly different at the start, if they'd got Naqvi early, we're looking at a different game. I think now It's Fresh Tropical. They've lost 3 wickets, 52, and a lot of the heavy lifting was done in the first over.
It made such a big difference. I mean, almost half the runs were made in that first over, and it's taken so much pressure off the rest of the batting unit to the point that you need way less than a run a ball here. This one just slides on, doesn't really turn, and Maharsh will be annoyed that he chops on, but that just hits the inside half of the bat, or the inside edge of the bat, because of that angle in. So Nick was just saying his virtual journey to Italy was okay via the internet. How was my flight? My flight was okay. I had 2 flights. Actually went through Munich last night. So yeah, it was a slightly long trip, I suppose. Just knocks this away. But yeah, so I had about a almost 4 hour flight from Cyprus to Munich. Had a 3 or 4 hour stop over there. Just missed the last ball actually. And then I had about an hour or so, just over an hour, from Munich to Milan. So, I mean, when you weigh it all up, probably was, door to door was probably 12 hours. So it was a pretty significant trip. But anyway, super happy to be here and really enjoyed watching the first 3 games that I was able to catch.
Yeah, they're all very tight games, really good. By the way, talking about, you came from Cyprus.
Yeah.
Fresh Tropical 53 for 3 now. But wasn't there an epic collapse in the semi-final?
Yeah, it was a huge collapse actually. It was 9 for 9 Sri Lankan Lions lost. They were 33 for 1, and I was just saying it's a very average looking power play. There's nothing average about the next 3 and a bit overs where they lost 9 for 9. And it started with one that looked like could be a 6, but it was knocked down, just stayed inside the field of play. The batter was kind of ball watching, didn't run the single quickly. They hit the stumps from the outfield and set off a chain of events, had a bit of everything. And yeah, unfortunately for Sri Lankan Lions, they found themselves out of the tournament. And so it can happen. That's the unpredictability. And we had a really close final as well, just 2 runs in the final, 76-74. Reminded me a bit of this final. I actually mentioned it by name at the time, and also a final in Malta. Early in the year goes Zalmi, defended a score in the 70s. But that's finals pressure. And that Cyprus field really, you should be getting 100 plus there. You should be chasing down double digits, but the pressure of the final, and also, when you factor in, you get those key wickets at the top and the middle and lower order, just often also come to the pressure. This is Jasvinder Singh. So yeah, he's bowling his off-speed deliveries as well. So, yeah, Kings 11 seem to have made a real big focus. I'll concede that one's hit the ground before it hit the foot as well. Anyway, how long can they draw this out? This is pretty well timed, but picks out the fielder. Yeah, so a few people just talking about the UK and Ireland situation with trying to get a series there. Of course, it would be great. And I know there's so many beautiful cricket grounds there. We'd love to visit as well. And Julian talking about cricket in Wales. Yeah, we've been doing our research on Wales. Don't worry about that.
What about getting teams from further afield, Vinny?
Well, now we're talking. This will just be a single down to long off. So, yeah, I mean, I think it would be great. Again, if Australia can be in the Eurovision, I would love to see eventually it go a bit global. I don't exactly know how it works at this stage, whether you do it separately or you incorporate it into a European competition. But, imagine a World Cup of, the established cricket nations, even if you do it separately, or whether you had, like, say, an Australian or a South African or an Indian or a Pakistani, Bangladeshi, Nepali, whatever you like. Amateur competition in the T10 format. I think it'd be great. I'm just trying to think what a World Cup would look like. If you even say that teams that are in your kind of regular 10 to 12 nation World Cup, but you had the amateur version, but playing in our T10 fast-paced format, I think it'd be something pretty special. 57 for 3 after 6. And then, I don't know, maybe you'd have that and you'd incorporate maybe the top 5 or 6 teams from our ECC. It could be a completely new tournament. I think it would be very interesting.
Would be very interesting. I mean, you saw Drew and Nabi, and it didn't matter what the bowling was. He would just absolutely smash
You just made the hairs on my neck my neck stand up when you said the word Nabi.
How would he do against teams from Australia, teams from India?
Yeah.
I mean, you never know.
You just don't know. Exactly
he took
right.
horn shirts apart in the final.
And including, first class players.
Yeah.
So these guys are no rookies. But yeah, I had so many messages from the Scottish players actually on social media and who texted me after the final saying, see, we told you he was the real deal. Because obviously Drew knocked out Forfeiture, the Scottish champions, in the Group D final. This is a little angle. He's timed this pretty well, It doesn't quite go. Kind of tells you all you need to know about this outfield. Now just 15 for victory. Yeah, so even to someone like Jack Hogarth, he's saying, oh, I'm so happy I don't have to bowl to him again. And Jack actually bowled, was probably one of the better of the Scottish bowlers, even under that assault. But yeah, you're exactly right. And the possibilities are endless. I think European cricket and ECN cricket's only going one way, isn't it? And it's up.
Yeah.
So these ideas sometimes take a long time to get to fruition. This is a bit of extra bounce and it'll be gone. So Azam Ali will be a late casualty. Bit of extra bounce from Noman Ali. And just kind of throwing the hands at that across the line. A bit of a top edge and held easily by Vikas Kumar behind the stumps. Fresh Tropical lose a fourth wicket now, 59 for 4.
Yeah, you can see that, Kings 11 really not putting the total they want off the on the board. And imagine that first over at 24 has really affected the run chase.
Yeah, you take that out and say they were... literally take that over out, 35 for 4 or 5.2, and you're saying that the game's in the balance.
Yeah.
But that first over has made all the difference. Hassan Jamil comes to the crease here at number 6. So take the European Cricket Championship, for example, the Euros of cricket. I mean, that idea was only just conceived kind of partly because ECL also had to be cancelled in 2021. So late 2021, we had the first ECC. It was 15 teams. It grew to 21 in the 2022 edition. This year, it'll be 30 or 31. It's going one way, isn't it? But I mean, it does take time, and it's a bit of a step-by-step approach. Also, you've got to realise, there's always the issue of money. There's things we'd love to do, but the money's got to come from somewhere, and ECN doesn't. It's not really a profitable organisation. It does well enough to keep the lights on and keep the show on the road, which is great. But if we had the resources of an IPL or something like that, we'd say, yeah, no problem, we'll fly teams from everywhere around. But we need to also be a little bit realistic, I suppose. So we dare to dream, and step by step, we want the dream to come together. Noman's a pretty good bowler, someone we often see towards the end of innings, and just bustles it through. He normally likes to bowl pretty full at the stumps, and nice to see him again. Just a few little, let's say, wobbles, but 15 off 20. Let's take a few more dot balls in here. You need something quite remarkable. Again, as long as you just keep scoring, you can't lose. Irfan Sheikh has come out there, and yeah, he's a player that we've seen a fair bit of on the network as well. For Albano previously, Fresh Tropical as well. And he's also done a handy job behind the stumps for Fresh Tropical in this game. Last ball of the 7th coming up. Driven, and a long chase for Jagmeet out there. He'll get there in the end. Looks up a bit of the MCG as he does it. So it'll be 2, and it's the end of the over. 62 for 4.
Yeah, they look to be cruising here, Fresh Tropical, but still could be a little twist in the tail. And some.
Yeah, well, you need 12 off 18. You need to have an outstanding over, don't you? All right, so this is what's coming up next. Kings 11 back on the rack. Looks like they're going to go down here, but they'll have a chance to pick up some points against Chandra Brescia. Now, this Chandra Brescia side has been revamped. Amadullah Safi is back with Chandra Brescia. He's played for them 2 seasons ago. You've got Vibo Yadav up there, top of the order. You've got Kuldeep Lal in there as well. And Amadullah Safi, Mr. 100% as we call him. Looks a pretty strong side. Zahid Ali, not the captain this year. Hasib Abdul leading them, but Zahid Ali's also a pretty wily customer. So that'll be really interesting. And that's starting in half an hour's time.
Looking forward to seeing Safi, Mr. 100%.
And Kings 11 have won the toss, and they've elected to bowl first. So obviously didn't really go according to plan, did it, in this match. they won the toss, elected to bat, and kind of ran into a few issues. So I think they want to know exactly how much they're chasing. Fair enough.
Yeah, I think it was a little mistake to bat first on a fresh morning, and I think they've done well. I think they're a good side. I think they'll definitely be in the mix for the top 4.
Yeah, it's hard to really rule anyone out for top 4 even. I mean, even Albano didn't have the greatest start, but they still got 8 games left. Oh, this is a thick bottom edge which bounces into the keeper's pad. Yeah, you can't really call this a chance because of how much it deflects. I know it looks like it, but you could hear the nick from here. It was a big nick. So if you're catching those, you're in really good form.
You would have taken that, didn't you? Maybe not.
It's possible. Well, you want me to be super technical. He did get up a bit too quickly there. I would have hoped to maybe stay down a bit quicker, maybe get a bit. I don't think it would have gone cleanly into my gloves, but maybe I could have got enough of the glove on it to maybe catch it the second opportunity. But it's all about having those rubber knees, as I said, trying to stay in that low plane for as long as you can. His head probably came up a little bit quick. That's me being a stickler.
Talking about knees, I mean, there must be a lot of pressure on knees for wicket keepers.
Yeah, and some have more luck than others as we get to the end of the 8th over, 66 for 4. Someone like Adam Gilchrist, he would ice his knees after every day, but more as a precautionary thing. Actually, one more to go on this over from Jasvinder, so I'll wait for this one. 9 for victory now. Tries it on, won't get a run here. Not a bad spell at all from Jasvinder, as he slowed his bowling down, and it's been really effective. So 8 overs down, the score is 65 for 4. Yeah, so Adam Gilchrist is a guy that would ice his knees as a precautionary thing. I've been really lucky that I've never really had any problems with my knees, and even my shoulder. In cricket, you throw a lot more and you throw from different arm slots. Have a look at this. It's not the most challenging red line ever, but let's just say making it a bit closer than we thought it might have been after that first over. A bit of the Alps about that graph, isn't there? Yeah, so, often, it's just luck of the draw, a bit of genetics. Some people seem to always be getting injured. Some seem to be able to kind of roll with it. Definitely. I kept 80 overs just over a week ago when I was back in Australia. We had an invitational indoor bash competition that was 20 overs. We played 4 matches in the day. And let's just say I wasn't walking that well for about 2 or 3 days. I was super sore. I was still carrying some bruises. Anyway, Noman, tell you what, this game has gotten even more interesting now. 9 off 11. And just look at the strike rates of the guys that are there. That's often what to look at. So you've got Irfan Sheikh, 6 off 12. You've got Jamil, 3 off 6. So at the moment, they personally aren't going at the rate required. So you feel like they should get there, but this game just got super interesting.
Noman Ali's he's a bustling bowler.
If you score off every ball, you can't lose. That's what you need to be looking at. You don't need to go for the big swing here. Goes for the big swing, and it should just be 1. They're going to go for 2, but it's a really good throw, and I think he's gone. Brilliant work. And he's just going to keep on walking. They've gone to the 3rd umpire, but I think the Sheikh knows that he's gone. It was really good fielding on a couple of accounts. Firstly, from the fielder in the outfield, but then it's a bit of an alley-oop from the bowler. Noman Ali, he goes up, and you can see there, he is gone. Comes back down on the stumps. Sheikh's gone by a step. And so, maybe it's worth just getting someone else out there anyway, because Sheikh hasn't been able to do too much. So I kind of don't mind him taking that run on, force the out. And so Fresh Tropical now 66 for 5 with 10 balls remaining.
I did try to mention there might be a twist in the tail of this game, and you kind of almost dismissed it. This game's almost over. Could probably lose this game.
Yeah.
It's almost. Do you put a player in short on the leg side just to cut off the singles and have sweepers?
The thing is with this field, with it being quite friendly, is that if you hit the ball, even at that depth, there's not like an easy single there. The keeper's fairly close to the stumps to get there to take returns. So, yeah.
But a short mid-wicket.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of that position, for sure. They've gone for a very offside-heavy field. He's got 6 on the offside, only 3 on the leg. But I think that's because Noam Ali, he's putting it outside off, so they feel they don't need that short wicket. They're like, we want you to try and hit there because we think you'll probably miss the ball. When Jamil's back on strike, he'll get 1 for that last shot. And he'll just get 1 here. So, I mean, the further you can push this, maybe we can have a bit of a boil-over result. Maybe even a golden ball.
Maybe a golden ball, indeed. This is much closer game than I think Fresh Tropical would have liked after that first over, and after a good bowling performance.
You see, Bill Ahmed, he's a hitter. That's why I think they don't mind losing Sheikh, because it just wasn't happening for Irfan, was it? But you know, he's a guy. He was the one that actually ended up winning it for him back in 2021. Yeah, you see there straight away, change of batter, change of luck, and this will go all the way for 4. So, yeah, no good deed goes unpunished, as Noam Ali, well, it was a good ball in the sense that if you missed it, it would have been gone, and instead the ball was gone, 4 runs.
I disagree with you. Look at his field. He's got an offside field, and he's put it right on leg stump.
Yeah, no, you're exactly right there, in that it wasn't to the field. Often new batter attacking the stumps, but then probably needed the extra man across. 3 to win now.
It's a better ball.
Still 3 to win. Can they take it to the last over?
Yeah, I think, well, with 3 to win, it's pretty much it. But
don't think we've run into any time issues because they bowled so much spin. That's well done. They've 7 minutes ahead. 3 to win, though. This is the dot will be a little bit interesting. Jamil will be on strike. They'll get the 1. So you can just see already that Hamid's just bossing it a bit more than his predecessor. So they're almost there. 9 overs down. It is 72 for 5. I'm not saying we'll have 1, but if you bowl the over of all overs in the 10th, if you can keep them to just a single, we will have a golden ball. And just from memory, I'm not sure we've ever had one here in Milan. I'll have to look it up. But we have had 44 golden balls. We had 1 in Cyprus, where Limassol Zalmi defeated the Nicosia Fighters. That was a crazy one. It got hit to mid-wicket. It was a drop catch in the infield, though. So he just had to hold it. Do you think he held it? No. He pinged it at the stumps, and it was a direct hit. But if it was either, say the batter had run straight away, there's every chance it would have been not out and they would have scrambled a second. Yeah. Or if it had missed, I couldn't see anyone backing it up. So that's the madness the golden ball can bring. All right, so Jagjit's going to get the last over. Just 2 to win. This will tie the game. And yeah, I've got to say that they've obviously gambled that they can dot up Jamil 5 times. Seems unlikely. This is where you probably have everyone up, but maybe have 1 back floating for like a catch. But
should they have done this an over ago?
Maybe. Any score wins it. Now this is going to be out. Well, there you go. There's 1 of the 5 they need. Jamil just hangs the bat out, tries to bunt and run to win the game, but he's a late casualty. 73 for 6.
Yeah, it's too little, too late. Good little wicket there for Jagjit.
See, now you're dismissing it.
Well, I'm dismissing it because I was going to mention to you though, it's as a captain when you're defending a small total, you have an attacking field where you're cutting off the singles, like to bring in a couple of players that sort of a
because you can have cover. Some at that normal infield depth, but even to have 1 in there to make sure they're not even trying the single. I think that's what you're saying. Yeah. And with this outfield being slow, it's not too many balls getting blasted past that slightly closer man. And
you've still got the sweepers on the boundary cutting off 4s to make singles. So now a field like now. But they should have probably done an over ago. I know it goes a little bit against the whole hitting ethos of what happens with T10 cricket.
Here's Sikandar Abbas. I mean, he's a genuine bat, isn't he? Again, he's not really a number 8. I think he's just going to go for it here. They brought everybody up except for the deep forward square leg. 1 to win. He does go for it, and he'll get the win. So Fresh Tropical will make hard work of it in the end. Yeah, as mentioned in the chat, lucky they had that magical first over from Nutfi because things went a little bit awry once he was dismissed. But Fresh Tropical, they do make a winning start to their ECN tournament here in Milan, winning with 3 balls to spare.
Yeah, good performance by Fresh Tropical. They started off well with the ball, and then it was that first over that launched their attack with the bat. Ended up still 3 balls left. It's a little bit tighter than what we might have expected, but a good result.
Yeah, we never had a golden ball here in Milan, just double checking that. Anyway, this is what's coming up next. We've got Kings 11 who are back on the rack. They've only got that game today, and then they're done for the day. So they want to get a win there. Jandra Besha, they look strong. Some familiar names in there. V-Boy Yadav, he's a bit of a journeyman in ECS cricket. Kulik Lal in for them as well. And it will be Kings 11 batting, who are bowling first, after winning the toss in match 7, starting in about 20 minutes. Let's have a look at the highlights. And it was the Nukvi show first up. 5 boundaries off the first 5 balls.
Yeah, fantastic start for Fresh Tropical and Asan Nukvi. Dangerous, is he? Hitting the ball very, very cleanly. And right off the middle of the bat from the first.
There's one here that I really like. It's the one that he cracks. I think the 5th ball of the over. But I mean, yeah, that one there where he just made something out of nothing, and that was a fence buster. Then at the other end, okay, Javade got that one away, but next ball, he found himself a bit lazy chopping on. And yeah, Fresh Tropical, I mean, you got to also realise these guys, they haven't had a lot of match practice coming off the off-season. There's signs of that all over, kind of across the board. I mean, those that click first will have some success. I think the fact that Nukvi comes off, that's probably the difference between the two teams.
Well, absolutely. And we saw it yesterday that some of the big names, big name batters, struggled a bit with their timing, which didn't happen with Zain Nukvi. He was, from the off, he was absolutely hammering it, and it was the difference. But Kings 11, I think, very...
There's plenty to work with there for Kings 11, isn't there? I mean, I like the fact that they've got an extra left arm spinner in Kamaljot Singh. I think that he bowled really well. You've even got options like Vikas Kumar, who's keeping it at the moment. He's quite a good bowler as well. I like the way they fought it out as well. So in the end, when you have such an even competition, often net run rate comes into it. And so the fact that they don't get blown away here, they only go with about 3 balls to spare. It was Jamil, who just had a bit of an unhappy time at the crease, didn't he? Ended up holding out. Razraza took the catch. And then Sakataramas, the coach, came out and said, all right, let's just finish this show. And so, yeah, maybe a few things to look at with their batting order, for example. Maybe you want to get guys up there that are looking confident right now. As we see the beautiful Alps in the background, we can have a look at what's a reasonably good-looking scorecard for Fresh Tropical, although they didn't have it all their own way in the end. And you have a look at the fact that 51 of those runs were scored by Nukvi and Azam Ali. Apart from that, people struggled to find their touch, but Nukvi, 29 off 9, put on a show early. Azam Ali, a bit more hit and miss, but 22 was pretty handy. Clean innings as far as extras, so they weren't giving anything away. Kings 11, but ultimately, that 73 just didn't stand up.
I was impressed with Kings 11, actually, and Fresh Tropical as well. Both teams, I think, will be up there in the running. And Kings 11, we'll see them again in the next game. Yeah. And I think it'll be a different side, different outlook.
I think they'll be better for the run. Jandra looked good, but against their first game, they've got those same issues, teething issues, I guess. Jamit Singh, 2 for 13, was outstanding, wasn't he? Kamaljot, another left-arm spinner for them, 1 for 16. Manali with 1 for 12, good spell from him. Jasmine only conceded 7, so you got the 3 spinners in the middle there. Even Jagjit Singh in the end didn't look too bad, picked up a wicket, 1 for 5. But yeah, it was an even... The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Milan Cricket Ground. Great to be back here at the MCG. Vinny Sandhu here, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network. Now we roll into match number 7. Kings 11, they are playing back-to-back. We get to see a team that hasn't played in this tournament so far, but a team we know really well. Jandra Brescia are their opponents. Let's see what happens at the coin toss because Rob Kemming has the 2 captains. Let's see who wins it.
Your call. Dave, tails is called. It is heads. Your ball. Ball first.
So it is Kings 11 that win the toss, and their captain Kamaljot Singh has elected to bowl first this time, and that might be to do with the fact that their kind of batting didn't quite go as planned. They lost plenty of early wickets in that earlier game, but still another opportunity for them to get a big score on the board with the bat. And Kings 11, look, we know they're always around the mark, but they like to be attacking. They've got some good bowling options now, don't they? That extra left-arm spinner in the captain is pretty handy to complement Jagmeet Singh. But let's talk about Jandra Brescia. Now, they're a team that we first saw all the way back in 2019 at the European Cricket League, the Champions League of European Cricket. They've got some good pickups here as well. They've got Amadou Safi, missed 100%. They've got Kuldeep Lal. They've got Vilbo Yadav as well. So I think they're going to be really competitive. Their first hit out should be super interesting. Danny Hudacek will take you to the first ball. News from the toss here in match 7 is Kings 11. They've won the toss and they've sent in Jandra Brescia. Let's see what happens. Let's get ready for the start of the second match of the day.
Well, thanks, Vinny, and welcome again back to Milan. It's a beautiful morning as the umpires walk onto the field. It's going to be an interesting match between Kings 11, who we just saw go down to the Fresh Tropical, against Jandra Brescia. And Kings 11, I like what I saw, even though they did go down. And with Jandra Brescia, it's good to see my friend Amadou Safi, Mr. 100%, back in the side. It's looking forward to seeing him with these bustling left-armers and then throwing himself around the field. So, as you saw with Kings 11, they have a lot of talent. A couple of left-arm spinners, and the skipper Kamaljot Singh, I think will be important for them. And it's a good toss to win. And I would have done that exactly the same thing in the first game with Kings 11. I would have bowled first. But Jandra Brescia, an expected score of about 104, 98 for Kings 11. Don't you think you can read too much into that? And as we saw yesterday, about 100 is a par score here. Saw that a little bit under par with Kings 11 this morning. Maybe just the first outing, but I think we'll see an improved effort in this game against Jandra Brescia by the Kings, who'll want to win today. We've only got 2 games today, and first 2 straight up, and I'll see them later on in the tournament. As we said, 11 teams in this tournament. Each team plays 10 games, and then there's finals Friday next week, where the top 4 teams will shoot it out. In this game, I think it's going to be an interesting tussle. Some very, very strong sides in northern Italy, and there are 2 of them on display here. Can't pick a winner yet. A lot of it has to do with the form as well of different teams. Yesterday we saw Chividate come out of the box strong. Probably one of the, well, on paper at least, not one of the stronger teams. But here we go with this game. This is Kings 11 against Jandra Brescia, and starts with a wide. It's a bowler Jaswinder Singh. Interesting opening with a spin option. Didn't quite work out for them in the last game, where 24 hit off the first over by Zain Naqvi. Spin options, puts it up a little bit. It's going to bounce in front of the fielder, straight to him. And it's one of those difficult ones. Do you lunge forward? Do you save the 4 and just a single? That's the option that the fielder took. Comes Jaswinder again. Bowling to Nasim Ahmad. Lifts it over the field. I don't think it'll go for 4. And it does. Well, yesterday I think it would have plugged. This ground getting a little bit quicker. It's a pretty lush outfield. Just got enough of it. Just lifted it over the infield, and it's a first boundary for Genuine pressure. Positive start. Not very much timing on that shot from Nasim Ahmed. Yeah, there is a man back there now, plugging a hole. Yeah, 2 men back. There's one at long on. And that's Simranjit Singh. That's a good ball. A little bit quicker from the bowler. You see this Kings 11 side, they're really up for this game. Encouraging. Storming in on the offside, very offside field. No one back on that side though. Oh, good ball. Didn't quite know what to do there without the batsman and kept a little bit low. Very tense start from both sides. Chandra Brescia, their first appearance in the ECS tournament. Firmly struck into the covers, no run. It's up to Jagjit Singh, man with a big WG. Oh, well bowled. That's the end of a pretty good over there by Jaswinder Singh. There was that one boundary that was slightly mishit. And at the end of the over, Chandra Brescia 6 for 0. And a beautiful day here in Milan. Not much breeze. It's, you hear the birds chirping in the background. Lovely spring day here in northern Italy. And I'd like to welcome back the commentary box. Commentary marshmallow, I reckon. Has anyone called it a marshmallow before? That's what I.
It is. Look, yeah, the cube is a bit flexible, more flexible than usual. And I'm so glad this wind warning didn't pan out the way we thought. Anyway, going for Jagmeet. And yeah, you mentioned they go to spin. Remember that first over didn't go for them last time, so they're cutting straight to the spin this time, aren't they? They're saying, all right, we're really going to take the pace off. So far, it's worked reasonably well. No, Ahmed, remember that his highest score on ECN is 49 not out. So maybe this is the time that he can get his first half century. Right now, Yadav, a guy we know really well. We've seen him play for Kings 11 before, actually. Also seen him play for Gracia, seen him play for Sweet United in Malta. So, an ECN journey, man. I'm happy to just take the one. I don't know how much cricket he's been playing. But just speaking to some of these, I suppose, Chandra Brescia recruits like Kuldeep Lal, saying a bit of a late decision to play. And congratulations to Kuldeep as well, because he recently got married in India. And so he's kind of making his way back to Spain via Italy. We'll see Kuldeep Lal in the side today as well.
Have you been to an Indian wedding, Vinny?
Yeah, my brother got married in India, and it is amazing. It's actually the only time I've ever actually been to India. And I was there for about 3 weeks. The wedding didn't go for 3 weeks, felt like it did. But I love playing cricket in the streets with some of the kids and the teenagers. That was super fun.
I would love what I've seen of Indian weddings. I would.
And they live, all over the world. But yeah, there's a lot of crossed legs on this coach trip. But I kind of like the ability. I went out there and I kind of tried a few different food stalls and things like that. The other thing, of course, in India, drinking the water is not a great idea, even to the extent some countries they don't drink the water. That's fine, but even in India, they're pretty sure don't brush your teeth with it or anything like that. They brush your teeth with bottled water. Got to take a few precautions. But anyway, we've got a slight technical delay here, I think, but it gives us a chance to say hello to you wherever you watch from around the world. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. Got Danny Hudacek here with me. Good news is you don't have to look at us because the game's going to re-continue now. So it's going to be Jaswinder coming in.
Hitting to the covers. No run. Oh, it could be an overthrow. And they'll take it comfortably.
They've been pretty good at taking on those overthrows. One thing that they're recognising, look, most of the batters today is with this long grass, it can work in your favour as well because it'll pull up before a fielder can get there.
Yeah.
So it's not like on a fast outfield, the ball is on that backup fielder's hands before you know it. You've got no chance for it.
Just to give you an idea, that fielder backing up is at square leg, and he was backing up at the bowler's end. So it's a good effort by him. But you're right, it does hold up, and there's a little extra on if there's a thick outside edge going towards the boundary. And it's Jaipal Singh who chases it. We did see a spectacular slips catch yesterday. We don't see many of those. It was,
yeah, what a catch that was. That was our HCL software player of the day. And I knew the moment I saw that, even though I think it was the first over, I said, look no further. There's your player of the day right there. First over the second game, maybe?
It was a beauty. It was the there was an outside edge. Come back to it.
Yeah, ball before.
Yeah.
Up, and Adam, and it's going to be out of here. Maximo, well, Simon almost pulls off a great one-hander, but he's the wrong side of the border. 6 runs.
Yeah, I saw him put his hand up and he dropped it, but then it's difficult to see the rope from where we are. But he was well over the boundary. Nice shot. Janjal Brescia. I think it's been a bit of a slow power play for them. I think the spin has helped the Kings, but they still haven't lost a wicket, which is an important factor. Here comes Jaswinder again. Oh, he's almost chopped it back under the stumps. No run.
Yeah, it's pretty interesting start.
It's a pretty even power play.
Yeah.
I think the fact that Janjal Brescia haven't lost a wicket, and that I mean, I don't know if they're going to run out of spinners. They've got another 2 spin options at least. Have Kings 11, which is I don't know if that's going to be a huge factor going on through the tournament. Oh, he's got him. Quicker ball. And that's just saying that Janjal Brescia haven't lost a wicket. Jaswinder, it's in a ranked medium pace.
Yeah, I mean, he does kind of come from that background of bowling a bit quicker, and so he's the one that can slip in. I just think if you've got good spinners, use them. I think that good batters make more mistakes against spin than they do against pace, where it's a bit more instinctive. I guess against spin, you've got to kind of consciously make the play a bit more. But that was more or less just the arm ball, wasn't it? He tried to swing across it. So Naeem, the first victim here in match 7, and ended the power play 24-1. Hamza Saad will come to the crease at number 3.
We've seen, especially on this pitch, because there is a bit of turn for the spin bowlers, and it does play a few tricks with height as well. It's a very even pitch for both batting and bowling, and so if you're getting a quality spin bowler, it might be just difficult, especially because a lot of these batsmen like the ball coming onto the bat, and they're just hitting through the line and hitting big sixes, whereas it's not quite as easy with a good spin bowler.
Yeah, that's true. So Jaipal Singh, he's into the side now. He's a former captain. He's handed the reins to Kamaljot Singh, who's captaining on debut today. But Jaipal's a really good leg spinner. And we saw Jaipal playing a bit for Gracia in Barcelona late last year. Real experienced campaigner. And here he is bowling over number 4. So yet another spin option.
Ooh, that's, I think,
a little bit high. I mean, it was fine for line, but I just think it hit him right up the top of the pad.
Yeah, I think you're right. I don't know. Yeah, I think it was a bit high. It might have been down leg
Might
as
have
well.
clipped the bails. I mean, hard to say.
Ooh, that's been absolutely hammered. Well, spin bowlers normally need to hit the pitch for it to spin, and that's not what Jaipal did. It was a full toss, and it was picked up straight away there by Yadav.
That is met, isn't it? That is absolutely met by Yadav. It's just a slight error from Jaipal Singh, but that disappeared. What a shot.
Yeah, he was onto it straight away. He knew exactly where he wanted to put it. It was from outside off stump. That was smashed over cow corner.
That was violent from Vibor Yadav.
Again, got a ball pitched up. It's going to pass the fielder at covers, but there's a bit of back up there.
You can see how quickly that pulls up as well on this surface. So
Well, now
I do
with
hear the sound of some lawnmowers in the background. Or maybe there's some chainsaws. They've got to constantly be tending to the trees and stuff around here. That's something I do remember from last year and the year before.
Another thing we noticed at the pitch yesterday is that with big ride-on mowers, there's a certain width to the cut of the grass.
Yeah.
And this one's hit just down the ground for a single. We noticed that the width was less than a metre. So I reckon someone's taken about 3 days to mow this ground.
Not as easy as it looks. It's a really good point you make. Terry's in the chat. Hello, Terry. Hopefully you're well. He's saying something similar, actually. It's hit really well, but again, you couldn't have two more different outfields than what I've seen in a few days. In Cyprus, that's probably bouncing over the outfielder's head, even if it's hit along the ground originally. It probably hit a rock and just didn't end up in the car park.
That's a lovely shot. He's just slightly on leg side. He played a beautiful sweep shot square. That's 4 runs. That's my shot of the day so far, Vinny.
Yeah, really well timed, wasn't it? Gets out in front, quick hands from Hamza Saad. What a great way for him to get his first boundary. 33 for 1 after 4 overs. Yeah, Terry is watching, I assume from Estonia. Terry O'Connor. Hello, Terry. Saying it sounds like Leatherface is coming to get Danny and Vinny. Hope there's no Milan chainsaw massacre. Yeah, well, I don't know what they're cutting, but you can definitely hear it behind us. And you can see the run rate on the up and up. But still, I think something like that 100's a pretty good score. Yadav is a really, technically a very good player. And he can also bowl pretty handy medium pace. He's also a very good fielder. But again, just this pitch, we know it's got a bit of natural variation. Here's Jugmeet coming on to bowl his second over. Only conceded 4 in his first. And Nick, just saying this outfield compared to Cyprus. It's very different, isn't it?
Well, compared to last year as well, here, I was shocked when I saw I was here 2 years ago. And I was shocked when I tuned in to watch the series from Milan last year. Because the droughts in northern Italy, and in a lot of Europe. But
now, I haven't actually done a very big ground inspection, but of course, this is the ground where we've got Crocodile Rock. And I don't know how much the grass is encroached. So there's some concrete rectangles on the leg side, so to the right of screen.
I have news.
Have you had a look?
Well, I have a look because, logically, what you should do, and I'll come back to it. So this one's been hit through that third man area. They should just come back for 2. It will hold up. I went up there because I had to have a look at it.
Yeah.
And instead of getting the jackhammer out and taking it out and putting grass, and they've just covered it in AstroTurf.
Oh,
that's why you can't see
right?
it. Yeah, that's why you can't.
I thought it was conspicuously absent.
It's actually a pretty good job, to be honest.
Right.
But taking it out completely, it's not as though they haven't had time.
Yeah, okay. Well, I mean, I suppose if you take out the concrete, I guess you've got to fill the hole.
Well,
okay.
I'm sure there are professionals who can fill a hole.
Now I'm curious as to how that looks over there.
It used to be where... Oh, it's got him! Oh, played all around it. That's another good wicket. Good bowling from Jugmeet.
Well, they know how big a wicket that is. I mean, Yadav's played a lot of cricket for the Kings 11. We saw that last year. But it's just kind of illustrating what we've been saying, that spinners, if you can put the ball in the right areas, you force batters to kind of make the play. Yep. And that's what V-Ball's trying to do here. He's trying to take a ball from off stump, heave it over the leg side. We saw him miss the sweep a couple of times. It was outside the off stump. But Jugmeet, he is thrilled with that. That is a big wicket, isn't it? As it's 35 for 2 in the 5th.
Yeah, it's a very big wicket. And you can see how much it means to the Kings 11 side.
Here's a man that I know you're looking forward to seeing. Mr. 100% himself, Ahmadul Asafi. I've got to say, he was outstanding to us last year when we were in Brescia as well. Had a great time at the lake there. He was driving us all around, and he's played for Brescia CC last year, but now he's back with Jandra Brescia, who we saw him representing 2 years ago. And you call him 100%. Explain to everyone why you actually came up with the nickname Mr. 100%.
Because he doesn't do anything at less than full volume. It's either with the ball or the bat, but mainly in the field. He'll throw himself around.
Yeah.
Anything that's a lost cause, he'll still have a go at it. and he's just a lovely human being. He's a really, really nice guy. So hopefully he does well.
Hello to Jay as well, who's watching from the ECN headquarters in Zurich. Last ball to fifth.
It's been hit pretty hard. Just play it out there. It's just a single, just
Judge
100%.
it looks like a completely new person. He's been training really hard. He's lost a bunch of weight. He looks fit as a fiddle, and he's hitting the ball well as well. So 36 for 2 after 5. Want to say a big hello to all of you wherever you're watching from around the world. Vinny Santa here, Mr. Maximo. I've arrived in Italy safely, and well done for holding the fort as well. Danny, who to check with me. We're kind of colour coordinated today. I kind of like it.
Yep.
I've kind of got my Italy theme with
I've got my camouflage.
with your blue. If you missed the shoes, if you're just tuning in, I've got to show you the shoes as well. These are my special Italy shoes that if you're in the office, if you want to know where all the money that you're paying me is going, it's basically going into shoes. So that's what I've got for Italy. And, I like the scooter as well. So let's move on with the game now. Over number 6, and it's another left arm spinning option, Camel.Sing. So they've pretty much got exclusively spins so far. And, so we've seen 4 spinners. I like it. I mean, you've got Noman Ali maybe as a 5th bowling option. He was pretty effective earlier.
Yeah, I would definitely put Noman Ali as an option.
But Judge as an extra spin option as well.
Yeah.
So, spin heavy. I think Kings 11 probably learned a lot from how Roma CC ended up sweeping the Super Series last year. Just with a bunch of spin.
This one's just down leg side. Didn't quite get it right. I've been impressed with Kamal. And he is the skipper.
Yeah.
And just, it's his first time
ECN.
skipper.
First ECN tournament for him. But and the other thing about when you're facing a lot of spin in a limited overs game, didn't play too much T10, but did play a fair bit of T20, is just you blink and suddenly the innings is disappearing before your very eyes. We're already in the 6th over here.
Yep.
Well, those dot balls, if you miss one, seems you're getting the next one before too long. Kind of 10, 15 seconds later. Well, could have been a run out. Instead, they're going to scramble a single. Yeah, but that's the thing, especially if they're off 1 or 2 steps, you miss one, you don't really have too much time to gather your thoughts. Suddenly you're facing up again, same bowler. And so, really putting the strangle on at the moment, Kings 11.
Mr. 100%, giving 100%, just taking off.
Yeah, so this kind of changes the narrative a bit with Mr. 100%. Amadou Asafi being a left-hander. Played for British CC in the ECL early in 2022. Played very well as well. Anyway, here he is, facing up to Camel.
Oh, it's been hit nicely. It's coming towards us, Vinny. And it's hit the marshmallow.
Well, that's a huge shot. And, he wants us to know that he's here. Well, we know. And that was one of those scarier ones because I could tell it was going to hit the post. You can see it here. It was going to hit the post, and it did, which meant it could have deflected anywhere. So I was just basically saying a silent prayer. Anyway, Maximo time. What a shot from Safi.
That's another nice shot. There's a player out there, though. He's looking in the mood, is Mr. 100%.
Yeah, see, the left-hander totally throws the plans of the left-arm spinners as well because he's hitting with the spin.
Yeah.
So, maybe if they'd known they were going to bowl so much left-arm spin, he could have batted a bit higher maybe, but it's back to Saad.
Well bowled.
Yeah, slides it in and evades the inside edge of the bat.
It's you're right about that clicking and blinking and miss it with the spinners as well. It doesn't give you time as a batsman to get settled. As we look at the scorecard, it's a couple at the top getting a bit of a start. Interesting they put Safi up so high in the order, but I think it has to do with that being a left-hander.
Yeah, I think that's what it's to do with exactly. Plus, I think if you ask him, he always tells you he's batting too low, and I tend to agree. He can really smash the ball around. And so now they're going to go to pace for the first time in the innings. So it's going to be Noman Ali to bowl overs 7 and then 9 or 10, you'd imagine. Let's see how Safi goes and get something a bit quicker.
I did have a quick look at his batting average, Mr. 100%, and he's definitely in the side for his bowling. It can hit the ball hard, as we saw with that big 6.
I think it can kind of be a bit deceiving, though, because where he is batting, often he has to throw his wicket away.
True.
He gets run out a lot.
Yeah, true.
But you're right, in 26 matches, he scored 33 runs. But I also know that in longer form cricket, he's made half centuries, he's made runs, you know. So I think it's just a matter of how he's been used.
He's hit that cleanly, and that's been smashed for 6. Flat 6 for Mr. 100%. Beautiful shot.
Well, Exhibit A, I mean, it's a risky strategy to kind of back away the leg, but he absolutely nails that Maximo time down the ground. And so he's making the most of his opportunity. That's all you can do.
He's hit 3 out of the middle, and it sounded fantastic off the bat.
That was such a powerful flat strike, wasn't it? No Manali's got to find the block hole. Then you get a Yorker with him backing away. You're a chance to hit stumps.
That's a full toss. It's been hammered. And another 6. Mr. 100%.
No ball as well, so 7 up time. So, yeah, it's high. And he takes a step out, but I don't mind. And he absolutely whacks it out of the ground. So Safi changing the narrative in the middle overs here.
Yes, and well, that's medium pace now. No Manali, he was very impressive in the last game. He's just been smashed for 2 6s.
Unbelievable stuff, really. But he's got a really good eye. And yeah, I mean, that was overcooked, that Yorker. I still think the way he's batting, Yorker middle stump is where I'd be aiming.
And a free hit.
Free hit coming up, though.
Oh, what's he doing? Oh, he's going to smash another one.
Oh, he will. So how about that? This over has just gotten out of hand. No Manali gone for 19. We're only halfway through the over, and it's missed 100%. We might be batting at 110% at the moment.
Where was he going? He was heading towards the Alps.
Well, cause the thing is, because it was a free hit, he knew he couldn't be out.
Yeah.
So he was just kind of daring the bowler to bowl at the stumps. A bit of fake footwork, but yeah, disappears. And he's hit the ball real clean so far. 26 off just 8.
Great batting.
Round the wicket now, No Manali.
Oh, dodgy inside edge. It's going towards the boundary. Don't think it'll get there. They'll come back for 2. Safi's definitely going.
Yeah, he sure is. And so, yeah, gotta love just the raw aggression here. So now it kind of begs the question, with No Manali's over going like this, can you even bring him back, or do you maybe stick with spin the rest of the innings?
I wouldn't bring him back.
You've got Jagjit, who bowled the 10th over last time. He's a decent enough option, I think.
Ooh. Ooh.
This is one that I saw two little hops. So
it doesn't seem to do too much.
Yeah.
Wow. Kings 11, they're asking the question.
Yeah, I think this one does actually bounce. This is what I saw. Like, there you go. Look, this one. This is forwards. No, that's backwards. This is forwards. Here, down,
yeah,
into the pad.
Yeah,
so
yeah, I agree.
There you go. My eyes are still working. But yeah, he is. What's the word? He's Captain Caveman style, to use a Rico expression, isn't
Definitely.
he? He's just look where that front foot ends up on the tram line outside the leg stump. He's giving himself an unreasonable amount of room.
Charges that one, gets it back down to that deep fine leg area, and he's back for another one. Of course he is.
He's a bit of a French gut specialist, isn't he, at the moment? Safi, he's got that shot down. He'll get 2. End of the over. No Manali recovers to an extent, but still 23 off it, and it's 69 for 2 after 7. Just a reminder for all of you out there that are ECN fans, and maybe we've got a few new ECN fans as well. That's always nice. These are the upcoming events, and during week 2 of this series, we'll have a tri-series from Gibraltar, T20 International Cricket. From Europa Point, Charlie Hunt will take you through that. Malta and Portugal taking part. We'll have Italy, France and Romania here at the end of the second week of our adventure. That's going to be so great. Just chatting to Ramesh Sathiesan, the Iranian captain, a couple of days ago. Then we've got Austria for a couple of weeks, Bulgaria for a couple of weeks. I think from there we go Sweden, and then Romania, and then Hungary, and then Czech Republic. So that's when we'll meet again after this, as they're going to go back to spin. Unsurprisingly, that's going to be Kamaljeet Singh. But yeah, left-hand, right-hand combination, just throwing him a bit here, because I suppose that Amadullah Safi missed 100%. He's kind of the antidote to the left-arm spin attack, because they have to change their game to take on the left-hander.
Exactly right. And as I said, that's why I think that Chandra Brescia, the skipper, Asib Bull, has promoted Safi up the order, because he's a left-hander, and there was an obvious ploy
Yeah.
to bowl these left-handers.
And he's powerful enough to take on the outfield and win.
Yeah.
So you can stack as many outfielders as you like. Probably have 3 guarding the leg side. But he don't care. He's going for it. Mind out in the cheap seats.
Oh,
I love Mr. 100%. He's Kamal saying, what are you doing? I wonder what Kamal's thinking of this cricket as well.
this is great.
I'd be going straight at the stumps if he tried that. Yorker straight at the stumps. He wouldn't have been able to reach it. Do it again, you watch. All right, fake footwork. Another chop onto. The ball didn't go that far, I'll tell you that much. It's entertaining. He's an entertainer, isn't he, Abdullah Safi? That's what we love about him the most.
Absolutely. As I said, he's a lovely man.
Yeah. All right, what's next? Surely he's not surviving this over.
Where did that go? He's up to go for the run.
Well,
He's looking for the second.
He does a 360-degree range of motion. And then, look at this. Firstly, there's this, which is a proper 360-degree job. And then he just gave himself one of the all-time great smacking in the pads. I'm surprised he doesn't have a broken leg.
Got him. That's good bowling. Just a bit of a quicker one. Kept a bit low. And Hamza Saad, who's didn't really get going. Missed a straight one. That's very, very good bowling from Kamaljot Singh. You can tell he's a quality bowler.
Yeah, he sure is. And he's just...
Look how wide he comes from
he
the crease as well.
likes to go real wide, like front foot on the sideline wide, which is fine as long as his back foot ends up inside, just trying to create an angle. Again, he never gets inside the ball there, does he? So it means if he misses it, he's gonna be in big trouble, and he is. So yeah, that's the good matchup, isn't it? The right-hander not really dealing with the left arm spin of the Kings 11 skip up 71 for 3.
Yeah, well, you look at the scorecard, and Safi's on 30 in a score of 71, but the right-handers really haven't gotten going at all against the spin. So it's just, you're right, it's the antidote to these left-arm spinners from Kings 11. Yeah, it does look like they're just fixing the stumps, but
yeah, that's the one thing I love. Seeing the stumps fly, don't get me wrong, but it's a long day for the umpires. Just adds another hassle to them because these stumps are flying, and come day 3 or day 4, there's not too much left.
To be fair, there's a lot of concentration being an umpire, and doing something physical often helps you to relax. So putting stumps in, it's not too bad a thing. Here comes Kamaljot again.
Could it well with the bat.
To an inside edge, it's gone straight down the ground for a single.
Kuldeep's also is someone that's a real versatile cricketer. We saw him doing a lot of keeping for Gracia last year, but they've got Fahad Ali behind the stump, so he becomes a viable option with the ball as well. Kuldeep's also a guy who can bat anywhere in the top 6, really, coming in here at 5. Anyway, this will be interesting. Just one more ball in this over, and I think Safi's going for it.
Oh, I think he is. Oh, how did he get it there?
This is a great innings
coming back
to
for 2.
Well, if you are watching at home, you won't need 90% of your seat. You'll only need the edge at the moment. That's the edge of the bat from Amadullah Safi. Again, putting everything into it. That's the end of the 8th over at 73 for 3.
Yeah, he tried to launch it in exactly the opposite direction to where the ball went. He's still got 2. He's always going to come back for 2. And he's pretty quick as well.
Yeah, so it's taking a bit of a dip that over. Not surprising after the craziness of the over before. Looks like Jaipal Singh is going to come back with his leg spin in over number 9. So, I mean, for all the craziness, it's only really been the Safi show that has got them to... I don't know what a pass score is. It might be around about in the 80s, maybe 80, 85.
No, I still think 100. Still think 100 is about a pass score. We saw it. It was... Even though there was a 1 score, 1 outlier, as wow, just hits that back to the bowler. Yeah, well, there was 1 outlier, and there were a couple of scores at around 70 odd, but that was just that one game where Chivadate bowled Brescia CC out. That was the main one. This is in the air. It's gone back. It's coming towards us. That's 6. Lovely shot there from Kuldeep Lal.
Really good shot. I mean, Kuldeep, obviously no stranger to Kings 11, and has represented them last year. We've seen some of the Kings 11 guys playing for Grassy out. So, I mean, they know each other really well. That's just a really good cricket shot. No real hint to turn there for Jaipal. That one disappears out of the ground. What a shot.
Safe shot too. There's again, this one's cut off, just a single.
Yeah, so interesting that now this is 8 overs a spin out of 9. And they've got a bit of an inkling that might be 9 out of the 10.
Well, the only over of medium pace has gone for 23.
Yeah.
And we saw that in the first game as well.
Anyway, everyone, buy your tickets to the Safi show. Here it is.
Oh, it's gone out of the ground. This is a big one. That's over the grandstand.
Oh, he loved that, didn't he? And he got a bit of a gift. Just the second time we've seen Jaipal get too full. It's not really a leg spinner. It's kind of this back spinner, which is a bit more accurate for line. Problem is, he loses a length, and we lose that one in the bushes.
That was well hit, cleanly hit.
He scored more runs in this match than he scored in his entire career.
Oh, how many games?
Previous to this, he scored in a second. But first, we'll see another. I think it'll be one with a clean pickup. So, yeah, before this, in 26 matches, he'd scored 33 runs. And he's now 39. And he's an outside chance of a half century as well.
Oh, I think if he gets a strike, he might get there. He's hitting the ball very nicely.
Over to Kuldeep.
This one's nicely hit through the leg side. There's a man out there. Just a single. So, the end of the 9th over. What happens in the 9th?
Yeah, it does. 89 for 3. There's a few strange things happening today. I know it's Liberation Day here, and there's maybe a few people doing some recreational stuff. Have a look at some of these aircraft that we were seeing in the break.
They look
safe. It's a convertible helicopter. This is not, we're not making this up.
Where's the rest of it?
This is what's been going on. They've lost the roof. Now, I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Have you?
No. I've seen helicopters. I've just never seen half a helicopter.
It almost looks like a drone that they've just managed to put a person in. And I love the fact they're wearing helmets there.
Yeah.
Do you think the helmets are going to make a big difference? Suppose it keeps the wind out of your eyes.
Would you go up on one of those?
That's a great spot. Oh, I'd like to see someone else go up first, and then I'd make a judgment. Anyway, they are going to stick with spin. Jagjit's going to get the 10th again. Last time, he only got halfway through it before the opposition knocked off the winning runs. Here we go.
Oh, that's a nice shot. Used his feet well, dragged it from that side off, but straight to a man there, and they'll come back. They won't come back. And
he will get back in the
missed
end.
100%.
Look, I think what we're learning here is that it pays to be proactive in the batting order.
Yeah.
And throw guys out there on hunches that you know they're going to swing the bat, not be too proud to risk their wicket. Fresh Tropical perhaps got it slightly wrong in the chase, although they did get there in the end. But
that comes to good and brave captaincy.
Yeah.
And knowing your side, knowing your team, what you can get out of them. So it's a captaincy
Cue
win.
the music.
Boom! That's another one. And that's into the grandstand again.
Well, more fielding being done off the field than on the field at the moment. Suffy into the 40s. He might not stay there long the way that he's going. Again, it's just an on-pace delivery from Jagjit. And it was probably going to be a full toss anyway. It turned out to be a rank full toss. And Suffy did the rest.
Yeah, he's not happy with himself, Jagjit. He knows it wasn't good enough.
Phil G tuning in, saying that looks like the aircraft from Russia with love. Anyway, Safi, Maximo gets him to 50.
It's going to be called a wide. Yeah, Phil G, good to see him. He did a hot wing challenge the other day.
Yeah, yes, we were talking about it when we caught up a couple of weeks ago.
And apparently went very well.
For the spectators.
That's his 50, because that's been hammered again. Well, another full toss. And fantastic 50 there from Mr. 100% off 18 balls.
Wow, what a match-turning innings. Alhamdulillah Safi back in the Jandra Brescia shirt. I mean, to be fair, it's another full toss. He's still got to hit it, though. And he just launched that out of the ground. Well,
I'm very happy for him.
Yeah, you got to be happy for him. And he's not finished yet.
That's another one. Oh, absolutely hammering it.
He's just taken on the spin, and his left-handedness is one of his biggest weapons.
That's
Picture
it.
of his left-handedness and his complete bravado to just keep going time after time after time. And this is turning out to be a very healthy score for Jandra Brescia.
Yeah, well, he scored half their runs, and this is going to be called a wide, and he's playing tricks with the bowler's mind as well.
Yeah, he's a gamer, isn't he? I love it. And yeah, Kai's exactly right in the chat. You have to go for sixes with this slow outfield. Easy to hit sixes than fours sometimes. Still 2 to come.
Oh, this has got to be... Oh, it's going to be out. It's got to be 6.
No, I think he stayed inside.
I don't think so.
Well,
I think he's gone over.
yeah, I think...
Oh, he's called it a wicket.
He's out first. He's like so far down, I don't think it'll be a no ball.
I don't know. Let's have another look.
I think it's just an underreaction. But
No, I thought the fielder had stepped over the line. He's gone
I know what you're
backwards. He's
saying.
gone backwards. He's gone backwards. Let's have a quick look.
He's okay.
And
Oh, one more.
he's skirting.
Yeah.
And that's a very, very good piece of fielding.
Yeah, it is. So it's Jugman takes the catch. I think the lack of reaction wasn't because it was sixes, just because, well...
He did put his
don't-
finger up.
Yeah, you don't have to be a body language expert to know that the Kings 11 aren't too happy about how the second half of this innings has gone. So that's why there wasn't a big hoopla. Hey, but let's give it up for Amadullah Safi. He has had such a good innings here. 57 off 20. 8 Maximos, not even a single 4. So 48 out of the 57 in sixes.
Wow.
And that has changed this game. 110 for 4. As we'll have one more ball to come. And it's like Pachitar Singh is going to face it. Tagged it with a wicket, but at what cost? Out pitched outside leg stump. And we'll get, I think it's going to be a leg bye. And so 1-1-1, it's the Nelson. But yeah, stand up and applaud Amadullah Safi. He was outstanding in that innings. Jandra Brescia happy to have his services back. And they set a pretty challenging target of 112 Kings 11. But don't forget Kings 11, they've got the batting to do it. But they're going to have to bat really, really well, Danny.
Yeah, they will have to bat very well. And it was the Safi show. It was a little bit of a tentative start for Jandra Brescia. But then that was the tactic of the Kings 11 to bowl those spin bowlers.
Yeah, and it's not a bad tactic, I think, either. But I think also they'd be the first to admit that they might have had the right bowlers, but they didn't bowl that well in the second half of the innings. The left-hander kind of threw them for a bit of a loop. We'll see that in a minute. But yeah, they bowled a lot of full tosses. I mean, early on, though, it was all Kings 11 as they were able to take those key early wickets. Naeem swung across that one, and Jaswinder knocked over the target. Yadav, again, kind of fits and starts, but he was kind of strangled by the spin as well. And yeah, eventually he'd swing across one too. So it's all going nicely to plan. Again, pretty stacked with right-handers. So a bunch of left-arm spinners and leg spinners doing the job. But then Safi came out and he was just a man on a mission, wasn't he? He's always trying to campaign to bat higher, saying, hey, I know I can bowl, but why do you have to bat me down there all the time? But yeah, a mixture of fantastic batting, maybe a bit of luck with a couple of French cuts as well, but also some errant bowling. He got a bunch of full tosses. He looked like he was playing for the New York Yankees.
Yeah, there was a touch of baseball about it. But what he did is he moved around on the crease. He moved sideways. There was one who is walking towards square leg or point. And it played in the bowlers' minds, and they didn't quite know where to bowl to him. And so a couple of full tosses. This one was the massive one that went over the grandstand. But and another one. He batted superbly today, Safi. Mr. 100% gave 100%. And
there's just no stopping him.
No.
And you're right, he got in their heads a little bit. That brought up his 50. He's a guy that he'd only ever scored 33 runs in 2 years before this innings. And then he's come out and absolutely whacked a half century. Again, I like the way even that was completely a bit of a moon ball, but he made the adjustment. But that was the one that was just not making the journey, as Jugmeet looking nonplussed. He took the catch, and in the end, 111, really healthy score. As we look at some of the beautiful background and also some convertible helicopters we were seeing earlier on today. Amadullah Safi, 57 off 20. 8 Maximos in his innings, not a single boundary, didn't need to. He's hitting them so well. 16 for Naeem early, Yadav with 13, but they were kind of bogged down by the spin to an extent, weren't they? Kuldeep chipped in with 10 at the end. 111 looks like a pretty good score. As we look at the bowling figures, Well, case of the haves and have-nots. Wickets for Jaswinder Jagmeet as well as Kanwaljot and Jagjit. So all 4 wickets falling to spin. But the spinners towards the end, they didn't bowl that well. They bowled a few bad balls, and Noman Ali got taken to the cleaners as well. Couldn't quite deal with the left-hander, Abdullah Safi. Anyway, Danny, should be all set up for an interesting second half of the game.
Well, it's about a par score, as I mentioned, maybe a little bit above it. So, but I like Kings 11.
Time will tell, but I'm going to have to go out on a limb. I'm going to say that the par score, if they don't mow the outfield, will be below 100 statistically. I can't see us getting to 10 and over, just with kind of the quality of fielding and bowling we've got.
Well,
anyway, let's see.
Well, if batsmen bat like Mr. 100%, they don't need the outfield.
That's true, but as you know, that's been the exception rather than the rule so far. Let's see what happens in the second half of this game. We'll be back in about 10 minutes with the first ball of the second half. 112 for Kings 11 to register some points here on day 2. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Tahuta check, and we'll see you very shortly for more FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
And welcome back to the second innings of this game between Kings 11 and Janjor Brescia. And Janjor Brescia set a pretty good target, 112 to win for Kings, who missed out on the first game of the day, going down to Fresh Tropical. They'll want to win to get their campaign underway. Janjor Brescia, even though it was a bit of a slow start, was pumped up by Mr. 100% Amadullah Safi. He hit a big 50 and scored half the runs for Janjor Brescia. Janjor Brescia, I think, fancy their chances here. They can keep the pressure on the Kings batsmen, who will launch an attack from ball one, no doubt. Very aggressive team, Kings 11. We did see quite a bit of spin bowling from Kings 11. It worked well until Safi came in and it just blasted them. Hit 8 sixes in his innings, did Safi. We have the first ball now being bowled by Mohammad Afzal. This one's hit down the ground, just be a single. Janjor Brescia. It's their first game of the tournament. Each team will play 10 games. It's a pretty straight shootout until the finals. Top 4 get in. The 2 batsmen for Kings, Jagjit Singh and Vikas Kumar. Both very good batsmen. Jagjit, we saw, hit a couple of nice shots in the first game. That's a good ball there from Afzal. Some very nice shots. He's looking very fit. And he's sporting that big WG Grace beard. This one's hit nicely. There's a man out there, could be out, and he's dropped him. Wow. Went straight to him. He was always coming forward, was the fielder. And you can see he's not happy. In fact, he might have injured himself. He's got a problem with his knee. Hopefully he's okay. The physio will come on. The medical staff here from Milan. Not sure if he took a knock. Yeah. It was a good attempt at the catch. He was always coming forward, and with the ball coming pretty hard to him, it was a difficult catch. Hopefully he's okay. Be a bit of delay here while he seeks attention. Looks like his left knee. But Kings 11 was a nicely hit shot there. Very hard. It did go straight to the fielder, who it looks like he's back on his feet. And he's putting his hands up, saying sorry about the catch. But I think he just landed on his knee. I don't think it's twisted or anything. Should be okay. All right, let's get back to the action. Mohammad Afzal to continue. And that's Jagjit Singh will be bowling to charges, and it's a good ball again. Getting the ball to move away from Jagjit, who's down on his knees at the moment. Big swing and a miss. Been a good start from Afzal. Comes in again. Bowling to Jagjit. Gets a good piece of that over the top of the field, and that's the first boundary for Kings 11. Lovely shot, just waited on it, and just flicked it basically over the top for 4. Nice shot. Just a bit short from the bowler. Let's see what his reply will be. Charge there, Jagjit. He'll take a nice single. Hit to the cover fielder. And it's the end of a pretty even over. Not a bad one. 7 off it. Afzal, pretty good opening over there. And 35 games since the last golden ball. Need 111, Kings 11, to get that golden ball. There's never been a golden ball in Milan. I think the first series I covered in, or the first 2 series I covered in Czech Republic weren't doing golden balls, and I came up here and in Hungary as well. Didn't get a tie. So I had to wait, I think, to a game in Prague for the golden ball, and then there was 2 of them with the same team, with United. Second one goes down in ECS history, and that is a beautiful shot. Bit of a rank full toss there, and Jugjit, and he's hitting the ball nicely today. It's 4 runs through that vacant area. Of course, only 2 fielders back. There's one deep point boundary, and the other one long on, more cow corner actually. It's a good ball, good bit of pace there. You see Abdul is the bowler. Just bend his back a bit. Got a little bit short of a length. Let's see if Jugjit charges him, which he has done over the last few balls, and that one's outside off. Good ball, didn't really move his feet, did the batsman. Just had a bit of a swing. It's always a good game between these two. Getting a few instructions from the bowler, changing his field around, moving man back, which I think is a good idea. Down to boundary on the offside, and he puts one on the leg side, and Jugjit says thank you very much and slams him to mid-wicket for 4. Well, if you change your field, in fact that was outside off stump and it moved away. It just got dragged by Jugjit, who saw the gap. It's good batting, you've got to say, because normally he would have hit that through the covers. Just saw that gap. He's playing with the minds of the skipper. This one's in the air, he charged it, should be caught, and he's dropped him. He got set very well for it, and it went straight through his hands, and that could be a costly drop. He knows he's had his chances. Jugjit, let's have another look at it. He charged, got to the toe of the bat, went right up in the air. The fielder did well to get there. He got pretty set and just couldn't hang on to it. Opportunity missed for Janjua Brescia. Comes the bowler again. So, bit of ball. Yorker length, just hit straight. Just be a single. Nasib Abdul is on for 10 off that over. It's a little still under the run rate for Kings 11, but how things change so quickly in this format. Let's have a look at the standings. Chivadate, the unexpected #1 team at the moment, had a very, very impressive day yesterday. Bergamo CC also fresh tropical. We saw them today with their first game. They're looking strong. So Vinny, how do we see the first couple of overs?
Yeah, I mean, you see the intent. I mean, I don't want to keep going on about it. I'll get used to it, but Jugjit has just reinvented himself. You know, he has gotten in super good shape. He's obviously trained really hard for this. He's kind of at an age, I think he's kind of 41, 42 years of age, where he's obviously said, you know what? I'm going to have a real crack at this. I've got a real opportunity, and he's going to show what he can do.
Yep.
And he's been super impressive so far. Vikas Kumar yet to launch his Yadav, who had a bit of an issue, didn't he, with that opportunity. We thought he might have twisted his knee or something like that, but he seems okay. Look, yeah, again, Yadav is really handy bowling. He has a natural kind of in-swing slant. The reason I kind of made a claim before the break that I think ultimately they won't quite hit 10 and over as an average run rate here. And it's not because of lack of batting skill. Partly it's the outfield. Partly I think the bowling quality typically is high. And also this pitch isn't kind of all one-way traffic towards the batter. It's just, I think it may be kind of in the 9.5 to 9.9. I think on the first day we're 9.6.
Which is close to 10.
It's close to 10, but I think... but typically late we've been seeing kind of 10.5 to 11. You know, I feel that, although there's plenty of good ball strikers here, I just think it's also fraught with danger, and you're not hitting as many fours either as you normally are when the field is quicker.
I do agree with you. But at the same time, if we don't get much rain, this ground will get a little bit faster.
Yeah.
But yesterday, that was the feeling that it was around about 100.
Yeah.
So it's not to do with statistics for me. There was an outlier, right, with 143.
And also we saw teams maybe like bottling it up a little bit in chases, you know, and that might have dragged it down as well. But that's all kind of factored in. Interesting though, super interesting.
The other thing is, it is really early in the tournament, and generally, I don't think the highest scores come in the first couple of days because players are getting used to the pitch.
I think it's easier to ease yourself in with the ball than with the bat when you get one opportunity. Take Simanjit Singh, for example, for Kings 11. Came out, faced one ball, that's it. But if you make a mistake as a bowler, you have the ability to come back and you still get to hold the ball and bowl your 2 overs, or at least your 1 over. Whereas when you're batting, it's so brutal that it can also force batters into their shells a little bit. So I think I agree with you. The scores will often rise.
That is true, as the bowler comes in again to Junjit. Hits that one, that short mid-wicket, and a chance for a run out. Didn't get there. It would have been out if he hit. Nicely backed up, and that was good work there from Bachita Singh. So the other thing is, I mean, with bowling, you can be the most confident bowler in the world, but when you get hit one hit into the potato field, right, that can rock your confidence a bit.
Definitely. It's a skill, isn't it? You have to be almost sociopathic, the ability to just phase out the past and the future. I think you need to really stay in the present. It's an emotional game as well. There's highs and there's lows. And I think, through a European cricket series, you'll have probably the 5 best moments in your career and the 5 worst.
Yeah.
Maybe sometimes in the one day.
Yep. Well, that's what we love about it, I think.
I often say the fact that almost all the players would say, this isn't really my favourite format to play as we get to the end of the power play. It's a wicketless one. The Kings 11 a little bit behind the rate at the moment, 22 without loss. Good over from Yadav, only concedes 3. But that's what makes it such good television, because they are out of their comfort zone. Batters are forced to play shots before they kind of feel like they want to.
Yeah.
And bowlers know the batter's always after them. And obviously more catching opportunities means more pressure for the fielders. A lot of things are situational, especially towards the end of the inning. But I think that's why we've kind of stumbled upon a format now, kind of approaching 3,500 games. There's obviously something to it, and the thirst is for more of it.
I know that speaking to the guys from Vinarati, my club back in Prague, some of the more traditional cricketers, let's say, Kyle Gillam was one of them who was like, this format, this isn't cricket. He is a great guy.
Yeah.
This isn't cricket. And then quite a few of them have gone, actually, this is a bit of fun.
Yeah.
And it's not just sort of tip and run, that sort of.
It's a thinking man's game, it's a woman's game.
As we get back on this, just new bowler, it's Bachita Singh.
Yeah.
And there's an ebb and flow. It's just a condensed version of a limited overs game.
It's cutting out the rest.
Yeah.
It's cutting out the drift, isn't it?
And that could be out and not.
He might have flicked my instinct is if it didn't nick it, there's a chance I might have flicked the trousers or like the back leg.
Yeah, maybe even the back pad.
Yeah, because he seemed to be above it for me. Yeah,
it's a hit.
Just flicked the shirt. Really good umpiring.
Yeah.
Got to say credit where it's due, because that was a suspicious noise, but I think that certainly flicked the body and not the bat.
I'm old enough to remember World Series cricket, and it's going to be called a wide. And it was the same sort of thing. This is ridiculous. I mean, there was limited over cricket before then.
Yeah.
But
that's a really good point.
Cricket and
100%.
And
night cricket.
Night cricket.
Can't play cricket at night.
Cricket.
Come on.
Yeah. 20 overs. Why have they
ball.
got 20 overs? It doesn't. It was weird. It was very strange. And then the purists are like test match who's got time to watch a test match now? That one's hit over the top.
Come down. Well, I can't see it anymore. It has gone for 4. It was a slash outside the off stump, and it just gained pace with that top spin. off the bat of Vikas Kumar, end up rolling down the hill towards third man for 4 runs.
There are a lot of runs in that area, actually. It does slow down, so it's generally going for 2s, but if this ground gets any quicker, I think, well, there is a man down there, but...
No, so I'll talk about that again in a second. It's an interesting conversation point. I'll sneak through for a run here. But it's been a constant thing. People seem to think of cricket as this kind of static thing that they grew up with, but that's your version of it that you grew up with.
Yeah.
You know, and cricket's actually constantly been reinventing itself for hundreds of years. And what works stays. Again, I think he's going to be gone here. He's been run out, so that's one time it doesn't work. And Vikas Kumar, you know, although they go on contact, you see he's not really backing up that much. And it's just a simple return from Afzal, and he wasn't even in the picture, was he? So that's a bit of a disaster for Kings 11, who lose their first wicket at 28 for 1.
Yeah, the fielder did get a perfect bounce, though.
Yeah.
Right into his breadbasket, and it was a good return, and, well, Yadav.
Yeah, I mean, Jagjit hits it and runs, doesn't he? And Vikas Kumar just probably felt, even at full pace, I'm not going to get there. But again, well executed run out, and 28 for 1. Here's Simran, who's coming off a golden duck this morning, but he certainly is another guy that can hit a bunch of sixes. Very strong guy. Yeah, so cricket used to be rolling the ball along the ground underarm, and I know that in the mid-19th century, or just after around the 1850s, 1860s, when they started experimenting with round arm bowling and then overarm bowling, people were saying, this isn't cricket, this is ridiculous, you can't do that. So imagine if we went back to bowling underarm. And then even throughout the 20th centuries, you know.
We did for one ball, and look what that caused.
Yeah, exactly. And even then, it wasn't the underarm, it was the fact it was bowling. Right? Anyway, it's the end of the over, 28 for 1 right now. It's Chandra Brescia on top, mainly thanks to that swashbuckling half-century from Amadou Safi in the first half of this match. Yeah, so then, limited overs cricket. I mean, you mentioned World Series cricket, but limited overs cricket preceding that had a similar uproar, saying, oh, hold on, you know, you're limiting how long people can bat. That's not really cricket, is it? Same debate with World Series cricket, same debate with 2020 cricket, the pajama game. So they say the first through the wall is always the most bloodied, right? So this for me, it's the ECN revolution, even though maybe it's not as well known yet, but it is right up there with 2020 and World Series cricket and limited overs cricket as a whole as a game changer. And for me, one of the, apart from the fact it's just pound for pound entertainment jammed into a 2-hour time frame that actually people can watch a game without committing more of their day than necessary.
I could interrupt you, Vinny.
Go on.
We'll come back to that.
Okay,
it's Mr. 100%.
Here he is.
Charging in. Yes, he's hit in the air. Player coming around, should take this. Oh, he's dropped it. Well, and they'll come back for another one. That's a bit of poor cricket all round. Well,
Yadav has dropped 2, and this is a soda for him. He is a brilliant fielder. There's a reason he's there. And he just drops it, then hands it off. Meanwhile, while the bat pass was going on, they've taken a second run. And Safi has one of the all-time great teapots at the end of that. But anyway, I was going to say everything he touches turns to gold, but yeah, unfortunately, Yadav, he'll be the first to admit that's one he should take 100 times out of 100.
Well, he flicked it. He dropped the catch. He flicked it to the fielder who was next to him, who didn't really respond.
He was still had his jaw on the floor. Yeah, they took another. So, unbelievable stuff, really. Safi.
So it's been chipped over the top of the bowler. It'll just be a single.
So the other reason I think that this is a real game changer for cricket and a real revolution is because it's the format that I think can genuinely take cricket to the world outside the traditional cricket playing countries. I think that for lovers of sport, you know, and I'm talking about places like America as well, obviously they love their sport. Most countries love their sport in one way or another. But places that aren't traditional cricket countries, they can run with this. This won't carry, probably thankfully for Yadav. But you know, we've talked a bit before about cricket in the Olympics, for example, and you know, it'd be a real cricket would be missing a trick if you put 2020 in the Olympics. It's too long. 3 or 4 hours is way too long. Most people will find it boring if they don't understand it.
Could you put 2 formats of cricket in the Olympics?
It's hard enough to get one in. I look at rugby sevens as an example.
Yeah.
They have rugby sevens in the Olympics. Why do they do that? It's kind of a slimmed down version of all the action-packed aspects of the longer form of rugby.
Yep.
So that's why I think T10 should learn from that, or cricket should learn from that. Do I see it happening? Probably not. I would actually rather cricket not be in the Olympics as T20 and hold out a few more years. And I'll tell you why. Because it'll fail and they'll put it back on. It won't be back for 100 years. I think that if you wait, listen, hear me out. If you wait 6 or 8 years, then I think that it will be T10 and it'll be a raging success.
We'll continue this discussion in a minute.
33 for 1 after 5. Well, no, I just think that if you rush into it, they're talking about a 6-team T20 in the Olympics. Waste of time.
Yeah.
You're a waste of time. You're only going to interest 6 countries. I think this is the format to do it. Even if it takes a bit longer for this format to gain a bit more of a footprint in cricket, let's say it's 2032 in Brisbane or something, then I think it'll be there to stay. You couldn't kick it out. It'll be the next beach volleyball of the Olympics, I think.
There are so many sports going into the Olympics, and this will be a great format for the Olympics. I agree with you, because you can get non-cricketing nations being competitive.
That's the thing, yeah.
But whether it'll come in, I much prefer this to the 100. I don't understand the 100 at all.
Yeah, the 100 is basically a 20-over match with 5-ball overs. I mean, for all the things. But this is going to be trouble, by the way. This is going to be Minimo time. 5 runs down the leg side. Kuldeep Lal comes on, gets the radar wrong. And so 5 bonus runs for Kings 11. Well, Kuldeep's got a bit of an opening gift for his old team here.
That's the first one we've seen in the tournament, actually. It's gone all the way to the boundary.
Yeah, well, I mean, Kuldeep, maybe he's been hitting the gym, because you're right, we haven't had too many that have got the legs to go to the boundary.
One thing I will agree with you with, I agree with you a lot with T10, is that it is a seismic change in cricket in Europe. I mean, who could have imagined this?
Nobody.
3 or 4 years ago.
Not even me.
He's not going to make it, is he? Not having the greatest day in the field.
He had, to be fair to you, boy, he had a real run at that. I mean, remember, they get 10 games, and this is only their first game, Janjaresha, so they'll probably come back and laugh at this, even Yadav, but let's just say he's not laughing yet at the moment.
Well, they're well ahead on the scoreboard, so Kings 11 not really getting the runs they need.
But no, you're right, and you touched on something that I think is a real key, is the possibility for upsets. And I think if you want to look at scientifically the building blocks of what makes sport interesting, and it's unpredictability, it's variance, it's actually not knowing what you're going to see. So that's why I think you could have so many more upsets of smaller countries against bigger countries in this format. And for that reason. And you saw that in the ECL. You saw Greece beating England at one point. You saw saw some huge upsets of France beating England in the final. France beating Scotland, but not just France. There were other teams that did really well and outdid the size of their kind of cricketing country. And so that's, I'm quite scientific when it comes down to it. And I think that the T10 has some crucial elements that would make it interesting to a more non-cricketing audience than just T20. And also the fact that you could do it on a concrete pitch, an artificial pitch in... Remember, some countries don't have turf cricket pitches.
Well, I mean, Brisbane Olympics, which will be the first available spot for cricket, I'd say, is in 2032. And it will be a good venue to start cricket, because people actually know cricket, and they would go to watch games. I remember going to the Sydney Olympics and watching baseball. So, come back to the action. This one's hit high in the air, player under it. Should take this, and does. Nicely taken catch.
It's a really good catch. Had to go right back to the wall, didn't he? It was the rolling off cutter from Kuldeep, and Jagjit went after it. No surprises there. See how he rolls his fingers on the ball, and so it just slows down a bit. But the fielder, he went right back and did well to stay just in the field of play. So Jagjit goes for 23 in the end, but he couldn't really get motoring for any length of time, could he? 23 off 22, and the second wicket goes down. It is 42 for 2.
Yeah, there's a comment here from Julian Dawson in the chat. 100 is great fun and brings in the families. we've enjoyed our trips to 100 matches. Absolutely. It's I just don't understand why there's a change of format.
Well, I think the reason is, so people go on about the 100 being very different, and it's kind of marketed that way, but it's actually not that different because it's just like it's a 20-over game, but with 5-ball overs, and bowlers are allowed to bowl 2 overs in a row. The rest is pretty much the same. And the reason is they've already got a T20 domestic competition in England.
Yeah.
So they didn't want to make another 20-over competition, basically. Bachatart is in, and now this could be another one. It's skied. He's called for it himself. Can he do his own work? He can. So 2 wickets in consecutive balls. And now that's Simranjit Singh going, so things falling apart once again. Hasn't been working with the bat for the Kings 11 today. It's 42 for 3.
Yeah, they're well on top now, Jandra Brescia. And with only 4 overs left, and run rate creeping up to just over 17 and losing wickets. It's looking good for Jandra Brescia to pick up their first win.
Yeah, so the 100 is, so that's the reason, I think, for the change of format. But, yeah, well, hopefully he's okay here, Bachatart Singh, because he might have done his webbing here. The medic's coming on. You can see that right here. Yeah, Simran, unfortunately for him, this hasn't been his day so far, has it? As he has to go. But, yeah, they'll have a slight delay. Our lunch has arrived, which is good to know. Yeah, so Simran gets 0 and 3 on day 1. And a question from Keanu, I mean, the issue is, do the top sides bring their best sides? And the answer is, yeah, of course you do. You bring your best available if they're willing to play.
Well, I mean, football at the Olympics, so you're saying that it's too long a format. I mean, football's the biggest sport in the world. But they have under 23 teams, I think, with 2 older players.
Yeah.
And it just gives the showcase on a showcase on the younger players.
Yeah, I mean, that's true, but I got to admit, I would start with a point that, okay, Olympics best of the best. And as we know from, our trips to the Cardinal Oval, we've seen first-class players, we've seen high-level international players there, and it's not one-way traffic because they're put out of their comfort zone as well. So I would like to see that personally, to see like a Nabi take on, you name it, a Jofra Archer, if you like.
But the issue is at the moment is T10 is played on it's just played in Europe at the moment. There's no other T10 formats outside of Europe. Am I correct? Or
yeah, and well, at the moment it is kind of at a franchise level, probably not a genuine club level as much.
Yeah.
Oh, God, this has gone so high. I think it's going to carry the rope. It's Maximo. 6 runs. What a shot that is. Jagmeet's come out, and that one almost brought the rain onto the sunny day. Danny Hudacek.
That was huge. We lost it. We were obscured by the frame of the marshmallow.
Yeah.
And we didn't know the fielder. We could tell by the fielder that it was going over. It didn't go over by much, though.
It was absolutely huge. Yeah, this is the one in between, which is a dot ball. Yeah, he's 6.4, another dot ball. So things have just crept out of hand here. Again, we've had a couple of games so far. You kind of say the difference between the two teams has been 1 innings. And it was Zain Naqvi who just got them off to a flyer. Fresh Tropical in the first game. And now it's Amadullah Safi, his half century. No one else is going to do much. Now here's another one. Bermuda Triangle situation. And Kuldeep Lal, well now he'll spill it. And he doesn't drop too many catches at all. Nice soft landing on this outfield, but yeah, some fielding woes from Jandra Brescia. Not sure if it'll cost him in this game, but certainly something to work on as the 50 comes up for Kings 11.
He made very good ground there to the ball. Yadav was probably closer though. He didn't want to go for it. This is in the air again. Same man again. And takes it. Well.
Yeah, life doesn't often give you second opportunities, but sometimes it does. And Kuldeep was ready for that one. So you're just going for broke. They've had to. They're past the point of no return. Essentially now Kings 11. So it'll be another wicket. And yeah, Bachatart cleaning up. Just while we're talking about T10 cricket, yeah, there's a T10 tournament in UAE, and there's also been Qatar T10. I think there's plans in Africa. There's plans all over the place. And I think that there's the beauty of ECN is that you've got genuine clubs. They're not made up franchise teams. So they're genuine guys that play together. Okay, occasionally you get people travelling like Yadav, but they get immersed in the club setup. So what's coming up in match 8, Fresh Tropical back after their win this morning, taking on Milan United. So Milan United, again, a team that I think they're a pretty decent cricket team, but they've probably underachieved in ECN cricket over the last couple of years. So they'll be here for the first time. And the news from the toss, Fresh Tropical won the toss, selected to bowl. So they're hoping to do a bit of a number on Milan United the way they did to Kings 11 this morning. That starts in around about 35 minutes right here on the European Cricket Network. Other T10 cricket, there's the 60 in the Caribbean, but that's a bit too Mickey Mouse. There's all kinds of weird things, like a fan can phone in a free hit and stuff like that.
Really?
Yeah, that's a bit crazy. But yeah, I think that's it's the future. Even the bowling at one end thing, the fact you can capture it so well. All right, we pause this conversation to welcome Safi back into the attack over number 8.
Comes Mr. 100% and gets an edge. It goes down to third man. That's going to go pretty close to the boundary. They'll come back for 2.
I mean, he probably can't say he's had all the bad luck today because he did French cut about 3 or 4 into that region. But, you know, he's looking pretty good shape, isn't he? And yeah, he's got the mop on top.
He's just all action, isn't he? Even walking back to his mark is bustling. There's always something happening.
Yeah. And look, he's just saying, we might bowl a little cutter here. That's a little wink he gave.
A nice ball there, right at the block
He
hole.
bowled really well for Brescia in the Brescia CC, that is, in the ECL 22.
He's a good cricketer, and he just gives everything at every stage of whatever he's doing. So
Yeah, I mean,
a little bit of a delay here.
Remember, Brescia CC came third in the whole of Europe, and he was he's a big part of that. But yeah, now back at Jandra Brescia.
I'm not sure what the delay is.
Yeah, maybe just a technical thing. Just checking what's going on. Yeah, little Asafi bowling. They might have just credited someone else, so that's why they're going to go fix that result.
Yeah, yeah. The Olympics. I mean, it's long overdue. It's the second biggest sport in the world. It's played all around the world, and we know some of the reasons why it hasn't been included yet. But I don't think it's a lack of watching games. I was at the baseball. So Japan played the Netherlands in a group game in Sydney, and it was what do they call it? Was it a walkover? It was 10-0.
Yeah.
Right, so didn't even get to see a full game. And Safi comes in again. This one's been hit straight. It's coming towards us, but fielder does well. It's 6 runs.
Great effort, actually, from Kuldeep, who had to climb the ladder. Did everything he could, didn't he? There's a pretty good flat bat smack, though, from Jaswinder Singh, who's showing a bit of power. And he gets it all the way along off for 6.
Yeah, it's a nice shot. And fielder did well. He's never going to take it. They did jump from maybe inside the field, but he's never going to catch it. Safi again. It's been whipped away, and that's another 6.
Wow, a bit of his own medicine here. Now, is there a shot at this? Don't think so. I mean, they're over 20 and over, which seems pretty impossible here. This is the only way you can do it, though. You've got to keep clearing the ropes.
That was down leg side there from Safi, and a lovely shot there from Jaswinder. Yeah, well, they do have a chance mathematically, but they need 20 and over, Vinny. I don't think there are many teams who have scored a 20 and over in the last couple of overs to win a game. Here comes Safi again. Bustling in. It's a pretty good ball. Yadav will chase it down. Chance for a run out. And he's got it. Great pickup from Safi.
Yeah, he's doing a bit of everything, isn't he? He might not have had all his own way in the second half of this game. But really, he set up it's looking to be a pretty comfortable victory for Jandra Brescia here in match 8 in their first performance. Again, pretty well bowled to start with. Got up in the block hole. Yadav threw him a half volley, but yeah,
right next to the
does
stumps,
the rest. Brilliant stuff, really.
Yeah, really good fielding. That's great pickup, and Yadav, good throw right next to the stumps. Difficult pickup. So another wicket goes down for Kings 11. 5 down now for 66 with just 2 overs to go. So Jandua Brescia, I think, will get their first victory in this tournament. And Kings 11, they're a very good side. Looks like they're going to go home today with a big egg on the score sheet on the table. Someone's hit past Safi. Just a single. Yeah, so they're going back to this baseball. I mean, baseball is an international sport. It definitely should be in the Olympics. But, and the stadium was full because people got cheap tickets to it because there are a lot of minor sports in the Olympics that people have never seen before. I didn't go to any of the major sports. I went to boxing, which was interesting. Went to a couple of volleyball games. Went to hockey, which was women's hockey, which was not only boring, but I had thousands of screaming teenage girls all around me, just screaming at everything.
Are you loving it?
Oh, yeah, it was not pleasant. Even though I think hockey's a great sport, but cricket is equal to any of those, and should be in the Olympics, and it's been held back by politics, I think, mainly, and it's anyway.
Yeah.
Opinions.
Interesting insights there. Some little fake helicopter shot here. Yadav comes back in the 9th, gets it up in the block hole, and we saw some interesting looking helicopters, didn't we? I tell you what, would you like to have some of your lunch there?
Oh, I can wait, Vinny.
We can wait.
So there's only a couple of overs left here.
Got some sort of chicken and rice here.
It's not as though it's, not as though it's warm.
Is it warm?
No.
It doesn't look warm.
No. So yeah, I'm looking forward to pies in Prague. I hope that happens.
Yes, just big. So yeah, I hope so. Down under. The pie master Ash. Is he still on deck there?
I think so. I haven't seen Ash for a while. It's running pretty well. I do the quiz there every Thursday, so the pies are rolling out.
Got to admit, I love spending time in Prague when I'm not on the mic, and I do enjoy visiting the Down Under.
Yeah, it's a pretty good place.
Looks like Vinarati, your club, had a bit of a training/barbecue session over the weekend. I think if I was following them correctly on social media.
Well, I think both sides played at Vinoj on Sunday, I think. And the Biancos went down, but the Rossos had a good win. So it's a good start to the season for Vinarati. And they've recruited well. And
This
that's
is a
pierced the
weird
gap.
Yeah, that's just pure placement, isn't it? And so you can see that they've got the firepower, but they just haven't been able to go at the rate required. I mean, Justman has hit the ball so well today. He's a guy, I think you've got to get up there.
And
Mr. 100%.
yeah, Mr. 100%. It was a lost cause, but he still gave it everything he had. Could only be one fielder that did that. And that's short, and it's got it just around the keeper, and it's gone for 4.
Here's a cheeky little top edge. That just flew, didn't it? That's the extra pace of Yadav. He puts the pace on this one. And, yeah, I mean, that shows you how quick he is. That's 2 bounces and across the rope. Quick as you like. So, a few consolation runs coming at the end. Yeah, Kings 11, they'll be so disappointed they've started this way.
Vinny, there's something out in the field that's hurting my eyes. Can you pick it?
Okay.
And it's...
End of the 9th over. I'm going to have to do a look at now. It's 77 for 5 after 9.
What's hurting my eyes, Vinny?
Oh, is it the hat of Zahid Ali?
Oh, it's actually literally hurting my eyes.
Yeah, Zahid Ali, he's one of my favourites. He captained Jandua Brescia in the 2019 ECL. And we haven't seen him bowl. I love watching him bowl. Maybe he'll bowl this last over. Yeah, here he comes. Big, yeah, so this is going to be a really great shot. Go on, have a look. He's going to take the hat off in a second, so we better get it while we can.
I'm sure the LEDs, this thing's glowing.
Yeah.
Is it like uranium or something?
It does look radioactive, doesn't it? So, yeah, Zahid Ali, I think he's trying to say, do you really want me to bowl? And everyone's going, yeah, we want you to bowl. Please. And he's saying, come on. Bachitar is saying, come on, it's your turn. And
he doesn't want it.
And he's saying, no, I'm out. So
No.
after all of that, he's not going to bowl. But at least we got a good look at the hat.
Oh, that's... I don't think I've ever seen anything. It's like the sun.
I
Vinny.
mean, you could play night matches if everyone was wearing those hats, couldn't you? They're pretty bright. He's covered the most ground of anyone who's not captain and who's not bowling I've ever seen. So I know we're through the ninth over now, so there's no real time issues. But he's covered about 300 metres just in circles. I'd like to see a GPS, especially when our lunch is sitting here. I wonder what this conversation's about. They're well on top in the game. I mean, they need 35, so I guess it's possible. But anyway, it looks like eventually they're going to go for Nasir Mahmood in the last over. Bizarre.
It's the first ball and a bit of a round arm action. It's down backward square. It's a long chase. They might come back for 3. Is there a 3 possible on this ground?
Could. Well, I mean, it is, but I think the batters just, well, one batter in particular, because I think Jasvinder was keen, but Subject going, nah, I want to go. I hit 2 runs, and judging by that bowling, I'm happy to take the next one. But they really should have got 3 there. So
in the context of the game, apart from net run rate, it's going to be out.
I reckon it might be. He actually drops it onto the stumps here. Farhad Ali, look. There you go.
Off his foot.
Onto his foot. Yes, your regulation. Hand to foot to stump. This isn't in the textbook, but it's
That's
good
quick
enough.
work though, Vinny. Quick work.
Doesn't get much quicker than that. You can just kick it onto the stumps immediately. That was my first ever stumping in senior cricket. Came off my pads. So yeah, it doesn't get much quicker than that. But 79 for 5, and well, maybe should have taken that 3 because Subject goes the very next ball.
Yeah, it's the sting's gone out of this game, and it'll be a good win for Jandua Brescia. First up.
Chris thinks you can definitely play without lights at night with hats like that. I agree. Farhan Javed comes out at number 7. And well done by Nasir Mahmood. He gets a cheeky wicket.
It's good to see Keanu in the chat.
Always happy to see Keanu.
Yeah.
And all of our regulars, even. It's always nice to see some new names as well, enjoying. And here we are hoping to get to that 350,000 subscriber mark soon. It was in Italy last year that we brought up the 300,000.
And another delay. Delaying our lunch.
Yeah, they know that it's lunchtime. I think that's what I'm seeing now.
They're just...
You're killing me here. 4 balls to go. No, I'm not an advocate of the mercy rule because I like to see the game being played out. You can still get highlights. This is one time. I might just retire the last 5 guys out of respect. Well, let me see what the issue is here. Yeah, I think they didn't realise originally that it was stumped and the scorers gave it bowled. And that's why. I suppose you can understand that because the keeper never took the ball. Your eyes can deceive you. But, yeah, well, maybe it gives us another chance to bring up the fantasy dashboard of the next game. And, yeah, Milan United on the rack for the first time. It's just coming up in around about 20 minutes' time, 20 to 25 minutes' time. That's led by Ishan Jayakody. Some players to watch out for. Suresh Silva is definitely a key player. He's likely to open the batting. He has 700. He has, not quite 700, but not too far off in the domestic season, but 210 in ECN cricket. Also, you've got Taridu Hassan to watch out for, and Roshan Silva, probably the key players that stick out for me in that graphic. Anyway, Nasir, finally, he's going to get another go.
I'm looking forward to watching, seeing Milan play. 2 years ago, they were really at the races, unfortunately. In the bowl, round arm action. It could be caught, and it is. Will this innings never end?
Wow, after all of that, I mean, could this be one of the lamest hat tricks ever? No disrespect to Nasir Mahmood. But, yeah, it's going to be bang, bang, and a hat trick opportunity.
Yeah, Milan Cricket Club have got a very, very long history, and I'll tell you more about it. See the hat tricks. The last one, 3 in Cyprus.
Yeah, we did, and Farooq Mohammed, that was a pretty entertaining one. They all were. Taswar Hussain, that hat trick came in a quadruple wicket maiden. He actually finished with 4 for none off 1.3 overs.
It's not bad.
Which it's pretty good figures, isn't it? But Yeah.
Was it a reflection on his bowling or the batting?
Well, I think he bowled pretty well. It was actually at a kind of key moment in the game. And he just sparked a big collapse with 3 for 9 in his first over, including the hat trick, and then the second one, bringing up the 4th wicket off the 9th ball that he bowled. Anyway, we're slowly catching up here.
All right, so on a hat trick.
Hat trick ball. And here's Naseem Mahmood. Is this a hat trick?
Oh!
Got to appeal that.
Have to appeal. It was missing
leg
leg stump by
rules.
about 3 stumps. But you have to appeal. Oh, yeah, almost went back onto the stumps as well.
Scorers must be hungry as well if they've made an error like that. That's not like them. So they've just cost themselves a bit of lunch at the moment as well. Yeah, Milan United.
We'll do a little bit of, I don't remember who started Milan Cricket Club. It was a famous cricketer, a famous English cricketer that started Milan Cricket Club. On a wide. Well, AC Milan started as a cricket club as well.
Yeah, a lot of them are multi-sport clubs as well.
Yeah.
In Italy. All right, here we go. Last ball of this one. And it will just be a single, and mercifully this one is put to sleep. And well done to Jandra Brescia on the back of that fantastic effort from Amadullah Safi. They're on it winners. It is Jandra Brescia 111, Kings 11 82, 29 runs. A reflection of the difference between the two teams. Kings 11 just couldn't pull it together here on their first day of play.
Yeah, that's a bit disappointing. I think they'll be disappointed as well. They're a very good side, and they'll definitely be back soon. They have 10 games to play.
Yeah, so next game coming up in about 20 minutes. That's when we'll get the first ball of match 8. But now let's have a look. And yeah, Kings were swinging the bat, but they just didn't get a lot of oxygen, did they, from the Jandra Brescia bowlers. And Jandra, they've brought in the reinforcements, and they looked a bit of a force here in their first appearance.
Jugjet looked very good early, and he's hitting the ball very cleanly. But they never. Well, that was that drop catch. They dropped a few, did Jandra Brescia, but they never really got on top of the bowling. It was pretty tight. It's a good piece of fielding there with a run out, but you never felt like they were on top at any time of the game. The Kings, and especially I think from the
It didn't go, I was going to say, it didn't go all their own way either. Yadav had a bit of an off day with the mitts, didn't he? He went overthrow there. There was this from Kuldeep. So, a couple of guys, you can tell they're coming off not a lot of cricket. I expect them to get better, and particularly Kuldeep Lal and Vibha Yadav. That was a great catch out there, wasn't it? Because, that looked like it could be heading for 6. But, they held more than they shelled, and that was probably the key in the end, even though Bachtar has a few issues there with potential finger damage after taking that catch off his own bowling. You could see Dominic was going for everything, wasn't he? Went 6, and then more opportunities. This one was put down by Kuldeep Lal, came all the way from the other side of the field to attempt that one. Yadav gave him a pat on the back saying, I know how you feel, don't worry about that. But ultimately, Kuldeep got another chance very next ball, and kind of knew once that rate went past the point of no return of 18 and over, they weren't going to get back in this.
Well, look, there was the difference between the two sides, and I don't think either side played particularly well as a unit. The difference was an outstanding innings by Mr. 100% Amadullah Safi. That was the difference. 57 off 20, completely changed the thing, and taking a ball for the run out, and he was the difference today.
Yeah.
And as you mentioned, he scored more runs today than he has in the 26 games he's played before.
Yeah, it was an incredible innings. It was the difference between the two teams. That was an accidental stumping off the pad. If you want to know why wicketkeepers wear pads, now you know. Farhad Ali using them to good effect there. And as our lunch was getting colder, the wickets kept on tumbling in the last over. But, in the end, 29 runs, probably a fair reflection of the difference between the two teams. 111 to 82 coming up next. Like I said, it's Fresh Tropical versus Milan United. Just for disambiguation, Keanu was asking about Milan Kingsgrove and Milan CC. This is Milan United. So we did see them in the last 2 seasons. Last year, they lost to Fresh Tropical in their group final during the week. That's why they didn't make it to the finals day here in Milan. The year before, they just missed out with a 1-2 record. They didn't qualify through Group B because Albano and Fresh Tropical qualified ahead of them. But Milan United, like I say, they're a talented team. They've never really performed on the ECN. This is a really good opportunity for them. And it is Fresh Tropical they'll play in match 8, which starts in 15 minutes' time. Let's roll through the highlights. And here they tried at the top, didn't they? But just couldn't like go at that rate required. That 11 and over isn't as easy as you think here because of the conditions. And the pitch in the outfield, I think, pretty challenging for the batters. 24 off 10, Jasvinder bucked the trend, didn't he? Jagjit stuck around for a while, 23, but pretty much run a ball pace wasn't quite quick enough, and then single digits, reasonably disciplined as well with the ball, considering that there was a 5 wides in there. There were 7 wides in total through the 10 overs. As far as the bowlers went, well, plenty of good news there. Some bowlers pretty economical without taking wickets, like Afzal, like Vibha Yadav as well. 2 for Bachta Singh, but hopefully his hand's okay. 1 each for Kuldeep Lal, and I have a feeling Nasser Mahmood took 2 in the last over, so we'll have to check that one out before we move on. Anyway, it is 111 to 84, although got a feeling that might not be right. I've got 111 to 82. We'll find out, but regardless, it's a win for Chandra Brescia. We'll be back very shortly with more action as match 8 is on the way. Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. See you around the corner for more FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Milan Cricket Ground. Time for the third match of the day. Match 8 is on the way. Fresh Tropical, fresh off their win this morning, although they did kind of creep across the line against Kings 11 with 3 balls to spare, taking on Milan United. The hosts, who we see here for the first time in this European Cricket Series. Let's see what happens at the coin toss for Match 8. Rob Kemming has the 2 captains.
Okay, your call. Heads. Heads is called. Just tails.
You want to go first?
So the news from the toss is Zahid Chima has won the toss and he's elected to bowl first. No real surprises there. They did a bit of a number on Kings 11 this morning. That was early in the day. Things have quickened up a little bit, but not a lot. We know it's still a pretty slow outfield, but we know that Fresh Tropical, of course, they were third in the entire Super Series last year. They are contenders, we know that, but they are a kind of Jekyll and Hyde operation sometimes as well. They are unpredictable. Zayn Naqvi really got things moving with a magical first over. Without that, I think perhaps the result could have gone the other way. Milan United, though, they're a team that we have seen before. They've probably underachieved before in European Cricket Series cricket. I'm just talking to them, I know they are really keen to show what they can do. They would love to make the finals and make a tilt at the trophy. A bit of a Sri Lankan flavour to their team as well, and they will get the opportunity to bat first. Again, they can put some pressure on Fresh Tropical by putting a good score on the board. Danny Hudacek is in the commentary marshmallow as we get ready for the first ball of match number 8. News from the toss, Fresh Tropical won the toss. They will be bowling first. Again, it's over to you. Let's get ready for the start of another match.
Thanks, Vinny, and it's going to be a very interesting game. First time we see Milan United in this tournament. Fresh Tropical, pretty impressive this morning with a victory. I want another one against Milan United, but Fresh Tropical, Zayn Naqvi was fantastic in the opening over. It really set a platform for them. But they will be bowling. Zahid Chima and Bilal Hamid did most of the damage, took 3 wickets apiece earlier on. And they'll both be vital for this Fresh Tropical side against a Milan United side that, as I said, we haven't seen yet. But Suresh Silva and Sehan Denuka will be vital for them with a bat. Expected scores, again, don't read too much into that at the moment. As you can see, the Fresh Tropical have only played 1 game, and Milan United haven't played yet in this series, and it might take a little bit of time for them to get used to the conditions. Whereas Fresh Tropical have had that game earlier in the day. Probably firm favourites, I'd say, for this game. You never know. 10 over cricket. It's a bit of a leveller. We'll see Danuka and Suresh Silva opening the batting. And it will be Bilal Hamid. He bowled very well this morning. As I said, pick up 3 wickets. He'll be opening the bowling. And here's the first ball of this game. It's hit into the covers and no run. It's game 8 in the FanCode European Cricket Series in Milan. It's 55 games altogether in the next couple of weeks. This is Hamid again. Line to Suresh Silva. That's a good ball. Really good ball. Beats him. Played a proper go at that one to the batsman. Caught between 2 minds. And just poked at it. Perfect line and length. Comes Hamid again. Oh, again, beats him outside off. Good start here from Fresh Tropical. As we know, they're a very good side. And Suresh Silva having a little bit of an issue getting bat on ball. As I mentioned, this pitch does play a few little tricks. And that one's it back to the bowler again. Very nice start for Fresh Tropical. Still no runs on the board. We saw a wicket maiden in one of the games yesterday. First up. Might see another maiden. Hopefully for Milan United, not a wicket maiden. Well, Hamid playing a fantastic line of length at the moment. This one's hit towards and it's gone. Nice catch. Well, I think I jinxed them. Hopefully not a wicket maiden. Looks like it might be very soon. And it was whipped away to the man at short mid-wicket. It's that fielding position. It's, I think, very important in this format. Just whipped away and a nice catch going to his left by the fielder. And that's the first wicket down. Not the start that Milan United would have liked. Suresh Silva out for a duck. There's actually Waddles there. Which brings a new batsman. It'll be Roshan Silva. So a 5-ball duck. It's eaten up almost an over of this match. Almost 10% of the available deliveries for no runs. But I've got to say, it's been good bowling from Bilal Hamid. Not bad batting from Suresh Silva. That's started this innings. Vinny.
Yeah, what a start this is. Milan United caught napping a little bit. I mean, it can't be easy playing your first game against a team that's already played and got a win. Yeah, that's Derek the Duck. He's part of the ECN family now. Is it also a golden version? We had a bit of a contest to name him. And Derek went out in the end. Yeah, Derek the Duck. Anyway, what a start. Bilal Hamid with a wicket maiden, and it's 0 for 1 at the end of the first over.
That's it. Good start there. Really good over by Hamid. So was Waddles the one from cricket in Australia? Waddles the duck? Is that the
Daddles. Daddles the duck.
Ah. I like Derek though. I think Derek's good. It's one of those names. There was a famous Derek actually, a bit of a character. Played for England.
Yeah, he's an interesting one. We had a tortoise called Jeffrey, after Jeffrey Boycott.
Mm-hmm. I can name a couple of Dereks. There's Derek Pringle, if you remember Derek Pringle, and also Derek Randall. He was a real character. Took one of the best catches you'll ever see. I can't remember who it was, Bill Laurie or someone. It's one of the best. No, it's best outfield catches you'll ever see. He said that about 40 times.
Hey, here's Chima. And he does it again. Zahid Chima right on target. And it's going to be a golden Derek to start the second over.
That was a beauty. As I used to bowl right-handed swing, and I loved bowling left-handers for that reason. Because there's just a little gate, and Chima found it perfectly. And there's the golden Derek. It's not looking pretty for Milan United. They've lost their second wicket and still to hit the scoreboard with any runs. Well, Chima's such a good bowler. He is, as I said before, I think I really rate him. And just the shape that he bowls with is lovely. And he bowls that stump-to-stump line, and that was not pretty for the batsman. Fresh Tropical, looking very, very solid.
Yeah, I mean,
so far in this tournament.
Attacking the stumps, aren't they? And Chima finds the golden ball for the golden duck first up. None for 2. As starts come, they don't get much worse.
No, it did blast the stumps too as well. It's not just hitting one wicket; it's hitting all of them. All right, new batsman is Taridu Heshan. Let's see if he can score a run. It's not been great for Milan United. They're in this tournament for a reason. They're a good side. They're playing a very good side in Fresh Tropical. Here comes Zahid Chima again. Maybe let's just pull up. Go back to his mark. We did see one game with run penalties yesterday.
Yeah.
Which is...
first game, right?
First game.
Yeah.
It don't know if it really affected
Went
the
from
result.
7 to 2,
Yeah.
back to 6 anyway, so yeah, probably wouldn't have mattered, but yeah, I guess we'll never know. Cheema to Heshan. This is another ball attacking something, so he gets a little bit of bat on it.
That was a beauty. And just that little outside edge. Let's have another look at it. See how close he gets to the stumps when he bowls. And that one, if he hadn't got the little nick, that would have been absolutely plumb. And I think he's just going to continue to attack those stumps. It just puts a lot of pressure as a new batsman, especially because you want to score runs, but then you know if you miss one, like Danuka did. This one's in the air over the top. It could be safe, just in front of the fielder who does well. That's the first run on the board for Milan United. They are 1 for 2. But there's still a long way to go in this game.
Yeah, sure is. I mean, you can't judge a game too early, but they need someone to come out there and hit the ball well from the start. It's a tough one to get first up with Fresh Tropical. Certainly full of confidence. Certainly with the ball. I mean, they're batting outside of Nakvi. They look a bit rusty themselves, but right, Milan United's got some good players. Let's see if Cheema can move another one. Again, you see his accuracy is his currency, isn't it? Zahid Cheema. And because there's a little bit of assistance in this pitch, I think he really likes bowling here as well. So it's another ball. If you did a pitch map or a kind of scattered plan of where the balls are passing the stumps, so many balls are hitting the stumps.
Yeah.
Which just means that you're forcing the batter to get bat on ball. If not, then you're likely to get a wicket. He does get close to stumps, which you identified earlier today. This is not a bad shot though, but he might have found the fielder, and he has. So well, it's not a bad shot from Silva. Just gets it kind of low down on the bat, but it's going to be a wicket as Nakvi takes the catch, and that's the 3rd wicket down with just 1 single run on the board.
Yeah, he had. I mean, he saw a ball. He could have a hit out. It was outside off stump. Got it, as you said, Vinny, got it low on the bat, and didn't carry to the boundary. I think it's a pretty short boundary, and a nice catch taken out there. So 1 for 3, Milan United. Let's hope they can get a few runs. But often when you get a bowler like Cheema who doesn't vary things much, he does try things occasionally, but he's got that stock ball, and it's brought him so much success. Yeah, just attacking those stumps. Sometimes your strength is your weakness, and
Yeah.
because you know whereabouts the ball's going to be. It's not going to do too much.
That's right.
Not going to be too
Glenn
much difference.
McGrath paradigm.
Yeah.
You know, where it's predictable, but it's also tough to play.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, Joe Cody, the captain, comes in. He gets the straightish ball, and he turns around the corner. Get 1, probably should get 2, and he will. After Jamil does the fielding. But yeah, Fresh Tropical, when you win the toss and you bowl, this is exactly the kind of dream start you're hoping for. The game's all tied up, 3-3 after 2 overs.
Go back to Glenn McGrath, you're right. Because he's such a tall man, and he had just a stock ball that would rise outside off stump. But what do you do with it? It's not wide enough to cut.
Yeah.
You can't really pull it. You can't really do much with it, with a new ball especially.
Yeah, that's right. It depends on the conditions as well. But, you know, one thing you can do, I suppose, is try and change your position late so that he doesn't see you. So that's one thing you might try to Cheema. But then you have all sorts of other problems. If you go across and try and flick the leg, if you miss it, you'll probably be OBW.
Yeah.
So,
sure.
I mean, the big risk to take. Hamid comes back. And, well, a bit of a fumble by the fielder. Allows him to get through. But the thing with Hamid, he's actually a Cheema as well. That's why you see it on his shirt. Just doesn't use it as his screen name here. So it's a bit of a Cheema opening attack, and it's been a very good one for Fresh Tropical so far.
Are they all related?
Yeah, I believe they are. But, I believe they're cousins, actually.
Okay.
And I might have to get the exact one, exact relation, but they're a tight-knit group, Fresh Tropical. Loving the font of Fresh Tropical. It reminds me a little bit of that movie Semi-Pro with Will Ferrell. Have you ever seen that?
No, I've not seen
It's
that.
a very good one. It's the Flint Tropics. It's a fictional basketball team in the 70s. Will Ferrell stars in it. Woody
leave.
Harrelson.
Did you see that?
Yeah, that was a close leave
That
as
was
well.
a good leave. Very
So they say
impressive.
there's only 2 types of leave, good leaves and bad leaves. But that does seem back. Yeah. I mean, I can get what he's thinking here through to Hashant, who's a key batter for them. Doesn't want to give up his wicket. Maybe he's just feeling like, okay, just got to eat this over. But then you've got maybe Zahid Chima coming back, maybe not. Lifts it away. This is going to end up falling into a pocket of space. And it's lucky it does, but it'll get a single. Yeah, that movie, Semi-Pro, it's really quite a funny movie. And Woody Harrelson's in it. He's like the big hot shot, but he's kind of fallen for grace. And the funny thing is that he gets traded for a washing machine for the club. So he says one day he's like a former, great player or whatever.
Kept a bit low. It's down leg side though.
Yeah, I think so. Just the next moment you're getting traded for a one moment you're winning championships, next moment you're getting traded for a washing machine. Let's have a look at this one. Does kind of seam back, I think, as well. Hitting perhaps just in line, but definitely going down the leg side.
I've seen some really good sporting films. I like sporting films.
Yeah, I'm going to ask the chat. Name your favourite sporting films. You can go multiples if you want. Oh, no. Oh, clean pick up there. Could have been a run-out opportunity. End of the power play. It's all quiet on the prairie. It's 8 for 3 after 3.
Yeah, it's been a very slow start. Not a great power play for Milan United. It is their first game of the tournament, but and then they have come up against two very, very good bowlers.
Fresh Tropical with a good win here could actually go to the top of the table. None of the teams that played yesterday were undefeated. And obviously, Fresh Tropical at the moment has Chandra Bresh after a very strong performance in their first match. Both those teams we mentioned had wins over Kings 11, who haven't had a good start. Yeah, favourite sporting-related films?
There's one of them, but I'm going to have to...
Do you want to do a quick Google?
Well, no. I know the film I don't want to say, but there's also a documentary about another team that happened in the 80s, which is fantastic, and it mirrors this film somewhat. So I need to find this. I'm
actually going to make a list because I do like these things. I'm a big fan of a movie.
I wonder if we can find some sort of video room at the hotel in which you could watch these.
I'll tell you one that on Cricket Tour, the guys always used to like. This is I kind of realised this recently because now with your smartphones and all that and high-speed internet,
yeah,
you can pretty much keep to yourself and watch whatever you want whenever you want.
Yeah.
This is cracked down the ground, but it's along the ground. So it should be a single. Natfi picks it up after an initial fumble. So yeah, we'd always say, okay, come on, guys, we're gonna have a movie in so-and-so's room at 8 o'clock. The one that the cricketers used to like watching was Major League.
Oh yeah,
the baseball film.
Yeah, great film.
Yeah, again, some of the fascination with a similar sport, I suppose.
Is that the Wild Thing?
Yeah, Wild Thing. Rick Vaughan, played by Charlie Sheen.
Yeah.
Bit of life imitating art about that in a way, isn't there? But yeah, tell us some of your favourite sports films. So Shariat saying he liked Rise from Disney a lot. And do we include non-fiction, maybe?
Oh, non-fiction. What do you mean non-fiction? I mean, of course,
this is cracked away. It'll be a long chase, but should be cut off. It is. Nicely done, Sean Malik doing the job.
There are good films like that, mate. What, you think that Major League was a true story?
Oh, no, I'm saying, do we include non-fiction?
Yes.
Because recently, I'll tell you what I've been watching recently, and I'm obsessed with it. Welcome to Wrexham.
Oh, love it.
And so, did you see what happened on the weekend?
Yeah, I did.
They got promotion to the Football League.
Spoiler alert.
Yeah, don't worry. Now, I'll still watch Season 2. I'm sure that'll be the end of Season 2.
It's fantastic because it shows the human side of the sport.
Yeah. Another fumble.
It shows the human...
Uh-oh, good throw. He's gone here.
Oh, he's taken him out.
That's very baseball. Sliding in to take the catcher. Wow. Nazim Ali fumbled because of the pressure, and then one brought two, but there wasn't really two in it, if I'm completely honest. But when you're struggling for runs, you start to look for ones that aren't there. I mean, that barely leaves the circle. You don't even know if it does. And Skander Rabas, again, if he takes that, I think he's got time to get to the stumps.
I wonder if you heard the batsman coming straight into his back.
I like that, though. Good tactics. Use what you can.
So these are the two that you have to watch together.
Okay.
I think. There's a film from the 70s called Slapshot. you remember Slapshot?
I haven't seen it. I'm assuming it's about hockey.
It's about hockey.
Yeah.
And they were the brothers. I can't remember what they're called.
Bottom edge, but doesn't carry to the keeper.
It's pretty violent. It's basically a like a minor league hockey team. There's an old it's Paul Newman as the coach.
This. 15 for 3, by the way, after 4 overs. But go on.
And basically they recruit these 3 brothers who are just goons, and the hockey goes. It's like good old fashioned hockey that goes out the window. It's all just these 3
I
guys
saw something really
smashing people.
Maybe they did a remake of that recently because I don't know, it might have been a non-fiction version that I saw.
That's about what it's a documentary.
Okay. Yep.
It's there's a thing called Untold Crimes and Penalties, and there's one of the episodes is about the Danbury Thrashers. Right?
Danbury Thrashers, yep, exactly
and
right.
It's fantastic, and it's Slapshot in real life.
I have seen that. That's the one I've seen.
Yeah, they're both great. I mean, like I loved Slapshot as a kid. It's not the greatest film in the world, but it is a lot of fun. And this one about the Danbury Thrashers is absolutely fantastic.
I'm loving this. I'm actually putting a list together right now. Let's get to next over, Azamali. A little bit short, hit pretty well, and they need it. Maximo! Well, Heshan, he's bided his time, hasn't he? But he needs to make a run at some point. That was dragged down, a bit of a half track from Azim, and it leaves the field at a furious pace.
Yeah, it was a bit of a gift, and he accepted it. It was a lovely shot. They need, as I said, all the runs they can get. And that was brutal. Another one around the corner, and that should be 4.
Yeah, well hit. Will it go? It does. Just gets there. And Jamil, watch out for the snakes, but it will be back-to-back boundaries once again. Just a little bit short. That time not quite as short. I mean, it might have been stump high, but again, good eye from Heshan. Gets 4 more.
He played that really well because it did keep it a little bit lower, and he waited for it, waited for the bounce. And they need to get a total of at least 70 or 75 to Milan United. Not looking likely at the moment. It's dabbed and just a single.
So they won't get an overthrow here. Keanu says the replacements with Keanu Reeves. That's a good one. I'll put that in my list. And I mentioned Sharianor Clamon saying Rise from Disney. And Keanu saying as a kid he loved the Mighty Ducks.
Yeah.
Mighty Ducks is a classic.
Yeah, it's great. Love the Mighty Ducks. This one's hit over the top.
Shouldn't go for 4. She'll actually stop before the fielder gets there. They always used to say I was a good fielder of the stationary ball. That was nice work to just pick that one up.
Yeah, that Disney created the Anaheim Mighty Ducks after the film. And then it sold the wrong thing. But it was created by Disney. There you go, a bit of trivia for the day.
That's life imitating art, like we were saying. So Steve Hogg's got a really good Australian one called The Club, starring Jack Thompson. I think I saw that ages ago. It's about an Australian football team.
Yep.
Where are you watching from, Steve? Great to have you with us. And keep them coming because I'm furiously writing down as many as I can. Azamali, last ball of his over. And there it is, a little bit fuller, and it does the trick. Jay Cody swings all across it, and that's more where he needs to be. Azim looks nonplussed, but he does get the wicket in the end, so the mini partnership is broken, and it's 28 for 4 after 5.
It's looking very cool in the shades, and that one's just destroyed the stumps.
See how it just hurries on, doesn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, it's maybe a little backspin or something, but it's not a big side spinning delivery. 2 stumps out of the ground. And 4 wickets in the first 5 overs. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo. I'm here with Danny Hudacek with the marshmallow around us. We did have a moderate wind warning, but it is about as calm as you get right now. In fact, probably of all the times I've been here, these are the most pleasant weather conditions that I've ever seen here.
It's absolutely lovely. Last time I was here, it was freezing with an Arctic wind coming off the Alps into our faces for the whole week.
Yeah, that's
true. And this is amazing.
So we want to know your favourite sport movies, okay? I'll try and think of some of mine as well. I mentioned Welcome to Wrexham, which I've watched recently, which I find really interesting. I started watching Ted Lasso as well.
Oh, it's great. Yeah.
And I've just gotten into that. I've had a lot of time on the plane recently to catch up on these things because normally at the end of the day, I'm probably only good for 5 minutes before I fall asleep.
Yeah.
But there's also an old one which I want to rewatch because I can't remember. It's called Basketball.
Oh, yeah, that was Trey... Does it... Matt Stone and Trey Parker?
Yeah,
I think
so.
Yeah.
I'll give you some other ones.
Dodgeball.
Oh, yeah, of course. Dodgeball. Some of my favourites. I watched Field of Dreams.
Oh, it's great. I love it.
Which is a pretty good one, yeah.
It's super American and super soppy, but
Another
it's
one,
fantastic.
same sort of one for the love of the game, which is Kevin Costner pitching, and you're in his head as he's pitching, and he's a bit past it.
The Natural.
Oh, yeah.
Is it Robert Redford?
The Natural, that's another good one. Tin Cup.
Oh, yeah.
There's another
golf.
one.
Yeah.
Happy Gilmore, if we're going on the golf ones.
Yeah. Caddyshack.
Yeah, Caddyshack. That's good. You keep showing your age, though.
Yeah,
Anyway,
well,
here's the guy to rub us. Oh, it's a proper grubber. And well, they're just going to take on a run despite the ball never leaving the pitch area. As Pereira's off the mark, back to Hishan.
I've got another fantastic documentary for you. I'll see if I can find it. I know what the team is. It's a minor league baseball team in the 70s, and it was started by Kurt Russell's dad.
Really?
In Portland, the Portland Mavericks.
Look that up for me, please.
I will. It's a great documentary.
Oh, how's that missed? Skadarabas, he kind of has a weird release where everything's a kind of half a leg cutter. Well, that one comes in a bit, but just lack of pace.
So it's called, and there is a rude word in this, but it's not too bad, I think.
Okay, I'll allow you to
All right.
give us an idea what it says.
It's called The Battered Bastards of Baseball.
Oh, yeah. I think I may have watched that one, actually.
It's basically they had an open call for anyone who wanted to play for this team.
Yeah.
Because Portland they brought the franchise name. There was just a big city with no baseball team.
Yeah.
So
I think I did see this, actually. Oh, he's after him, but he's picked out the fielder, and Zion doesn't drop too many. He's not going to drop this. So Pereira, he can't score in 2 attempts, and Skadarabas breaks through. Milan United, I like the intent here, but, I mean, against a good team and against good bowlers, it's not giving him much at all. And so Jihan is the next man to go, and that is, another wicket in the wickets column, 31 for 5.
So the whole basis of the Portland Mavericks is that it was Kurt Russell, the actor's dad, who was also an actor, who started this team, and they had an open call for players. And so it was all these guys who were very good players, some retired, some that have been kicked out for
they've got something wrong
rebels.
with them.
Yeah.
For some reason they've had a line drawn through their name, right?
Yep, and they just sort of open casting, anyone can come. And so they did, and they started to really shake up the system. And they were the only team that wasn't in, there's some sort of minor league thing, or they weren't associated with a major league team.
Right.
So they weren't.
So they were just a bunch of renegades. So it wasn't like a filter system to go up higher. They were a team in their own right.
And they started winning games, and the system didn't like it.
Yeah.
So it's a really good film.
I did see that, actually. And it's a very good one. Anyway, Sanjeewa, the new batter, drives down the ground. Left-hander gets off the mark immediately. It's also the end of the 6th over. The score is 32 for 5. And Keanu mentions Ice Guardians, another good ice hockey documentary. Bend It Like Beckham, obviously, is a bit of a classic. I haven't seen the MS Dhoni documentary, but I'd be interested to see it. I enjoyed, what's the one about the Chicago Bulls recently?
Oh, yeah.
The title escapes me.
Yeah. No, I know. It's yeah. No, that was really good.
Oh, The Last Dance.
Yeah.
It's The Last Dance that had some interesting stories in it, that's for sure.
I don't know how I feel about Michael Jordan now. He's a fantastic basketball player, and you can see his drive.
Ruthless human being, isn't he?
Ruthless human being.
Ruthless.
Yeah.
That's what I'd say. Teammates, opponents, whatever.
Yeah.
I do think to be that good at... Oh, there we go. Should we crack on with the highlights, Andres? Dropping a hint. This one really doesn't bounce. And I think this tells you all you need to know about the... close. I think it just gets there.
Yeah.
The occasional one just doesn't bounce here. It's kind of variable bounce. This one shoots through. Better throw. I think that they'd get him here. But look how wide in front pulled of the stumps. Oh, still close though.
Very good work. And he's in.
Just in, yeah. had to go too far to get back. So yeah, thanks Chariot. I'll check out MS Dhoni, The Untold Story. Always interested in keepers. I've read a lot of keeper autobiographies, just because it interests me because that's my position. What makes them tick? Lawn Bowls film Crackerjack. Yeah, Crackerjack with Mick Malloy is a very good one. Keanu as well.
Do you know I played with Don Bradman?
You played with Don Bradman?
Sort of.
Talk to me.
Well, the team I played for was full of actors. Especially a guy called Peter Hare, who was in the Sullivans.
Okay.
And one of the players was Gary Sweet.
Oh, yeah. Gary Sweet, very famous Australian actor.
And he played Donald Bradman in Bodyline.
Yeah, okay. So, in a way, you have. I like it. Oh, maybe they're waiting to see if this is out, but it's not.
No, it's not out.
So, we'll get on with it.
It's good that they're checking it there. So what do you think Milan United will realistically get in the last 4 overs?
What do I think they'll get? I think they'll struggle to get more than about 7 over, which would probably they might end up around the 60 mark.
Yeah.
What's their best case scenario? If you can go 10 and over or so, then maybe you can get up in the 70s. So I don't think it's going to be enough.
It's been pretty good bowling, though, from Fresh Tropical, to be fair, especially the first 2. It's been pretty tight ever since.
Lifted up, and he's found Nakvi, and he's dropped it. Well, I just said he doesn't drop him. Well, might have to stand corrected. Heshan leading a bit of a charmed life out there. Hit that straight down Zaid's throat, but he rejects it.
It's strange. We saw earlier in the day players clearing the boundary, and they just Milan, they can't at the moment. There's been 1-6, I think, in this innings, and they just can't quite get it over that boundary.
Yeah, you got to nail it. This time, another opportunity. Nakvi will not drop 2 in a row. He does, but he catches it anyway. Well, if you're going to drop it upwards. And lightning striking twice. Well, it does, but he just catches the baby before he hits the ground. And so, Sanjeeva probably saying, where's my luck? Because Heshan got dropped. Sanjeeva not as lucky. 6 wickets down, 36 for 6. I suppose he did drop it twice in a row, didn't he? He just got the rebound.
I don't think he would have been in the bowler's good books. Asim Ali, if he dropped a second one.
The thing with Azim, though, he's making you generate all the pace as a batter. And with these balls, once the shine's knocked off them, they get a little bit softer. And it's just harder to hit them further.
They're used for 10 overs.
Yeah, but these guys are hitting them so hard, and they're hitting all kinds of obstacles around the ground. But it's,
What balls are we using now, Vinny?
So, I mean, we still are using the kind of the ECN branded balls, which I'd put it this way. They're super hard, but also if you knock them around a bit, they kind of go a little bit out of shape. Not so much out of shape that they're unusable, but it just means they're harder to hit further. Right on target. Jasakra is the new batter.
They do get a spanking, I agree.
Oh, yeah. It's you say it's only 10 overs, but think about if you have the one ball for 10 overs, think about what it's been through.
Yeah.
I'll give you one more sports movie. And this was actually free on YouTube. As we get to the end of the 7th over, the score is 36 for 6 after 7. If you want to know where we're at in the ECN season, we can tell you that currently we're in Milan, but we have kind of 2 week slots. After Milan, we'll be in Austria for 2 weeks, Bulgaria for 2 weeks. I think after that, we go Sweden, then Romania, then Hungary, then the Czech Republic, then Switzerland. And then from there, I think to Germany for back-to-back series, then back into Italy for Rome, and then it's time for the ECC. So it'll creep away. Don't forget also the Gibraltar T20 Internationals coming up as well. So the movie I was going to say, and like I said, it's free on YouTube. It's trying to get the title, but it's about the famous Green Bay Packers coach.
Oh, yeah.
Vince Lombardi.
Yeah.
All right, this is going to take him all the way back to the wall, and he's not going to get it. Maximo Well, Heshan, he's been teasing that, hasn't he? Gave an opportunity, didn't take, and now he sends the next ball. He faces out of the ground. Good batting.
Well, as you mentioned, you have to make your own pace on the ball with the spinners, but it's Chima that's come back on, and he's been smacked for a 6 first ball.
Yeah, it's called A Football Life. Vince Lombardi, and it's on YouTube in full. It's about an hour and 20. Super interesting. It's the idea of the modern coach, and it's still called the Lombardi Trophy that you win if you win the Super Bowl. And Green Bay was a little town. It still is. It's a tiny town in the middle of nowhere in Wisconsin. They had a professional football team, and no one wanted to go there, right? But he did, and he really turned it into a bit of a dynasty. But what I found about him, interesting about him, is he said he had the whole town running on Lombardi time. He said if you were 10 minutes early, you were 5 minutes late. And so, yeah, he encouraged a lot of discipline in his players. This one's hit pretty well from Joe Sacro, gets off the mark. They'll only get a single. I talked about where they might get to, about 60. I also said kind of best case scenario, 70s. I didn't mention worst case scenario, which is could go bang, bang here, and you might barely make 50. Milan United, who shows you the importance of the start. I mean, the Fresh Tropical guys got the jump on them, and it's been a long way back.
Well, it takes us a couple of overs.
Hard to see wander around the crease.
By the way, Martin Gleaves in the chat has mentioned Cool Runnings.
Oh yeah, Cool Runnings is a great one. Keanu said Coach Carter with Samuel L. Jackson. There's like Friday Night Lights. Mike Bassett, football manager, says Croom.
Yeah. Martin's come up with another one called The Hustler.
Oh yeah.
It's was it The Colour of Money? I think was the sequel.
The Hustler.
The
Hustler sounds interesting.
Bat Pool, very good film.
Oh, I like that. This is up, and it's out of here, I think. That one's into the trees. And yeah, the thing with Heshard, he's a danger man. I called it before the game. You don't want to give him a chance. And this is just all hands. Not an easy shot, not a lot of footwork, but it generates that pace and gets it out of the ground.
How did he hit that? I don't think I've ever seen a shot like that.
Perfect timing. He just unleashed his wrists at the right time.
That was amazing.
Answer.
Absolutely amazing shot.
Again, Chima bowls a lot of balls that hit the stumps. I mean, that's another one that would have hit the stumps, I think. 2 for 17, not the worst figures ever.
Raging Bull. I know there's been some good boxing films.
Oh, yeah.
Raging Bull.
When We Were Kings,
Rocky.
which is about the Muhammad Ali, George Foreman. I actually studied that in high school, yeah.
One of my favourite films of all time.
Pumba, yeah.
Oh,
Last
amazing.
ball of the 8th over. 50's up now. He won't get the strike back because it's a dot. So Chima, pretty serviceable figures though. 2 for 17. Did the damage early, but copped a bit of damage in that over. 50 for 6 after 8.
When We Were Kings, I won an Academy Award for Best Documentary. I don't know when, in the 90s sometime. And it's the most inspirational film I think I've seen for a long time, or I'd seen at that stage. And it was mainly because you just see Ali as the person he is. And he was just an amazing human being. So very, very highly recommend When We Were Kings.
Raging Bull's in there.
Yeah, great film.
Tell me about Raging Bull.
It's about, I think it's at Jake LaMotta, the boxer, undefeated boxer.
Yeah.
Is it undefeated?
I'm sorted here, even though problem with me in movies, like I said, at the end of a 5-day commentary stint, typically after the first, just as the opening credits are fading, my eyes are closing, but might have to do a bit of a movie day on my day off.
It's a Martin Scorsese, Vinny. So.
Yeah, it's Robert De Niro.
Yeah.
He's class actor, isn't he?
That's rubbish.
Yeah, it's a Shoal Mullet coming on with some leg spin. Just not the easiest one. Of course, Rocky. People talking about Rocky.
Rocky's a good film.
Films. 27 Rockies.
There was, I saw one when, it's another wide. I saw one when he was a bit older and pudgier and wasn't fighting. And it was actually pretty good. I think it was called, was it Balboa? I'm not sure. One of them.
Yeah.
It was really good.
So. Short again, but it might have found Nakvi here. Again, he's got the yips, but he'll catch this one. Getting there. Jay Saker got a gift. Tried to kind of flat bat it straight, which isn't as easy as pulling it if you're quick enough to get your hands through it. Yeah, but he just kind of takes it on. I think if he could have had his time again, he would try to hit it more towards the trees. He tries to go straight at, so a bit of a longer hit as well. So he's going to have to go for 1. It is the 7th wicket to fall. It is 52 for 7. A wicket for Shoaib Malik.
Yeah, look, sometimes Cat gets wickets, and I'm sure Malik's a better bowler than what we've seen so far, but he's dragged the first 2 short and wide. This one was short and just not quite as wide.
But again, you see the difference when the batters have to make the pace. I mean, it does induce errors. And even if someone just sat there and lobbed it to you, if you have to make all the pace, just the very nature of it means you're going to miss hit it occasionally. And in these conditions, that results in catches.
Some of the bowlers that I've seen who have taken the most wickets are absolute pie chuckers.
Yeah, I love it. It's true, though. No disrespect to Shoaib Malik, of course. This one doesn't make the adjustment. Nice keeping down the leg side from Irfan Sheikh. He's been pretty tidy with the gloves today. I
like his action. He's dragging it down, though, a bit.
Yeah, he's got that kind of busy, kind of Anand Kumble kind of bustling action to the crease. You see, he's actually had a bit of a trot when he comes to the crease.
That's a better ball.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing. Hardly got any time to settle. And it's natural if you're an over-the-wrist spinner. It's one of the most unnatural things that you'll do in a game of cricket, if not the most unnatural thing for your body to do.
Yeah.
So, it's natural that occasionally you bowl a bad ball. That's what made Shane Warne so incredible. This is going to be hit on 1 bounce to the fielder. Just keeps himself inside where he needs to be.
Yeah, Shane Warne is just one of the greatest bowlers I've ever seen. You just, every time you saw him bowl, you knew something was going to happen.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. That whole Australian team.
Heshan on strike. He's going to do some damage here. Tries. Does he have enough? I don't think so. Azam Ali will take the catch. And so it's been a brave effort from Heshan, hasn't it? But he goes down swinging in the 9th over. Malik gets 2 in the 9th. It's 54 for 8.
Well, that was a better ball. That's about where he wants to put it. And again, not really getting enough on that. It wasn't a bad innings, though. He's held this innings together. 33 off 21 from Heshan. No one else really troubling the scoring.
Yeah, well, considering that they're 54, which means there's only been 21 runs that aren't his, and 7 of those are extras. So it kind of tells you all you need to know. Steve Cook saying, afternoon, everyone. His favourite sports film is Invictus. Very good one about rugby in South Africa.
Yep.
Through the 90s. Yeah, I watched that one of the movies, actually, a long time ago. But yeah, feel free to keep chipping in with those movies. All right. Silva, the new batter. He gets a full toss and puts it away. And so, well, they need something to happen. Let's have a look at this.
It's been called a no ball. Let's have a look. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
They both called that in the field, and that's fair enough. So, yeah, no ball plus the boundary.
And a free hit.
Yeah, free hit to come. So, yeah, Shoaib, just a couple too short. That one's too full, obviously.
It's that consistency with Malik. And, I mean, no disrespect to Milan United. They've struggled a bit in this innings.
Yeah.
But against a better team. Oh, it's a good ball.
No, he's taken off here. And now, what a throw.
One.
I mean, he threw quickly. That was a proper blind turn and a heave towards the stumps.
Didn't cost them anything.
It's the thing on free hits. I think batters sometimes think, okay, well, I've got to run something, even though this pretty much goes straight back to the bowler. He said, yeah, I'm on. That would have been an amazing direct hit. No look job. Now, this is going to be a nice one. Left-handed making a difference, and it's the Silvers. Gayan Silva, now Trishan Silva comes to the party. Maximo. They try to make something out of this first innings.
We saw the left-hander doing damage on the last game with Mr. 100% hitting that lovely 57 off 20.
Yeah.
And it was because he was hitting with a spin, and that's exactly what just happened there.
Left-hander has the ability. Let's see if they learn from that. Look at the bowling figures. Malik does take 2 wickets, but a bit expensive compared to his compatriots. Azam Ali 2 for 15, 2 for 17 for Chima. Singles for Bilal Hamid, who even had a wicket made it in there, 1 for 4, his figures. And apart from that, the other wicket going to Skander Abbas, only conceded 10 off his 2 overs. I want to say hello to Martin Gleaves as well, who's chipped in with his favourites, Happy Gilmore and Caddyshack. Yeah, 2 that we mentioned already.
He's mentioned quite a few. You got the Raging Bull one and Cool Runnings.
I'm sorted now for a while.
I think you are.
You know, I'll be good for the season, I think. Here's Nakvi. Edged and gone. So thick outside edge, and Guy and Silver does hit a boundary. He'll be happy about that. So now, I mean, almost at that 70, which I guess in theory is defendable. It's just hard to see it happening. But let's not forget, Fresh Tropical had the staggers a bit in a 74 chase earlier. He says good wicket keeping because he didn't have too long to react to that in front shake. But he took the catch neatly to his left, and well, now it takes him to their very last batter because it's 66 for 9.
Going back to that first game, if it hadn't been Vincent Nakvi who 24 of the first over, they were struggling. So maybe Milan United still have a sniff in this game.
Yeah, they're going to have to bowl well and field well. That's the thing. I mean, first innings of a new tournament. Let's see if they have to dust the rust off. Says Milan Irfan. That's coming out at number 11. And Milan United, yeah, like I said, they've been around the traps, but again, they made their group final last year. So there were 3 teams, 2 played in the final and 1 qualified. They were second in their group last year. The year before, they were third in a group of 4, didn't qualify. Well, he's going to be gone. Not the worst shot I've ever seen from Irfan, but it hung in the air long enough. The catch was taken, and Nakvi's going to finish on a hat-trick that he can't finish. It's one of your wraparound hat-tricks, Danny, because he's 2 for none off 2 balls. And just like that, Milan United all out for 66.
Oh, that's it, the wraparound hat-trick. I'm sure it happened once, I think, when we were in Milan. Not that anyone really paid any attention to it. But I've got a logic behind it. What was it, the story of there was a famous Test cricketer who got a hat-trick in 3 different overs?
Murph Hughes.
Murph Hughes.
Yeah, Murph Hughes. I guess, it's more legitimate than taking on different days if you take it on the same day. Anyway, let's have a look at the highlights. And the worst case scenario, really, wicket maiden started it off. The wickets continued to tumble as they lost 3 wickets for just 1 run in the first 11 balls of this game. And you knew it was going to be a long way back for Milan United from there.
Yeah, it was a difficult start for them, but it was brilliant bowling from the 2 openers in Bilal Hamid and Zahid Chima. And it was a difficult start and a pretty terrible power play, honestly, for Milan United. They lost a few wickets and it was only 8 runs, but they brought it back, and there was some pretty good batting. Really, it was Heshan who got getting a bit of a sniff, and other players batted around him, and they got up to a 66, which I still don't think is enough, but it is at least a target.
Yeah, it's something to bowl at. I mean, you're going to have to do pretty much what got done to you if you're going to be competitive in this one. We have seen some scores defended in the 60s before, probably about 13, 14 times. But what I will say is that if you are going to defend a 60-odd, this is the kind of field where you could do it. If you can really choke the scoring, choke up the boundaries. Speaking of choking, well, Nakvi had the chokes, didn't he, for a couple of balls? Dropped 1.5 of the 2 catches in these 2 balls, but in the end they could afford it, couldn't they? Here's Zine, just having a bit of an off 5 minutes, but apart from that, he was really good. Got to say, I like the batting with 3-2 Hesham, though. I think that he's a guy identified before the game to be a pretty important player, and he gets into something. That was a bit of a highlight, because that went over the fence. Shoaib Malik, bit of a fruit salad, to be honest, in the 9th, but did come up with 2 wickets. In the end, they don't even bat out their 10 overs. They leave 4 balls on the table on the way to their score of 66.
Yeah, it's. I don't think it's going to be enough for them. And that was over where 10 were hit from them, a couple of wickets as well. And it did pump up the score a little bit. 66, it's going to be a tough ask for Milan United. But we saw before that Fresh Tropical might have a few little issues with the batting. There's not much pressure on them, but with these small totals, you really have to launch an attack straight away, just like any other innings. Otherwise, it could come back and bite you. So let's have a look at this scorecard. And 3 ducks in a row up the top. And so I think it was 3 for 8 in the power play. Then Taradu Heshan came in and steadied the innings. And it was a good little partnership between he and Ishan Jayakody, the captain. And you look afterwards, and there's again not many to trouble the scorers, with Trishan Silva not out on 7 off 2. And with the bowling, you'll see up top, fantastic figures for Bilal Hamid with 1 wicket for 4 off 2 overs. Saeed Chima did get hit for late 6, but took 2 early wickets. And all the bowlers contributing, with Abbas for 1, with 1, and Asim Ali, Malik and Zain Naqvi, 2 each. So, we're going to be back in a few minutes' time with the second innings of this game. See if Fresh Tropical can get the 67 they need to beat the Milan United. It's their first game in this series in Milan, and we'll be back very shortly with the second innings.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Welcome back to this FanCode European Cricket Series from Milan, Italy. Game between Fresh Tropical and Milan United. And Milan United sending a total of 66, which isn't anywhere near towards that par total or the average total. It's between about 90 and 100. You expect to see on this ground. It's their first game of the tournament. Had a very disastrous start. And Fresh Tropical are a very, very good side who had a warm-up game this morning. Well, not really a warm-up game. They had a good win in the first game of the day. So they really already had their little preview of this pitch and the conditions against Kings 11. So we saw that apart from Zain Naqvi in that game, who hit 24 off the first over, they struggled a little bit. So there's still a bit of hope here for Milan United. They'll have to start well though. They're going to get to their first ball of the second innings of this game very shortly. And it will be Sanjeewa to open the bowling. And Zain Naqvi, who is hitting the ball very cleanly and a long way. He'll be opening the batting with Usman Javed. So just about to get underway with the second innings. 67 the total. Probably not enough runs, but crazier things have happened in this T10 cricket, or the European Cricket Network in the past. Here comes Sanjeewa. Nice shot, and it's out! Well, there you go, crazy things happen. There's a half volley outside off stump, and Naqvi is gone. Well, what a start for Milan United. He just scooped it to point, and a nice catch accepted. Never saw this happening. It's a nice ball outside off, half volley. Just put the bat out and hit it very cleanly. He has been hitting the ball very, very cleanly today. There's Zain Naqvi, but he won't be for the rest of this game. There's Derek the Golden Duck waddling off with Zain Naqvi. Wow. We mentioned that Milan United had a rough start. Only lost 3 wickets for 8 in the power play. Well, 1 wicket down for no score so far for Fresh Tropical. They're a good side though. But pressure does funny things to a side. Pushed out, quick single, well taken. They went early. There's a catch taken by Suresh Silva. Brings a left-hander on strike. That's Usman Javed. We'll change the angle slightly for the bowler. Bowled a pretty good offside line with the first two. He's pitched it right up. Left-handers often play with your line, so hopefully he'll be able to adjust. Otherwise, wides down leg side come up pretty often when bowling to a left-hander, especially bowling that bit of an outswing shape. It's a good start from Milan. And Javed facing his first ball. Just moving the field around a little bit. Here comes Sanjeewa. It's a bit full, the toss. And they're running hard, Fresh Tropical. Putting a lot of pressure on the field. But a lot of good communication. It went straight to the fielder. It was a full toss. Wasn't put away. Just tucked around the corner. But they ran it well with these two Fresh Tropical batsmen. Changes the field again. It is pretty annoying having a left-hander, right-hander combination. Does play with the field and also the bowler's line. They've only got 2 overs, so it takes a little while to get settled sometimes for bowlers. Oh, good ball, and got him! Well, what a catch! Looked like he dropped it. Went into his glove, and that's another wicket. It's outside off stump, he slashed at it, came very quickly to the keeper, who took it in one hand. Let's have a look from behind. And fantastic bit of wicket keeping. Nice catch, one-handed. That's another wicket down. You know, I saw in the distance the Alps have disappeared somewhat because there's a lot of grey cloud, and I saw a lightning strike. We heard a little bit of thunder before, so there might be a bit of rain coming. We don't quite know yet. But just at the same time as that catch went into the gloves, there was a lightning strike. And that's what Milan have done. They've struck with lightning. 2 for 2. Fresh Tropical. A couple of the big names back in the sheds already. And that'll have been Irfan Shaikh, who missed out a bit this morning. There's a bit of a delay. The keeper's getting a bit of the magic spray, which heals all wounds. So they're back. Fantastic effort there. Trishan Silva, the keeper. Saw him hit a few runs at the end of the innings. It's been some good bowling from Sanjeewa. Bowling with a good shape. Outside off, a little bit of pace on it. Comes in again. And chases another one pulled wide. He's bowling that line outside off stump. They're dangling the bat. Nothing on the stumps really yet, except for one maybe to the left-hander. Sanjeewa bowling again to Shaikh. Shorter, this is in the air, could be gone, and dropped him. Made good ground, was never quite under it. That was a fantastic effort there. It was Shedan Dinuka, the opener. It's it high in the air, and he just didn't quite make the ground. And it's all happening here. And Sanjeewa is making things happen. 2 for 4. Another go at the left-hander, Javed. But you can feel the tension, the dark clouds in the background. It's a bit ominous. Still bright sunshine here in Milan. Sanjeewa comes in again. Good ball. And that's no run. So, end of a very good over for Milan United. And after one over, Fresh Tropical 4 for 2. Vinny.
Wow. I mean, great shot of the weather there, by the way. I don't know if we'll get any. I'm going to say we'll be fine. Famous last words.
It is starting to surround us somewhat.
I am hearing thunder, but I also see plenty of sunshine. What a catch. Trishan Silva. Oh. I love that. You know what made that catch? Obviously, everyone notices the one hand up, but he had the balance and all his weight was going in the right direction, so he wasn't kind of fighting himself. But, yeah, the more things change, the more they say the same. Another bunch of early wickets, 4 for 2. And you talked about last time, how would they have gone if they didn't get that start from Naqvi? Well, now we'll find out. Similar sort of target. Okay, it's a handful less. This looks like it's going to be the captain, Ishan Jayakody, to bowl over number 2. Full toss. Can't penetrate the field. Look, the other thing is, look, if you're going to make a duck, make it a quick one. Naqvi gets the message with that, I suppose. Obviously, Javed Maharsh going pretty quickly as well. Chance for a third opportunity. I felt, it was catchable. I mean, it was a good effort, but slight misjudgment. It was in the air a long time. And, just going to try and make this good start last as long as possible if you're Milan United. This is a wide, blocked behind the stumps by Trishan Silva. Yeah, but Kaduma Devagi Sanjeewa has really turned this game on its head and at least given them a fighting chance. Like I say, probably 12 to 15 times in over 3,000 matches we've seen scores in the 60s defended. We've never seen a score in the 50s defended, but who knows? Maybe today will be the day. So this one won't be in the 50s, but I did say if you're going to do that, this is the kind of field that you can do it on. Because if you can draw up the boundaries, then it's a kind of ground. It is difficult to score.
There's a fresh breeze coming in, isn't it?
Yeah, okay. I'm starting to turn around on the rain thing. That's the temperature's dropped about 3 degrees in 3 seconds, isn't it? That's crazy.
It's quite pleasing, actually. It does get pretty warm in this marshmallow.
It doesn't really get up, does it, either? So Irfan Shak, interesting they've put him up at 4 rather than go maybe a more attacking option. Because he was able to stick around before. Look, on his day, can be very attacking. He's played for Italy in the ECC, for example. But he just struggled for touch earlier in his innings. Couldn't get even close to run a ball. He batted in the first game and scored 6 off 12 before he was run out late in the piece. And then it worked out okay because Hamid and Skander Abbas finished things off. That one will be a wide as well.
Called.
Oh, I know. There's some talk these wide lines. I'm like, this is a wide. There's just no way around it. It's straight over the line.
Yeah.
Got to call that.
Got to agree with you there.
But, yeah. Anyway, lucky Jai Cody gets away with it.
This is scooped over the top. That's 4 runs. Well, just a bit wide and short. And it's a bit of a relief for Fresh Tropical. First boundary.
Yeah. It's just a bit of a pressure reliever, isn't it?
I'm sure he'll bring it back. It's been a good start for Milan. Those 2 early wickets. One thing I'm liking also with that with Milan, I'll come back in just a moment. Bowler comes in, slower ball.
It's pretty well located, slow ball actually. Anyway, there's a sense of belief, even that boundary. I mean, they're not quite at the rate. All you've got to do, try and push that rate up into the 8s and 9s. If you can do that, then you've got a fighting chance. End of 2. The score is 9 for 2. I'll say quick hello to Harris, who's watching from Rawalpindi in Pakistan. And yeah, I'll come back to the outfield in a second and the size of the field. But first, let's have a look at the table. And Fresh Tropical hoping to go 2 for 2. But Milan United hoping to get on the board. And that would be an amazing victory if they could do that, especially after the early collapse. But we know in these games things can turn around pretty quickly. And right now, Chivadate lead the table, but you wonder for how long with these teams playing today.
Sanjeev were to continue, and why wouldn't he? Someone's full toss outside off, it'll just be hit straight for a single. What I like is a lot of these players are wearing sun hats, and they're nice. They're with a dark blue rim with the red bit in the middle.
Yeah, I'm liking it. Very good, strong kit game from both teams. Very different colour schemes, but I like it.
Yeah, very nice.
And the groundsman, he thought there was rain on the way, maybe in around 45 minutes. So that's that local knowledge, isn't it?
Yeah.
But it's such a localised storm that we're looking at. But I know we've been here before, and it can just sweep through, and just in a minute it's gone. Yeah, you can see it there.
That's where it was dark skies a couple of minutes ago, and it's now brightening up again.
Yeah.
That's a direction of where the lightning was coming from. I think it's heading behind us. I think it's around us. So hopefully we won't get any rain.
So what do you think? You think we can get some?
I don't know. I think it's going to be okay. But that was just a little slight gust of cold wind that came in, and it's like when you walk into an air-conditioned shopping centre.
I like your optimism. I started as a skeptic, but I think I'm coming around, to be honest.
This is in the air, could be caught. Play coming around and drops it. Wow.
Yeah, well, Irfan, he struggled to get things going today. And this one really should have been caught, Roshan Silva. All you can say is, well, at least you dropped a guy that hasn't hit form yet. He's not really hurting you, but that could all change if Irfan gains a bit of confidence.
Yeah, you can't afford it. But defending a total of 66, it's a pretty regulation catch. Bowler's not happy.
Not surprised.
Bit short and a bit rubbish, and gets dispatched. It's on the practice net there. And just at that pace, you can't afford to do that.
So tough to hold on. You know, that's the thing. And with only 60s on the board, you got to make that early burst last longer. I mean, you've looked at the run rate now, they're kind of way ahead of where they need to be already, just with a couple of shots.
Yeah, it was Well, it's now 18 for 2. We're still in the power play. And you're right, it's only a couple of shots, but a couple of catches going down as well. Comes in again. It's got a ball, and there's a big shout. The umpire not interested.
Not convinced. I mean, there was a little noise there. I mean, obviously when you're fielding, you're convinced it's bat. Let's have a look. I mean...
It's a long way from everything else.
Yeah, maybe. But I mean, there's also... If the umpire isn't convinced, I mean, there's no real deflection. There's a lot of things going. Look at the pad straps. Look at the pocket. There's all kinds of things going on there. Umpire obviously had enough doubt to say that he wasn't confident that it was an edge.
He's totally unmoved, wasn't he?
Yeah, and look, well done sticking to his guns. He's under a lot of pressure there. You know, if he doesn't perceive it, then fair enough.
That's a pretty good appeal too.
Very good appeal. Third appeal's always out. Remember, kids.
Here comes the bowler again. That's a good ball. This could be gone. He's gone this time.
Yeah,
well done.
body language. I could just tell he was that still for long enough. Now, for me, there's no doubt it's hitting him in line and no doubt it's hitting the stumps, but I'm really curious to see where it bounces. I think it's all right. Let's have a look here. Where does it bounce? Does it bounce in line?
Yes.
Yes, it does. Bounce on leg stump, I reckon.
Yeah,
good
that's
decision.
plumb on the back foot.
Yeah, back pad. Yeah, that was my only question. Has it pitched outside? And based on that, I think that's telling you it's pitching in line with leg stump. Yeah, really good umpiring. I like it that he took his time. He wasn't swayed by the appeal. He went through the checklist. The bowler, well, I don't know what he would have done if that wasn't given out, but it is a wicket. It's 18 for 3 now.
Yeah, it wasn't missing off or leg. It was hitting middle, and it didn't bounce too much either. Good bowling, as we hear a bit of thunder and lightning.
Yeah.
So, but the sun's come back out, so there you go. I think it's going to be fine.
Yeah, so, I don't know. It could go around us. I think no one really knows at the moment. But, yeah, great work by the bowler. And so, fresh tropical being made to think. Sanjeeva, he's been a revelation, hasn't he? 3 for 13.
He's bowled very well. Apart from that one, he dropped a little bit short. From that, it's been really, really good. Asim Ali, the new batsman. And Sanjeeva to continue.
You can see Ali's almost ready to swallow these 2 balls, isn't he? And say, right, give me somebody else. I mean, Ali's normally a guy that's uber attacking to the point of insanity, but I think he'll probably be a little bit more circumspect. Looks like, I don't know if that is the end of the over. Let's have a look. No, that is no, actually, I think the first ball was a no ball. So I think there's going to be I think there could be 1 ball left in this over, actually. Here we go. They're going to get the message now because the first ball was a no ball. I don't remember what that was for. Do you remember a no ball at the start of the over?
I don't remember no ball.
But maybe we missed it.
I did miss 6 overs in 6 sixes in an over yesterday.
Hey,
so
understandable. But look, Sanjeeva's going to come back and he's going to get a bonus ball here. Well, it's not really a bonus ball. Yeah, there's another flash of lightning.
Yeah, I don't remember a no ball.
Yeah, there was a no ball. I saw that.
Was it?
But I don't know what it was for, and I must admit, I've been looking up some statistics, so...
All right, so
let's see if it makes a difference.
Sanjeeva's bowled so well. It's 3 for 13 at the moment. What's the likelihood he gets another one? Ooh, well left.
No different. Anyway, as the thunder claps around the Milan cricket ground, batten down the hatches. But that makes it a legal game, though, as well. It's 18 for 3 off 3. Right now, if it was to rain, who do you think wins on Duckworth Lewis? I don't know.
I think Milan United will not win because they were bowled out. And I think that makes a difference.
It doesn't really make a difference to their score, but it depends how many wickets they've taken. But I can tell you the pass score with 3 down is, yeah, they would win because Fresh Tropical would need to be 21. Yeah. If they were 18 and there were none out, then it would be a golden ball.
So it doesn't affect the score that Milan United were bowled out?
So it doesn't because that score is done. So that score's done. What affects it is, because you look at Fresh Tropical's wickets, the amount of wickets they've lost at the point where the rain comes down kind of affects their ability. Like imagine if they were 18 for 9 right now, right? You can't treat that the same as if they're 18 for none. So it's actually it's based about resources. So you've actually got 10 overs, but you've also got 10 wickets in hand. So they're the wickets that kind of matter. It might matter in the first innings if there was an interruption mid-innings, like first innings, because because it would have affected how you would have played, I suppose. But because the first innings was complete, then it wouldn't have mattered if they scored 66 for none or 66 for 10.
Duckworth Lewis is
what I will say
invented by wizards.
Most people don't understand it, but I will say it's a really good system.
No doubt.
And you don't have to understand it because people are a lot smarter than 99.9% of the population.
There's lots of things we don't need to understand to have it work. As the bowler comes in again. Bad ball. Good fielding there. Bit of confusion. Good fielding. Lots of things we don't need to understand to be able to know that it works.
Because here's my thing. People often, after the fact, they criticise it a bit. They're like, oh, well, that was a bit easy. But that's because you've seen the result. Most of the time, when there's a Duckworth Lewis and they say there's an adjusted run chase, if you think about who was ahead before or what the percentage win chances of both teams were, the idea is afterwards it'll be about the same. And normally it is.
Yeah.
You know, even if it's a bit counterintuitive sometimes, how they get there. Anyway, this is sliced away. Probably finds space. Watch the oh dear. Well, the side spin does the fielder completely down there. Numan Irfan. That's going to be 4. And especially with the rain around, like these all matter.
Absolutely.
Well, they don't anyway.
There's he did run straight past it, and
always spins back.
Well, they can't afford these. I mean, there's a drop catch here right in front of us, and then that one, an extra 4 runs. Joe Sakura, the bowler, don't think he's very happy.
Not surprised. Goes after this, down the ground. Should just be 1, it will be. Yeah, so I'm not trying to put the doomsday on it. I mean, we may be okay for the weather, but yeah, like I said.
Well, there's quite a bit of thunder at the moment, a bit of lightning, and random Italian music I can hear in the background. I don't know where that's coming from.
You're right, actually.
It's cut away past the fielder. Might hold up. Will come back for 2.
Good stuff, though, isn't it?
Yes. Good contest this actually now. So a few runs from that. 6 so far from the over.
Just got to try and keep that runs required above the balls remaining as long as you can.
Well, they need to get a regular run of wickets, I think, Milan United. A little partnership here, a little partnership there. Well, should get Fresh Tropical over the line. And Milan just need to get a few wickets.
Another tap of thunder. That one just sneaks inside. He wants a what? But this time, it won't be. Again, is it fully inside? It's a bit lucky to get away with that one as well.
Saw them called yesterday.
Yeah.
So
it's a line ball, probably at best. So it's the end of the 4th over, 26 for 3. I mean, that looks like Mount Everest, but I mean, that's not even kind of 7 and over pace that they went at. So don't even. Oh, okay, I see. There, that graph had it at 7 over. That was their true run rate, but that red line should be at 6.6 because they got bowled out 4 overs early.
Yeah.
It's put their run rate for the whole innings. That's a little one we can fix up.
All right. So Roshan Silva with the new bowler, bowling to Asim Ali.
Got Joe Foster saying hello to me and hello to you. And yeah, Danny, nice to have you with us. A lot of people watching from the Czech Republic, of course, which is where you've made your home. How long have you been in the Czech Republic now?
About 15 years, roughly. Yeah, about 15 years.
Beautiful city.
Oh, it's great. Really nice place to live. So here's Roshan Silva. Again, and hit past him. It'll just be a single.
Yeah. So 26 for 3 after 4. And let's have a look. If you were to stop after 4 overs, then they were 1 run behind the Duckworth Lewis. So it just shows you, I mean, Duckworth Lewis is a good guide of who's ahead of the game, which just shows you it's really even right now. I mean, instinctively you'd say, well, surely Fresh Tropical are ahead. This is almost going to be a run out, and they can't quite manufacture the ball back onto the stumps.
Getting a friendly bounce for the fielder. Hit it straight into the ground.
So, yeah, I mean, there's no sign of rain at all. I'm hearing thunder, I'm seeing clouds, but I'm not seeing any rain at the moment. So let's say if there was still 3 down at the end of this over.
Thunder only happens when it's raining. You got to remember that.
Very good song as well. There needs to be 33 is the pass score. 3 down after 5 overs. Thanks to Mina for brightening this Duckworth Lewis printouts. Big windy wolf from Azamali. He's just been off the boil at the moment.
It's a pretty good line and length, actually. Been getting a little bit of congratulations from Sanjeewa, who created this this indecision and this hesitancy from the fresh tropical batsman with a very good opening spell.
Roshan. This has to be wide, finally.
Getting a bit frustrated, the batsman.
Yeah, you can understand it. You want to feel bad on ball, don't you? People asked about the weather forecast just quickly. Go on.
I don't know if he got a nick on it.
I don't think it's just a natural movement.
There was a little bit of a sound, and the bowler reacted, but obviously the umpire wasn't.
Didn't see it myself. What I will say is there's no rain in the forecast, which tells me that
it'll rain.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. But it does say there's a moderate thunderstorm warning this afternoon. Although I don't know what that says because it's not the forecast, but there's a warning. There's probably a chance of it. So if it comes through, I think it'll sweep through. I don't think we'd lose the rest of the afternoon or anything like that. But we just might have to batten down the hatches for a while. All right, now here's your chance, or is it? It's a tough one over the shoulder. Takes the catch. Great stuff, and I'm liking that. It's the Flaming Archer. And so that looks like Thrudu Hashan having a good game so far, isn't he? And so a bit of a frustrating time comes to an end for the fresh tropical batter. Azam Ali is going to have to go. I'm loving the pose. It's 29 for 4.
That was a well-taken catch. They're really hard running back like that. And that was, as I said before, if they keep on getting wickets, Milan United, it just sets a new batsman up. And unless they can sort of grab this game by the scruff of the neck, Fresh Tropical might be in a little bit of danger. And he wouldn't have predicted it.
You definitely wouldn't have. It's an unpredictable game, Fresh Tropical. I mean, they're always lighting things on fire. Sometimes it's their own batting innings. It's they're all very capable. Again, we're going for a no rain. I don't think it'll be a sprinkle if it comes. And we've been here before, haven't we? Where we've seen some crazy things. It might have been last year. We had just a crazy thunderstorm sweep across the ground, and 10 minutes later it was gone, and we pretty much carried on, cleaned up and carried on. Sikander Abbas plays and misses first ball. What a good over this is from Roshan Silva.
Fantastic over. That was very close to the outside edge. Just a great line and length. Good ball first up to the new batsman, Sikander Abbas. And they're starting to believe, I think, Milan United.
The longer they can push this, they're going to be ahead on the rate at the halfway point, I'm pretty sure. Unless this one goes from Maximo.
Does only take one over, though.
Exactly. You know what I mean? That's jumped on. That's brilliant fielding as well. So we get to the end of the 5th over. The score is 29 for 4. But if they were to do this, then they'll be in some pretty esteemed company. Have a look at the lowest totals ever defended. And look who's right at the top, Danny. You remember that game?
I do remember that game.
Prague Tigers versus Prague Barbarians. Prague Tigers defended 60. It was only their second game ever. And we were getting ready for an early lunch, thinking Barbarians would just knock it off in no time at all. Yogendra Singh et al.
Yeah.
But they couldn't do it. Only made 34 for 8. That was back on the 4th of June, 2022, last year. And yeah, you don't see any Italian games on there. So it'd be pretty remarkable. They're the top 5 defences ever. And still, we haven't had a team defend in the 50s.
Yeah, well, it's score here, 66. That will make that table if it's defended. As the ball comes in again. Left outside off stump. It's Stephen Josekara. Bowley's second over. Yeah. Pretty tidy.
It has been. And so, some pretty good hairdos as well, I've got to say, in this lineup for Milan United. We've crept ahead in this game, hard to believe.
Here comes the bowler again. It's pitched up, hit out towards the cover boundary, just be a single.
So to give you an idea, at the end of the 6th over, if they remain 4 out, then they'd need to be 40. Well, 40 is the pass score, so 41 to be ahead.
And 10 behind there at the moment.
And that gives you an idea of who's winning the game as well. Still, I've got to say, you got Sheikh. He's struggled to go run a ball pace today. Think about who hasn't batted here. Bilal Hamid, especially if there is a possibility of rain. You don't really have time to catch up if it rains, because they'll judge it on what's happened. Abbas pushes, runs. If he picks this up, he had plenty of time to go up the stumps or even run it in. But Sanjeeva having a good game with the ball, couldn't pick that one up.
Yeah, it's just prodded there, and running between wickets has been pretty good for Tropical. Just everything we've been working on it. It was a quick yes, and it does put pressure on the fielders. But you're right, Vinny. I think if he picked it up, might have been a bit of trouble. Again, and looks like he hit him a bit high, and probably somewhere where it hurt.
I thought it might have been a little inside edge, but then got the inside edge of his nether regions, didn't it?
Let's have a look. And just in the leg.
That depends.
It still hurts.
It's true. Very fleshy around there.
I think he's got a thigh pad on anyway, on both legs. We hear a bit more thunder and more persistent Italian music. Comes to Sekera again. This one's been pulled away. Don't think the man will get there, will he? Bit of fancy footwork and a bit of confusion. It could be a run out, and it's gone. Well, has to be gone. We'll have another look at it.
I think you're right, Danny. I think you spotted it first time, and I reckon we're going to have another run out. Shark went to a run out before, but yeah, just trying to scramble back. It was pretty good improvisational work from Trishan Silva, because he's pulled wide. He said, look, okay, I'm going to get it. I'm just going to kind of hurl it on. Oh, no.
Oh.
Well, that's bad work by Shihan Pereira, because, I mean, I don't think there's any way he's made that. You can't really make a determination on that.
No.
Because Shihan's in the way. I don't know if we've got another angle of that, but the umpire says no.
We might be able to see it from here, but...
Again, I reckon the bat will probably block this angle. Let's have a look. I mean, he might have just...
He made it. Oh.
Yeah, I mean...
You can't tell. There's no way he could give that up. Let's have another look.
Yeah, one more frame, he'll be out. One more then. There you go. Now there, you can't tell based on that.
No, you cannot
So you'll
tell.
have to stay with the original decision of not out.
He did wipe him out, though.
He did wipe him out, that's for sure. I mean, the thing is, though, no disrespect to Irfan Shark, he's a real talented hitter. But before he ran himself out, Bilal Hamid came out and went whack, whack, whack. You know, he's 13 off 17 at the moment. Is he a wicket they can afford to lose based on current proceedings? And he says, no, Vinny, I can still hit it. Hits down the ground, but he will only get one. And this will be the end of the over. So Fresh Tropical leaving it very late to make a run. It is 34 for 4 after 6.
Yeah, they're about halfway to the score of 66. A modest total from Milan United. There's only 4 overs left. It only takes 1 over to change things. And you're right about Irfan Sheikh. He's 14 off 18s. Building a little partnership around him, but it's not helping run rate wise. 4 overs left.
Got a game on. I said what they need to do, push it up into the 8s and 9s. They've done that. Like I said, right now, they're 6 behind on Duckworth Lewis. You don't want to focus on that too much. Just look at the equation, because it's held out this long. Likelihood is it'll hold out for another 4 overs. And it is going to be Tariq Heshan who comes into the attack now.
Doesn't feel like rain, Vinny, so...
He's got the Rambo hairdo, doesn't he? First ball, cuts back in and pulled away for a single. So if it remains 4 out, so the wickets lost become less important now, because there's like less likelihood to get bowled out. But having said that, at the end of 7, they would need to be 46. 46 is the pass score.
And he's called a wide.
Yeah, that's wide. That's the thing.
You're right about the Rambo hairdo. Rambo, of course, from Dresden.
Yeah. Yeah, good memory. That's exactly what I was thinking.
Good character.
You couldn't really see if that was a wide because his hair was in the way. Andrews making good observation. I think this is called. He's saying, hey, is that a wide? But, I mean, again, the hair will definitely obscure us. But my suspicion is that got a little bit of the line.
And we're always getting a little chat from the umpire, which is, I think, a good thing.
Nisha's in the chat as well. Hello, Nish, who is commentating for us in Cyprus. He said, hey, everyone. It's a really good, nervy, low-scoring series so far in Milan. Danny was great holding the fort yesterday. And he said it's nice to have me back as well. He loves the shoes. Thank you, Nish. Hopefully going well. He's studying in Wales at the moment in Cardiff.
Cool.
All right, he's had about enough of this. So he launches it over the leg side. Maximal. Well, that's the power of the coach, Sikander Abbas. Makes a slight early movement to off, looking for that leg side, and he finds it. An important boundary as Tropical tries to work their way back into this contest.
Yeah, it's you know the line and length he's going to be bowling here, Heshan, and good movement across to drag it onto the leg side, which is relatively unprotected. There is a man out there. He got it slightly behind him.
More thunder, but no rain.
So he's just over the fielder, and that'll be 4, I think. Might hold up, and no, it won't. It will be 4.
Just like that, they go from behind to ahead in the calculations, and that's how quick it can be.
It just takes 1 over.
And so Sikander Abbas trying to make hay while the sun ain't shining. Hey, Nish has come up with a good movie, which I can't believe we overlooked, because I watched this with Corey, actually, in Malta. It was Moneyball with Brad Pitt, which is a super interesting movie, baseball-related movie. That was actually on a movie channel. It was so weird to watch an actual TV channel.
Yeah.
But they had a movie channel, and that was on. All right, this is going to be 4 more, surely. Runs away, and that brings up the 50. And this game has changed in the space of just a few minutes. Well, there's Dennis Oros, who is holding the camera. And yeah, Dennis, he's got a little bit more swagger than his sister, Diana, I've got to say, especially when the camera's on him. But anyway, that will bring up the 50. And that game has swung very, very quickly. Milan United, well, they would have hoped for the rain at the right time. Right now, it won't save them.
I don't know if they would have hoped for the rain, to be honest. I think they were on top in some ways. But this over's really let their grip. Oh, talking about that, so now there's a wicket.
Yeah, well, it swings again, but I mean, still it's a good trade-off for Fresh Tropical in this over because it's gone for 17. Heshan, who is probably the reason they've got so many runs to play with in the first place. Nice jumping catch, this one from Trishan Silva. He's been solid back there, but it will be a 5th wicket. Quick fire, 15 from Sikander Abbas, and it's 51 for 5.
Yeah, I was just about to say that this is the over that's let them have a bit of a leeway, a bit of a breather, Fresh Tropical, and got them right back into the game. And then there's that wicket.
6 ahead, even with that wicket.
I don't think it's going to rain before the end of the game, though, Vinny.
I always just think back to... when Rico said, I think we'll be okay in Bulgaria. And then 4 minutes later, he was the wettest human being I think I've ever seen because he was stranded in the tower. Anyway, up in the air. Fielder comes around, can't get there. Maximal. Well, Bilal Hamid, he loves to steal the show in the 3rd act, doesn't he? And he picks this up straight down the ground, beats the fielder. And it's also the end of the 7th over. Surely now, Fresh Tropical they'd have to fall over to lose. 57 for 5.
There was a wicket in that over, but 23 also came from it. And in a context, that's a 1/3 of the runs they needed.
Yeah, so let's have a look. Milan United versus Jandra Brescia. So it looks like Milan United going down here. Jandra Brescia full of confidence. How about Amadou Asafi? His half-century scored more runs in one innings than he has in his whole career, which dates back a couple of years here on ECN. Fibor Yadav is due to fire. I think that... Kulip Laos is pretty important as well. I'd love to see Zahid Ali get a bowl. Milan United, though, obviously Heshan has been important. Sanjeeva with the new ball was very, very good as well. So join us. All things being equal, it'll start in about 25 minutes' time.
Yeah, still a little bit left in this game, but that was a big over in the context of this contest. Context of this contest? That's it, I think. So another left armour coming on. It's not a bad start. Left arm spinners. It's Gayan Silva. How they be holding him back? The decision to bowl Heshan has not been good for Milan. It's a pretty good ball as well. It's pushed out. Good pick up and throw, and that's going to be close. I think he's okay, though. They do run pretty well between the wickets, these Fresh Tropical batsmen. Let's have another look. It's been cut away as a really good pick up and throw.
Yeah, I like the one-handed pick up. I feel like he'll be home. Oh, well, it's just all down to whether the bat's plugged in.
I think it's
or
all
not.
right.
I think it's plugged in, but have a look.
I think it's
Yeah.
I think it's behind the line. It's like
I think
long jump.
it's just in.
It's like long jump. You can go and check the mark. And
I mean,
think the
to be
umpires
honest,
have.
that might be an umpire's call because the umpire's probably seen where it's plugged.
Yeah.
Anyway, they're happy with it, so we'll continue. 9 to win becomes 8.
I think they're home. Fresh Tropical still got 5 wickets left. It's just that one over that really changed things, unfortunately, for Taradu Heshan and Milan United. Just down the leg side. And this interesting bowler here, Guyan Silva. He's bowling a left arm around the wicket, so it's creating a bit of angle into the batsman, and then should be turning the ball away. Here's again. This one's been hit for 6, and that'll be pretty much it.
Yeah, that'll tie the game. So, well, it threatened to be a good game, didn't it? I suppose it was a good game. It was an interesting one. As Nish said, it's a kind of low-scoring thriller feel about it. But, yeah, that one is launched. I don't think the rain will be a factor now. Fresh Tropical, I'd say they've scraped in a couple of times. I mean, the records will show this is a comfortable victory, but it's been an uncomfortable chase. Any score wins it now, and this will do it. So, again, Bilal Hamid, I'd love to know why he's batting so low. I mean, he's hitting the ball as well as anyone at the moment. I can understand maybe they want to try and get some more batting into some other guys, but, I mean, they made that a lot harder work than it probably should have been. And so it will be the end of match 3. Fresh Tropical 2 out of 2. We'll see them a little bit later on. But first, Milan United versus Chandra Brescia. And as long as the rain stays away, we'll be back in about 20 minutes to take you into that one. Chandra Brescia winning the toss, electing to bowl first. Take us through the highlights. Danny, who to check?
Yeah, as the covers come on, just in case, it was a fantastic start with Zain Naqvi, who was a destroyer in the first game for Fresh Tropical, falling first ball, and then that fantastic keeping catch there by the keeper, Trishan Silva. This one's in the air, and they couldn't quite get it. A couple of drop catches. This one was a tough one, but they get themselves every chance, did Milan United. And Fresh Tropical put under a bit of pressure. This is another one that went up, and another one went down. In general, they did okay, but it was really one over that changed things. This is the big 6 on top of the net. The looser ball and the LBW there for Sanjeewa, who was the pick of the bowlers. But Milan, they knew they were defending a very, very small target. So as they left turn at Albuquerque that went for 4. And this very good catch there. And it was Heshan, who's over in the end, probably cost them, well, maybe not the game, but did cost them any chance of surviving this total. So as we go on, this was the attempted run out. Couldn't really see it, couldn't get a decent replay of it, unfortunately, because of a bit of a blockage with one of the fielders. But all in all, a pretty good effort in the field from Milan United. Pretty sharp, especially on the offside. Some good fielding, putting a lot of pressure on the Fresh Tropical batsmen. And they did get regular wickets, but there was one over, 23 runs that nearly cost them. But in the end, it was a big 6 there. 23 off that over by Heshan, even though he did get a lot of the runs. It's a bit of a difficult one for Milan. And that was the 6 that pretty much wrapped up the game. So
yeah, it was such an interesting chase, wasn't it? And, yeah, I mean, I suppose they've had the luxury of getting the points and trying to get more batting into someone like Irfan Shaikh. And, yeah, I mean, hopefully that has dividends down the track for Fresh Tropical. And, he kind of laboured through his 16, didn't he? Sikandar Abbas, quick fire innings, though, from him and Bilal Hamid. So 29 off 11. And in the end, They get there with 2 overs to spare.
Yeah, it was right at the end, Milan Ahmed, 14 off 4. And Fanshaki hung around for quite a while, 16 off 22. I guess they built their rings around him a little bit. Sikandar Abbas, there's 15 off 7. But it was a fantastic start for Milan United, but always with defending a total of 66, really not much. They put a lot of pressure at the start with that wicket first ball of Zain Naqvi, who was so destructive this morning, hitting the ball very cleanly, but just not enough, unfortunately, for Milan United. As you can see, 3 wickets for Sanjeewa, the pick of the bowlers. Heshan, 1 for 23, but really not enough on the board. Competitive for a while, but still quite a few overs left for Fresh Tropical. 2 overs left to achieve the total. So, Fresh Tropical, 2 wins from 2. Milan United, they'll be back in the next game. And let's see if they can improve against Janjua Brescia.
Yeah, well, right on cue, the rains come. Hopefully it just washes over. Hopefully it's good timing. They're going to cover that pitch. And look, we'll be back with an update one way or another. At this stage, we are scheduled to start in 20 minutes. So we'll see you then. And it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek, back with Match 9 shortly, right here on ECN. You're watching the FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to the Milan Cricket Ground. Vinny Sandhu here in the cube right now. And it's quite a dry cube now, but it wasn't about half an hour ago because we had a big storm roll in. Good news is it rolled out of town as quick as it rolled in. So now we will have a slightly shorter match 9. More about that in a second. We've got Milan United taking on Jandra Brescia here in the second last match of day 2. A little bit earlier, before the rain, Rob Kemming had the 2 captains. Let's see what happened at the coin toss.
Okay, your call. Heads is called. Oh, I never rolled.
Yeah, so we now have like 3 months.
It is heads.
You will roll first.
So the news from the toss was that Hasib Abdul, the Jandra Brescia skipper, has won the toss and elected to bowl first. Why don't we have a quick look at the 2 teams? Of course, they would have been expecting a 10-over match. That hasn't been how it's panned out. We'll show you more about that in a second. But first, Milan United, they're actually 0-1 after going down to Fresh Tropical in a pretty spirited performance, but they had a shocking start with the bat. That was the problem. Tharudu Hashan, the only real shining light in their innings. So, yeah, you wonder about whether the top 3 can get a bit more production this time around. Jandra Brescia really impressed, and as Amadul Asafi, a wild card, sent up the order, and he cracked more runs in that innings than he'd ever scored in his ECN career. And so, Viwa Yadav as well, he's been drafted in for Jandra Brescia, as well as Kuldeep Lal. So, yeah, pretty strong-looking Jandra Brescia side. Milan United, they'll hope they can turn things around. And we are getting ready for a start in match 9. So we did lose half an hour of play as we see the players coming out to the field. These were based on a 10-over match, 104 to 91. So Jandra Brescia considered 13-run favourites as far as that goes. But just a grain of salt there. That is based on a 10-over match. And as the players come out there, we can actually give you the shortened match condition. So it's going to be 7 overs per side. Means it's a 2-over power play instead of the normal 3, and it means that only 2 bowlers may bowl 2 overs. The rest are limited to 1 over apiece. So a 7-over match. It's going to be a bit of Super Sevens action. We were talking about Rugby Sevens earlier today. Well, this is Cricket Sevens, I suppose. Vinny Sandhu, Mr. Maximo for the European Cricket Network, joining me for a fast and furious 7-over contest. Once again, is Danny Hudacek. And Danny, yeah, should be something a bit interesting here.
I think so. 7 overs. Not too many overs to get a big score.
I've got to say, well done to all the ground staff as well for getting the covers on, getting them off. I mean, it was quite a frenzy of a storm, wasn't it? We had to cover all that electronics, and that's why I went a bit silent for a while. But yeah, ultimately, we only lose half an hour of play and really won't lose a match because the match is shortened accordingly. Here's Mohammad Afzal to get us going. Mohammad Afzal just has the knack, although he looked a bit sore following that first ball. Yeah, Mohammad Afzal for Jandra Brescia. He's a real stalwart, bit of a workhorse for the club. And so, yeah, out there for Milan United, Suresh Silva and Shehan Danuka. And they'll be hoping to put a bit more on the board than they were able to do earlier. This is up in the air, though. I think it's going to be safe. Again, there's a fair bit of surface moisture left. Oh, that might have been out of it in here. I would have thought keeper might have been the shout as well. They scrambled through for 2. Yeah, both these batters made ducks in the last game. Suresh Silva made a 5-ball duck. Shehan Danuka made a 1-ball duck. And Roshan Silva batting 3 made a duck off 3 balls. So top 3 all making ducks. I mean, the only way is up for Milan United. Now, this is up. It's in the air. And they're going to try for another 2. Once again, they go bowler's end and they'll get a couple.
It was in that same area again. And they made a better start than they did in the previous game. It's really, it couldn't have started much worse. They were 3 for 8 in the power play.
Yeah, well, they're 4-0 up at the moment.
8 for 3. 8 for 3.
8 for 3.
Australian.
We've got to breathe that out of you. I know. You'll get the hang of it again.
No, I've got it. I can see it here. It's 4 for none.
4-0. Remember, it was 3-all for a while.
3-all, yeah.
Had to catch up to get 3-all as well. Ooh, fix the paddle thing on the way through. So, yeah, 7 overs. I mean, you're already kind of uber aggressive in T10, but I actually didn't hit anything at all. I thought I had flicked the pad on the way through. So, yeah, 2 over power play. Got to make the most of it. You have a look at the conditions. You would have never known that there was a storm that just went through. This is driven, but won't beat the infield again. Throws hurdled in, but we'll just get a single. So anyway, good teamwork from everyone, keeping us as dry as possible, and the main thing is getting back to the cricket as soon as possible.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, it was a little bit weird, but when it did stop, when the rain stopped, it was almost like sunshine.
Yeah.
Just came back straight away.
It was gone as quick as it came, wasn't it?
And it did affect this game a little bit. It is reduced by 6 overs all up, but we still got cricket. It didn't affect the last game either. Didn't use the Duckworth-Lewis. It's been a good start for Muhammad Afzal.
So you notice the timer is reduced accordingly as well. So I mean that still is in place. You'd have to finish the 6th over before that timer runs out. Anyway, reaches for this, goes slightly away from the field. He makes a meal of it. Goes for 4. And I don't think that Nazir Mahmood will be too happy with that. He just wasn't sure about what it was going to do. It wasn't the most unpredictable bounce I've ever seen, but he couldn't get a hand on it. Ends up going away for 4. Air swing.
Had a little bit of a meal of it. It's unfortunate. He was going the way to his right. It's,
end of the first over. So it is 9 without loss after 1. And so that's one of the 2 power play overs gone already. Afzal ends up going for 9. So 7 overs, what's a good score? I mean, I suppose anything, but I'd say kind of around the 60 mark is where you'd like to be, a minimum. You could probably defend something in the 50 region if you bowl really well. You just get more variance in these kind of games. When they're shorter, you feel like anything's chaseable and anything is defendable. I know we had a lot of 5-over cricket at the ECL last year due to losing 3 days in Championship Week. This isn't that short. It's kind of somewhere in between, isn't it? You're still going to have to play well. As Hasib Abdul, the captain, new captain for Jadja Brescia, brings himself in. Over number 2. And this is hit past the mid-off, but should chase this down again. This outfield was already reasonably slow. It's probably even slower now.
Oh, it's wet, so the ball's not going to be swinging much. It's going to be quite difficult to hold on to.
And yeah, so hard for the fielders, hard for the batters as well, because that ball will get heavy and it's harder to hit further. I think that's pretty relevant. Also, the ball is harder to grip, so this is straight up in the air, or is it keeper going searching? In the end, he just points to the fielder saying, well, I ran this far, but I'm not going to get there. Just complete communication breakdown. I don't know if anyone would have caught that anyway, but they didn't even attempt it in the end.
I don't think the keeper could have made it. He did stop completely when he saw his other fielder there, who also stopped when he saw the keeper there.
Probably heard some footsteps, which would have been a bit disconcerting.
It's been a pretty positive start for Milan United. Much better than their last game. But again, I don't think that Juno Brescia had the greatest start either in their game before.
I don't think this should go either. Chase, chase, chase. Don't touch it. Oh, dear me. Well, now they're going to take on an extra one. Now, they must have got 3 there. Oh, is that a 3? And let's just say it was quite an uncomfortable moment. They scramble through. I think they get 3 there, unless I'm mistaken.
That's pretty close. Here we go. Picking up the soap.
Yeah, I mean, all you have to do is not fumble the ball. It's already stopped. I'm going to go for a recount there. I mean, surely if they're scrambling, that was 3. That was only 2, apparently.
He did nail the batsman at the non-strikers, though, the keeper.
He sure did. They didn't know all about it. Yeah, so they mustn't have run hard at all if they were trying that hard to get 2 from that. But anyway, almost at the end of the power play. Milan United, I mean, maybe it'll suit them. In fact, it's a bit shorter because it took them ages to get going in their innings, partly because they lost those wickets, but even, you know, with the way they approached at the end, they actually got moving. So hopefully this gives them the license to do that a bit earlier. Hasib Abdul, last ball of his over coming up.
It's been a pretty tidy second one. A couple of little edges and things.
Yeah, they don't get a boundary off that second over. Interestingly, yeah, we've had 4 twos so far. So there's a few more 2s out there than we've seen lately with the lightning outfields where everything just goes for 4. End of the second over, and the score is 16 without loss after 2. Looking at the table, And you can see that 3 teams on 2 wins now. Fresh Tropical are top of the table for now, and they still have a game in hand tonight. They'll play in match 5. Chivadate with 2 wins and a loss. Same record as Bergamo CC. But Jandra Brescia, I mean, if they win this, then it's very likely that they would take that top spot. So already things are starting to form, but don't forget, some really good teams still to be seen, including Cricket Stars and Brescia CC. And even Trentino Aquila, who has some really good players. So that is the 2-over power play, done and dusted. So you can have up to 5 outfielders now. It looks like Yadav is going to bowl over number 3. Now, interestingly, like I said, you can only bowl 2 bowlers for 2 overs. So probably my strategy would be probably give everyone 1 and then decide who you definitely want to have a second over. I mean, unless they bowl such a great over that they demand it.
Yep.
It just keeps your options open a little bit.
Yeah, agreed. Oh.
Yadav gets a wicket first ball. Well, that's a pretty good start. He just rocks in and bowls a fairly straight delivery that cracks into leg stump. So Silva, 9 more than before, but it's only 9. And Milan United lose their first wicket at 16 for 1.
Yeah, big swing and a miss there. And Yadav, as you mentioned, who's going to be taking the second over? And Yadav has put his hand up already, isn't he?
Yeah, exactly. Look, if he can take, say, 2 wickets, then you're kind of almost 100% that he's going to bowl a second. So then maybe you can bring him back again as soon as possible. But that is kind of the skill as well with these. Sometimes you'll think that sometimes they'll bowl out your openers, for example, and there's 4 overs gone and they've been okay. But then someone might bowl really well in the 5th or the 6th and you don't have that ability to bring them back. So it's just something for the captains to think about. Silva not quite able to crack a run of ball, but he's replaced by another Silva, Roshan Silva, coming in at number 3. Again, he's coming off a duck. So he'll be pretty keen to avoid that fate again. Made a 3 ball last time, caught by Zain Naqvi off the bowling of Chima. It wasn't the worst shot ever, to be honest, from Roshan. But let's see if they can get something moving.
It's an interesting tussle, I think, this one, because really it was only one batsman that scored any runs at all for Jandra Brescia in Ahmadullah Safi. This has been hit straight. And with, you saw the woes that Milan CC had with that poor start.
Yeah, really had to dig themselves out of a hole, didn't they? I mean, to their credit, they got something that there was well, they were actually ahead in the second half for quite a lot. We look at the Duckworth Lewis because we knew the storm was coming.
Yep.
And they were actually ahead at one point by 6, 8, even about 10 runs at one stage. But that's the thing as it played out. And Fresh Tropical again, you know, people like Bilal Hamid, I think they got about higher. But maybe I can understand what they're thinking. They're winning games anyway, trying to get more guys in form. But there's limited ability to experiment in this format, right? Because you have to be the top 4 of 11, not the top 4 of 5, just to have a look in on finals day.
You don't want to change too much, and I don't think they'll change the orders necessarily that much. They might experiment during the tournament. This is in the air.
Could be trouble. Going back, and he takes a really, really good catch. And that's Naseem Mahmood that takes it. And yeah, you got a fair piece of that, but again, slightly heavier ball, I think, in these conditions, rolling along the outfield. Maybe in drier conditions, this is 6. Not the worst shot by any means from Danuka, but he's going to have to go for 7. And 2 wickets down now for Milan United. It is 17 for 2.
Yeah, they found it hard, especially in the last game, and as you just saw then, to find that boundary straight. And it's not a long boundary, but when they've hit 6s and 4s, it's normally in square of the wicket. So I don't know, maybe a change of bat.
Yeah. It's a tough one. You're just hoping you can muscle it over the fielder's head. And it's also like you can understand people wanting to go aerial because we've seen more 6s than 4s so far on this ground. I'd have to go to the stats. Don't know how up to date this is, but I'll look it up in a second. But that's one significantly dramatically different stat compared to the last couple of series we had. So yeah, so the Maximo rate is roughly the same as it has been, about 6 Maximos per 10 overs. And that's pretty consistent with what we saw in Cyprus and in Portugal in the last 2 series. But what's dramatically different is the 4s rate. I'll give you that in a second. Oh, that's pretty close. And he's gone. So straight enough, and Yadav does pull the second, auditioning for that second over. He's got 3 wickets in 5 balls. I think this is the kind of over that demands a second. Okay, it's angling towards leg stump a bit. I still think it's going to get a piece of the leg stump. And so 3 for 2. Decent figures for Yadav. And Milan United, their batting woes continue in the top order. It is 18 for 3. And all 3 wickets coming in this over off the bowling of your boy Yadav.
Yeah, it was, I think that was a good shout.
Yeah. And some people say, oh, you know, it's looking a bit leg stumpish. Maybe so, but I just couldn't see this missing.
No, that was a very good decision. It looked good live as well, Vinny.
And again, if I do a thought experiment where imagine the batter wasn't there and I visualise Yadav bowling that ball, I think there's stumps everywhere.
Yeah.
If there's no batter there. So he's gone wicket, 1 wicket, 1 wicket this over. Yeah, so fours rate, 4s per 10 overs. It was about 9 4s per 10 overs in Portugal. It was over 10 4s per 10 overs in Cyprus, but at the moment 3.8 here. That's close as well, you know. Now they're going to think about a run out. This would have been out as well, so he's lucky on a couple of accounts here, Jaya Cody. I have this one probably just missing, or there's definitely doubt, but I wouldn't say it's definitely missing. It's a pretty good shout for me.
Maybe.
Yeah, I mean,
over.
I don't know about over. Hits him below the roll. Again, if it was given out, you could make a case for it, but I think it's just a little bit too much doubt there. So 3 wickets in the over for Yadav, and it's 19 for 3 after 3. Yeah, so that's the difference between the scores being up in the kind of 110s, 120s, 130s versus here we're seeing kind of a lot of 80s and 90s, some even lower than that. Occasional one where someone gets going, but normally that's a lot of 6s that's creating that. A typical 4s per innings is about 6 4s per innings. So here, at 3.8, it's not too much.
Here comes Mr. 100%.
Now, swing and a miss as we head into the 4th over. Yeah, Mr. 100%. What a day he's had, hey?
He's been fantastic. And that moved away, a long way off the seam, as this pitch will do. Here's a bit for it for the bowlers. He batted fantastically in the last game. Bowled pretty well too. That's a chance for a run out, and it's hit directly. I'm not sure it's going to go back to a bit of a replay.
Well, does the ball hit the stumps? Because I think Safi hits the stumps with his hands as well. But that might have been after the ball hit them. And, probably most importantly, is he out? Let's have a look. We'll have to really slow this down. Let's work out what happens here. At the moment, the ball hits the stumps. I think he's just in, though.
I think he's in.
Yep. So we'll go one more.
Very close.
For me, yeah, you've got to give that in. Then the way it looked is like the Safi might have hit the stumps with his hands as well. Whether he did or not, it's kind of irrelevant now because safely home, they scramble a single.
And again, just like the other game before we saw against, we saw the previous game with Milan against, who did they play, Vinny? It's been a long day. and a thunderstorm between us.
That's true.
But Milan United have lost 3 quick wickets, just like they did in the opening stages of the previous game, and it's really putting them on the back foot. And they're taking risks, and it's only 7 overs. But you've got to wonder if they're going to get, with most of the top order gone now, with Heshen in, who got most of the runs. You know what I'm trying to say, Vinny?
Yeah.
Is it a replay of the last?
And I suppose Heshan's there. I would have been tempted to open with him because he's one guy that's full of confidence, right? I know they want to show some confidence in their top 3 as well. That's the balancing act, you know, because okay, all top 3 making ducks. So, oh, hello. They'll take a second, and again, I think he's home. They're kind of goading him to throw a little bit, and it worked. Let's just double check he's home here.
There's no real appeal.
Yeah, but I mean, these are funny because it's not like he's racing. Yeah, he's just home. No problem. Nice throw, though. Top of the stumps job. The worst thing you can probably do when you have a top 3 and you're heading into a 10-game series is that they all make ducks and you drop them all to 7, 8, and 9. You know, so I can understand they don't want to make wholesale changes, but they've had similar kind of issues. This is a full toss, and it's hit. Fielder comes in from nowhere, and it's going to be caught. Nassim Mahmood. Well, I think this might have been called on the field. It has. So, well, let's check out the height. He is out to step out of his crease, and then goes back. Yeah, I don't mind that. I mean, you could say it might slightly be below, but umpires are instructed, if you're not sure it's below the waist, to call it. And really, you shouldn't be bowling that high anyway.
Yeah, they should be hitting the pitch, huh?
Yeah.
But, a bit of a slippery ball, maybe.
Yeah, could be, for sure.
Free hit.
You're lucky they legged that out. It's not a bad shot at all. Goes over cover and should get the result. This will be 4. You can even see that way, the way that bounces and so much pace out of the ball. I mean, you'd be fetching this one from across about 3 streets in Cyprus on the weekend, that same shot. But that's the difference the conditions make. But it is 4 runs and 4 badly needed runs. And yeah, just I would have been tempted maybe to throw Hishan up in the top 2 or 3, just because of the 7-over game, and you're hoping that he can maybe pick up where he left off. But even then, he was a little bit slow to start last time.
Well, captain knows his team, and he knows the quality of his team.
Yeah.
So you can see, I mean, I think sometimes there are players that are out of form, and you would either drop them or drop them down the order or do whatever with them. But it's such a short format, and all it takes is for one innings. You saw in the previous game for Janjul Brescia when Safi hit that 77, after scoring, was it 33 in 26 games?
Yeah. Admittedly, not being used as a batter really in those games. So it's not like he's a batter that had heaps of opportunities up the order.
Yeah.
Anyway, we are 4 overs into this 7-over reduced contest, and the score is 30 for 3 after 4.
It'd be interesting to see where they bat him, actually.
Yeah, true. The fact his left-handedness was just so useful, I think, as well. Looking at that order, and he's a bit of a wild card as well. He's swinging hard, wasn't he? He got a bunch of full tosses. Yeah, let me have a look at the order. I mean, yeah, Yadav opening seems obvious. I went with Naeem Ahmed opening before, and that seems fair enough. But I'd be tempted to throw him in the top 3. I don't think I'd bat him lower than 3, based on how well he batted earlier.
Yeah. Would you open with him?
Yeah, I'd consider it. Also, if you open him with Yadav, it's right-hand, left-hand combination. But also, I can understand maybe you want to kind of keep him up your sleeve, even though you don't want a deep sleeve. But
it's only 7 overs.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's a much shorter sleeve.
Number 3 would be keeping him up your sleeve for me, rather than you risk him going very early and kind of derailing the chase before it starts.
I mean, Yadav can bat as well.
Exactly. You got Kuldeep there. He looked pretty good, didn't he? He looked organised while he was there. So where are we at? So 3 overs to go. Good scramble. 10, 10, 10. 60 plays okay. Yadav is back. Not surprisingly, after taking 3 wickets in his first over. Oh, that could be gone, He's caught behind. What a great catch that is behind the stumps. It was a bit of an ankle biter, wasn't it, for the keeper, Farhad Ali? But he was able to hold on just a little bottom edge. And, yeah, he doesn't really bend at the knees here, Farhad. But just look at how he scoops this one up. Just ends right up in the left hand. Yeah. Can't really see because the stumps are in the way. But, yeah, no doubt for me that it carried. It went in clean. It just it literally stuck like glue to his glove. So Yadav does it again. He's got 4 for 3. He's hunting a 5 for. What a performance. And the score is 31 for 4. All 4 of those wickets to Yadav.
We don't get many fifers in this form of cricket, especially in a 7-over. So that'll be a bit of an achievement for Yadav.
Wow. That was a great catch. I mean, it was great because he caught it. If he hadn't caught it, I probably would have said a few things technically because he didn't really stay low. He stayed upright and kind of a bit like my grandpa when he drops his car keys. He made it look pretty difficult to get ground level. We've had 4 5-wicket hauls this year, and Yadav has 4 chances at being the 5th. And Tamal Laminal took one last week in Cyprus. His bowling was pretty good rhythm here as well, Yadav.
Yes.
This is why, that's the reason. Makes sense. He's going to bowl a second after he takes 3 wickets in his first, so you're not losing too much. And still just looking at who might still bowl. I mean, they haven't used a 5th bowler yet, which they'll have to. They'll probably use him in the 6th, and then you go back to. We've got plenty of options actually for the 7th. It's just knocked away for one. Pereira is in and he's off the mark. But yeah, I mean, they say wickets don't matter in a short form game, and this is even shorter than usual, but you can see that they do, because they just get new people out there, and it always takes you, well, it's more likely that it takes you a bit of time to find your feet before you get going, even if you're trying to be uber aggressive.
It's, I mean, it's a dot ball, and it changes the momentum of things, and it depends on the batsman as well.
So, yeah, kind of careful shot by Heshan. I want to say a quick hello to some of the people in the chat now that I'm back up and running on my computer. Hello to Wazza. Hello to James Stewart watching from Estonia as well. To Neville Russ watching from Australia. And everyone else. Hopefully you're enjoying the action so far. Rico's off, and I've had a few questions. Rico's off for a couple of weeks. We'll be back in Austria. I'll join him for the next series. This is an up and under job, but it's straight to the fielder and it's gone. So, Heshan's a big wicket, isn't it? And guess what? He holds up 5 fingers, Yadav. He's going to finish with figures of 5 for 4. What a performance. 5 overs down. 5-wicket haul number 5 of the season. High fives all round. It's 32 for 5.
Pretty good effort there from Yadav. And especially after Safi went for 11. And he's come back and he's taken the heart out of the Milan batting lineup. Taken all 5 wickets so far. Still a couple of overs left. And Milan United, they can pump a few more. Let's see, they almost defended 66 off 10.
Yeah.
So if they can get another 20 runs or so, 15 runs, they'll have a pretty defendable total. Probably not enough still.
What a great spell by Yadav, though. That's some next level stuff, isn't it? And Jandra Brescia will be really happy that they picked him up. 32 for 5 off 5. And all 5, not often you see that, all 5 wickets to one bowler. Not often you see a 5-wicket haul at all, of course.
Maybe Bachita Singh, the new bowler. Pretty good move, I think.
Yeah, I think so. He bowled pretty well earlier, didn't he? So here we go. We're in the second last over. As they say in 7-over cricket, it all happens in the 6th. And it starts right now. Here's Bachita. Top of the stumps land. I want to get more than one here. So who can stand up? They just need someone to have a bit of a cameo, don't they? Milan United to keep them in this contest.
Yeah, we saw a few big hits right towards the end of the innings. I think it was a 4 and a 6 in their previous game, just to pump the score up a little bit, and that's exactly what they need. They need a couple of overs of 10-ish, and it'll get them up to around about 50.
Oh, a little edge. More end of the bat. This should pull up. Zahid Ali, who's north of 50. That's you wouldn't know it. He's one of my favourite players. We haven't really seen him do anything yet. They tried to talk him into bowling, and we saw you can pick him out because of his hat, though, right?
That's what we've spoken more about, his hat, than his general play.
That's true. No, he does so much for cricket. His club. Again, looks like one. They hit, probably be out. And he throws it so hard, it makes the overthrow a bit less likely. Well, a bit of Wimbledon about this, one side then the other. In the end, they'll get 2.
Yeah, it's a bit of a wild throw, almost took out the bowler. And it's good aware running there from the 2 batsmen, Pereira and Sanjeewa. Sanjeewa was good with the ball for Milan United. They'll have to bowl well. Probably will get those 2 overs. That's a lovely shot.
Great shot.
Hitting that race along the surface.
I'm liking Sanjeewa. I think that he brings a lot to the table, and that's just a pure shot. When you take into account the ground conditions, he's hit that remarkably well. What timing.
Yeah, lovely shot. Used his feet well. And being a left-hander as well, does play with the line, but that was just a classic shot.
Yeah, kind of on the walk, wasn't he? Match it up. Not really getting in his own way. So, come to come. Gets him outside the line. They should scramble through for a leg by, and they do.
Yeah, so any run they can get now.
Just snuck in for time as well. That's always going to be a factor as well. So you get basically 4.5 minutes per over you have to complete in time. So 4.5 times 6, where you got the clock from. About 26.5 minutes.
There's time added for wickets and lost balls and other little things, injuries and but it does push the bowling team, the fielding team to really just go through the overs not make too many changes. And we've seen run penalties already in this tournament. Only one, and I think it was in the first game, so it taught a few lessons.
Yeah, sometimes it takes one early. 42 for 5 off 6. Well, 5-wicket hauls. We're talking about the fact we'd seen 4 of them. It won't be too long before we see Vibha Yadav on the Hall of Fame, that's for sure. But yeah, I think you're exactly right. You've got this kind of these in-game adjustments, so you can really trust the clock. So it's not a matter of trying to make excuses for fielding sides either. And we've seen that when they really need to hustle for an over or two, they can.
Of course.
And you just don't want to get yourself in that situation, I suppose. So just 1 over to go. And well, it looks like it'll be Zahid Ali bowling. Tell you what, it'd be great if he could join Vibha on this, but he'll need 5 wickets in 6 balls. Vibha Yadav, the fifth 5-wicket haul of the season, 5 for 4 of his 2 overs. Yeah, in match 9 on Liberation Day in Italy. Anyway, here's one of our fan favourites. They go reverse straight away, but picks out the fielder. And again, they should get a second here. No, they're not going to get it because, again, at least they're throwing hard enough. Zahid's saying, what are you throwing that for? He's saying, well, because I was trying to get a run out.
I don't understand this reverse sweep in this situation. There are 2 players back in that area. In fact,
you're going to have to hit it really hard to get a boundary as well. I think it's because he thought he was going to go wide outside off stump. Just second-guessing him. This time he does go across. Yeah, but see, reverse sweep, normally it's a hard shot to generate power from compared to a regulation right hand. For him, a left-handed shot.
So why play it?
Yeah, well, I don't know.
And seeing there are 3 fielders there.
You're getting less value because even if you get into the gap, I'm not sure it'll go to the boundary.
Yeah.
And on a faster field, then maybe. Right, on a faster field, you get it over around and it probably goes for 4. Anyway, here's the old stager. Zahid Ali, this is elevated leg side and he'll get a wicket. Well, there you go. That's why we were calling for him. Sanjeeva made some nice shots, but he goes late in the piece. And a nice catch taken down there by Hamza Saad. Zahid Ali, I call him the Alan Border of Italian cricket because he looks a bit like him and he can get a bit grumpy. But right now, he's lost the burden of captaincy, but he hasn't lost his touch. It's 44 for 6.
Alan Border, what a player. He used to, I went to the same school as Alan Border, not at the same time, obviously.
Really?
But yeah. Well, for a while, I think he might have moved, but he's on the Legends board.
They had, so recently, a quarter over Christmas when I was visiting Australia, they had a 3-part documentary on his career.
Oh, really?
Yeah, and it was super interesting. Kind of went through. It kind of cut straight to his actual, playing career for Australia and some of the issues he came out under. Well, it's another catching one, but it's going to go over Nasir, and in fact, that's gone all the way. Maximal, Jayasekara in a short game that becomes super important. I thought it might have been out instead at 6, and it brings up the 50 for Milan United.
That's a nice shot. Saying he was struggling to get over the boundary, and I don't think he knew where the boundary was there, Nasir, and he could have been back a few yards.
Yeah, he had
and probably
more.
would have taken a catch.
He had more to play with than what he thought. Anyway, this is going to be called a wide. Yeah, it's called Alan Border My Story, original title. Also, I remember his autobiography, Beyond 10,000. I read that when I was young. It was probably around 12, 13 when that came up. It's called Beyond 10,000 because he'd made over 10,000 runs in Test cricket. Ended up with, top of my head, something like 11,174.
Was he the second to get 10,000?
Yeah, after Gavaskar.
Yeah, he was a great batsman as well, Gavaskar.
Do you go for 2 here? I mean, there's only 2 balls to go. Yeah, now they're going to get it. Took a funny bounce, didn't it? It's actually hit the stumps. So maybe that was super clever that they didn't go straight away, because if they had, it would have been run out. IQ 400 moment, and they get to 53 with the ball remaining.
Well, they've done pretty well, actually. I mentioned that they're about 33 if they get 10 and over, and they've done that. And now they've got a competitive total. It's, if you look at it.
It's going to be the equivalent of about an 80. So, I mean, yeah, you have to do well, but it's possible. After it again, doesn't quite get it, but it's good enough. Well, there you go, big finish. Maximo to finish Milan United. Jayasekara pulls a couple of bombs out of the back pocket, doesn't he? He'll finish on 14 off just 3 balls. He's a difference maker. Milan United, 59. That's 8.5 and over, so it kind of translates to an 85 score. You know, certainly competitive. Jandra Brescia, I mean, aside from the effort of Amadou Safi in the previous game. Yeah, they struggled to find runs. And I think this could be a coin flip at the halfway point. Milan United certainly, they want to make sure they take something out of day one of their performance here on the second day of action in Milan.
Oh, definitely. In the previous game, Milan bowled very well. So I think it's going to be a tough one for General Brescia. You see all the action. So 5 for Vaibor Yadav, 5 for 4. So all the wickets you see will be from him. There you go, nice catch out there on the boundary. But they got a reasonable start, did Milan, and then they lost 3 quick wickets in and over to Yadav. And just trying, that was that close one. Safi only getting 1 over, going for 11. So all those wickets tumbling reduced the run scoring for Milan United. They couldn't really get much of a hustle on. And that was that great catch down low by the keeper. And the General Brescia, it was all going to plan. General Brescia, and last couple of overs, even though there was a wicket, there were quite a few runs as well. So Zahid Ali ending up with a wicket, but going for 17, which we haven't really seen much at all from Milan United. It's just the last couple of overs where they've been able to pump that score up. That was the wicket off Zahid Ali. And then it's a big 6 just over the fielder. Could have been a few yards back. And then the final ball was another big hit there from Jayasekara. Just to pump that score up to 59, 60 to win. Is it a psychological barrier? Not sure. So I'll have a look at the batting in a moment. And Surya Silva and Sehand Denuka starting off pretty well. They both got ducks in the previous game, and then no one really going on with it. Pereira ended up 3 not out, and Jayasekara 14 off 3. Probably needs to go up the order a little bit. No one really going on with any big scores. And the tail of that is Vaibor Yadav with 5 for 4. Fantastic bowling. The only bowler to bowl 2 overs, and a little expensive with the rest. Abdul, the pick of the rest of the bowlers, with just an economy rate of 7. So we'll be back in a few minutes' time. It is a shortened game, 7 over game. Back in a few minutes' time with match 9, second innings between Janjua Brescia and Milan United. See you in a minute.
The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
And welcome back to Milan for this second innings of the game number 9 in the FanCode European Cricket Series from Italy. And we have a pretty interesting game here. It's been reduced to 7 overs. This game between Milan United and Giangua Brescia. Milan United, they pumped up the score in the last couple of overs to reach 60 off the 7 overs. Giangua Brescia had to bat well to get there. They were a little bit subpar with most of the batting earlier in the day at Giangua Brescia, except for a sparkling 57 off 20 by Mr. 100%, Amadullah Safi. And see if he's been promoted up the order. He should be in the top 3, I think, Safi, because it is a reduced number of overs, as we mentioned. 7 overs. Due to a thunderstorm that came through earlier. It's bright and sunny now. Just got very dark. Rain for about 20 minutes or so. And then it got sunny again. Beautiful conditions again for cricket. And there's a bit of dampness though on the grass, and it's pretty lush. So not that many 4s available. It's more either over the top for 6s or singles and 2s. It's been some good running actually. Milan United ran quite a few 2s in that innings. And it'll be Sanjiwa to open. And it's been cracked towards cow corner for 6. Lovely shot by Yadav, who's having a great game. Took 5 for 4 with the ball, and that's 4 runs straight away off the first ball from Sanjiwa, who was good in the previous game. Just a little bit short maybe. Good start for Giangua Brescia. Let's see how Sanjiwa can reply. In again. Charge. Is that a little edge, and he's gone? Well, the batsman doesn't like it. Looks like it might have been a bottom edge. And the umpire put his finger up, and it's the first wicket down for Milan United. It's a big one. It's Yadav. Well, I don't think he likes it. He'll have to go. It looks like it might have got the very end of the bat. So there we go. And I mean, we don't have sticko or anything like that, but it's there's a noise. And the umpire was convinced it was a good appeal. And well, I don't know, Yadav, even before the finger went up, was wondering why they were appealing. I don't know if he secretly knew. It must have been a very, very fine edge. But you could see the slip fieldsman, as soon as it hit the bat, he went up. So he knew, and there was a noise.
Yeah, so look, I think it's probably more likely than not, based on a bunch of factors there, it probably just scratches the toe of the bat. And it's so fine that Yadav almost wants to convince himself it hasn't. I mean, if there's a noise there, it's that close to the bat that you'd say you couldn't rule out an edge. You know, sometimes you can see there's distance between bat and ball. That wasn't one of those cases. Anyway, it's almost another one as Saad almost chops on very first ball. So it's a tough one. Geez, he absolutely banged that first ball as well, didn't he? For 4. Slow outfield or no slow outfield, that was racing away. Almost set a kind of fire trail, Back to the Future style. But yeah, Yadav's a big one to lose, and that will give them some confidence. Again, they've gone for the same top 3 as last time. Makes me think that Safi probably likely to bat 4. You don't think he'd bat any lower than that.
They did lose wickets early, and good effort there.
Direct hit, I think, would have been gone. He just pulled the bowler away from the stumps a bit. You see they decide to go. Here comes a throw. Yeah, direct hit was out, but good effort by the bowler. Hey, question in the chat from James asking how the commentary dogs are going. Have they made the trip? Well, I'm pretty confident they haven't made the trip. Otherwise, they've been very quiet.
They haven't made the trip.
If you're not aware, then Danny Often bring his dogs down in Prague. Got Oki and Talia. Oki the comedy dog and Talia the security
The
dog.
security dog's doing a fine job and doing too good a job, actually.
Is that right?
Yeah. Oki's a sweetheart and she won't harm anyone. But back to that.
Top ball. This is turning into a decent over. I mean, 8.5 is par here. So yeah, 8.5 per over. And so if you can keep below that, you're doing pretty well. Especially in a power play over. There's only 2 overs of power play, don't forget.
True.
Yeah, so how the dog's going all right?
Yeah, look, they're fine. They're really good. Talia's been with me for now for 2 years. She was adopted from Dubai and has had little behavioural problems, still does. She's okay off the lead. She's really nice. But on the lead, she can cause a few issues. Come back to that in a moment.
Last ball, the first over. It won't be, because that'll be a wide.
So they're staying with a lovely Venezuelan couple who are minding them, and they have a dog who had to go to the vet last night because Talia decided to take a little chunk out of her ear. She's been protective of her new adopted home, and it's not a great situation at the moment.
Well, hopefully it all works out. Okay. Oh, lovely dogs they are. As we get to the end of the first over, they pretty much get what they need, but half of them came in one bang from Yadav. But he is history here in match 9 already, despite his 5-wicket haul. That's 1 over down. The score is 8 for 1. Well, the shorter the game you get, the more likely you are to get a golden ball. So imagine if you had a 1 over game, for example. You're always a shot for a golden ball, right? So statistically, that's true. So maybe we're slightly more likely to get a golden ball here. 37 matches since we've had a golden ball. We have had a golden ball in a 6 or a 7 over second innings. That was the infamous Indian Royals versus Brothers 11 Portugal. And that game was most famous for Mohammad Shahid getting hit in the box and Corey completely losing his mind. You probably know that it's probably the most viral clip of 2022 in Portugal, where he kind of, I guess he opened himself up for a little bit. But I'll show you that.
Was that on the return throw?
Yeah. Throw came in. They got a genuine 3, and Shahid almost ended up with less than 2. Put it that way. Jai Cody, the captain, comes in. And so starts with the dot.
I've seen Corey lose it quite a few times.
He does. That laugh is infectious of his, and you know you're really getting him going if he snorts. And about 56 seconds into that clip, he is a genuine snort.
There was a great one with a guy who was painting a sign.
Well, that's an up and under job, and that is going miles out of the ground. Maximo! What a shot that is by Hamza Saad, who just stands and lives very correct. High elbow, what's this? Bang. And just goes straight over mid-off for half a dozen. What a shot that is.
That was a lovely shot. It is short boundaries here, straight.
I think the other one where Corey was laughing, he was painting the barn and the ball got him in the tush.
Yep.
Straight off the rope. I mean, he does laugh even off air quite a lot. They say laughing is good for you. We could all do more of it. Goes after this and we'll get it over the infield. Not convinced it'll go. And, well, nice little unselfish flick back. And it'll be an entertaining too.
ECN.
That's what friends are for. So, I'm liking that. He said, well, I have to get up. I don't have to get up and throw the ball. Try to go again, but this time might have found trouble, and he has. Really nice catch by Roshan Silva down there at long on. So Jai Cody with a breakthrough. Saad was looking dangerous, but that'll make it 16 for 2. And this is an interesting point in the game, because I feel like this is when we'll see Safi. Now, if Safi comes off, he can win the game for Jandra Brescia. But if he gets out, I think we're going to see a lot of pressure put on this middle order. And what are you going to tell me? We're not going to see Safi. You've got a better view than me.
Yeah. No, it's not Safi.
I'm a bit surprised that they wouldn't.
He hit 70, he's 57 of 20. And they're sticking with this order, which in a limited game of 7 overs, they've just lost 2 big wickets.
Yeah, well, he batted 4 before, that's the thing.
I thought he batted 5?
No, he batted 4. He batted 4. Kuldeep Lal was at 5.
Then he's been relegated.
So Kuldeep's coming in. And look, nothing against Kuldeep. I mean, Kuldeep is a class act. I mean, he's got ECN centuries. very, very good player. But I would have thought maybe just for balance, you have the right-hand, left-hand combination. I think Kuldeep's a better insurance policy than Amadullah Safi. Because say Safi doesn't come off, you still got Kuldeep. You're like, hey, it's not so bad. But say the opposite happens, say Kuldeep or Naeem get out here. Safi is going to be playing a swashbuckling role regardless.
He does have his pads on. Quick single taken and not out.
Very quick single, but they'll get there. So, I mean, they're both quite quick, these two. The other thing to keep an eye on is the clock. The clock's been adjusted for the shorter game. You can see he's safely home there. Yeah, I mean, it's a good problem to have someone like Kuldeep, who we rarely see batting outside the top four anyway in any ECN cricket. So, I mean, you can understand that. But just would have thought sometimes you go with the guy that's having a special day. It has that kind of feel for Safi.
He did go for a few with the bowling, though, and he is very much a confidence player. So
yeah, batting's batting, though. He's scored 57, which is his lucky number as well.
Is it?
He wears it on his back. Let's get through everybody, including the keeper. And Pereira. Now they're going to take two. This probably should be gone with a better throw. Maybe still gone, but I think he might have just made it.
Yeah, not too much confidence with the appeal. And it's a pretty well run in the end. Let's have another look at it. He's taken a bit wide, and he
missed anyway, but I think he would have been in anyway. Interesting.
So it's well poised after 2 overs. It's the end of the power play. 2 over power play because of the 7 over limit.
Yeah, it's 19 for 2 after 2. Looking at the table, Jandra Breshop can match Fresh Tropical if they win this. And if they do, that sets up a battle of the undefeated teams in the last game of the day. It would mean that one team would have 3 out of 3 at the end of the day, which is a really good day's work. Like I said, 10 matches in the group stage. Not every team's like this, but a lot of teams, they'll play 4 match days. So they'll play 2 3-match days and 2 2-match days. So certainly, if you can go 3 for 3 in a day, you're putting yourself right in the mix.
Yeah, I've seen a couple of really good days cricket. Pretty tight games mainly. This one is another one of those. It will be J.S. Sekera. Bowled pretty well in the last game.
Gets lucky there though, doesn't he?
That came in the air right at the last moment. It's a good ball and chance for a run out.
They are running really hard. They're pushing. But I mean, like I said, they're both quick. And they're just trying to avoid the hesitation.
I think they're running very well between wickets. So they set off to 2 straight away. And we saw that in the last game as well. I think with Fresh Tropical, with the running between the wickets, just very decisive. Obviously working hard on that.
It's a good word, actually. Decisive. It's well pitched, though, by J.S. Sekera. He's having a really good game. And, you know, he talks about all-rounders, and Safi maybe went for a few with the ball. I think he bowled badly, to be honest. But J.S. Sekera had a couple of big blows with the bat towards the end of the Milan United innings. He's the reason I think they got all the way up to 59.
It does pump your confidence up if you hit a couple off the middle. So wide.
I mean, if they were to defend this, they would defend a score in the 50s, but it wouldn't go into the record books because it's not a 10-over match.
Yeah.
But still, it would be a pretty good effort.
Going back to the wraparound hat-trick, Vinny.
Yeah.
I think the case is, because the whole idea of the wraparound is that you can get it off a different game. So three balls in a row, because we're still playing cricket, still playing the same tournament.
Sure.
Well, not even the same tournament. It could be
same team sometimes. Anyway, this is up and lifted away. And it's going to be 6. Maximo. Kuldeep Lal comes out. And there's a certain kind of elegance about Kuldeep Lal's batting, isn't there? The last time we saw him in Italy, he wasn't quite at his best. But that one drifts onto the pads and the bowler pays the price.
That was a lovely shot. Effortless. And into the potato field. Yeah, going back to this wraparound hat-trick. I mean, because it's such a short format, bowlers only get 2 overs. I think it should be a valid hat-trick because you look at Test match cricket and it's 2 innings.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
Oh, okay.
Let's see, I'm an easy sell on this one. Anyway.
But should it just be called a hat-trick rather than a wraparound?
Yeah, maybe. I mean, you're kind of opening a bit of a can of worms because normally when you don't do these normal things like, you know, give them the ball and you write who it was against and all these things. It just hasn't been done before, but maybe we can find a way to do that. We call it a wraparound hat. We give them 2 balls and we sticky tape them together. We could do that. I don't mind that. Yeah, gets a bit on this, but he'll get 1. Yeah, was my pleasure. I kind of sometimes I'll do it. Sometimes Rob Kemming will do it, or whoever's around. But I've got reasonably neat riding on the ball, which is harder to ride on than you think with the spherical nature of it. But yeah, wrote the hat-trick ball up for Furkan Mohammed of Limassol Zalmi in Cyprus the other day and presented that to him.
Was it the real ball?
Yeah, but see, the problem is in these games, sometimes the real ball might get lost.
Oh, there's quite a few in the potato field right now.
A ball. So we do our best. You know, they're in baseball, you know, so if there's something special that happens, they'll throw the ball to the team so that person can keep it. So if you get your first hit in the majors or something, then they'll because in baseball they'll change the ball all the time. Yeah. So it's always shiny new. Sometimes after it bounces once, they'll say, okay, hold on, give us a new ball, please.
Well, it's like the keeping the balls.
Yeah.
It's down the leg side and called wide. Yeah, getting people scrambling for the ball or out when their home runs hit.
Yeah, that's right. And sometimes if they're say world record beating home run, those balls can go for a lot.
Oh yeah. Oh, those are on eBay.
Yeah.
Before you leave
some
the ground.
Fans, believe it or not, they'll give it back to the hitter. And then the hitter will be obliged to pay them out of the goodness of their own heart.
Something about America and money. But,
it's capitalism for you. That's true. Good game this. I mean, they're ahead of where they need to be, obviously, at the moment. So 25.5 would be kind of par at this stage. Not a bad shot. And so, Kuldeep's made a pretty bright start to his innings. He'll keep the strike, moves to 11. Jay Sakra doesn't really go to plan for him. Goes for 15. A few wide ones in there at the moment. After 3 overs, it's 34 for 2.
It's a pretty big over in the context. So, target is 60. 4 overs left. That really helped. 15 off that over.
Yeah, sure did. But again, in these shortened games, the momentum swings can come even quicker. So if you can go have a couple of great overs, say 5 and 5, suddenly you're right back in the mix, especially if you take a wicket. Safi's no guarantee to come off. He's a kind of high-risk, high-return kind of player, likely to come in next. Right now, looks like we can get going Silver bowling.
Yeah, we've gone back to that whole thing with Safi, is they've had confidence in him early. He had time to play an innings and played really well. And now there's only there's a few overs left.
Yeah, I mean, again, Kuldeep's not a bad option.
No.
I just think that if you had to choose who to go in first, I think I'd rather have Kuldeep as an insurance policy than Safi. Oh, this is pretty straight, you know. Umpire has a good look, says no. I'm not straight on, so it'll be leg by, but I've got to say that live and from a slight angle, I thought this looked really close.
I thought it was pretty close. He's coming around the wicket though.
Where's it hit him? Maybe outside the line.
Outside the line. It hit him outside the line as well.
Yeah, it's a really good call.
Yeah, it is.
Really good call. Again, I didn't see it from straight down the line, but that shows that that's a very, very good decision. Well done from the umpires. Because I think that probably was going on to hit the stumps, but the impact's just outside the line. Good stuff. And it's a long day for them as well. I mean, we're now into kind of around the 8th or 9th hour. And there's an intensity of these games. Just won't quite carry to the fielder at long off. It makes it a bit awkward for himself. But just a single. The other thing is, let's say that Naeem Ahmed doesn't really accelerate, say he's 4 off 8. Does you get to a point where you maybe make a tactical switch?
Retire.
Reasonably well hit. Again, got the old Jimmy Daggers, the staggers about it, but a good recovery from Kuduma Duagi Sanjeeva. And make sure that it is only a single.
It's had a bit of a slip there. Bit of ice skating. Shows the surface might have a little bit of moisture on it still because of that thunderstorm. So it's been hit towards cow corner and coming around, they won't get to.
It's like, yes, preventing boundaries is what it's all about. If you concede a boundary, it's hard to keep them under that rate of about 7 and over. Yeah, but Kuldeep, he's been in this situation many times. He's played a lot of games. I can't think anyone's played more games actually than him. Maybe Mohamed Isan might be one, but he's actually playing his 99th match on ECN right now. He scored over 2,000 runs. He scored 2 centuries as well. So, yeah, he's done it all before, hasn't he? End of the 4th over. It's 39 for 2.
It's a pretty good over from Gayan Silva. Only 4 from it. And, well, who's going to bowl the second? We've had, have we had 2 overs from a bowler? They're chosen. Did
yeah, so let's just have a look at it. Bring the bowling figures up. Now, we've had 4 individual bowlers so far.
Yeah.
So, again, yeah, keeping your options open.
Well, Sanjeev was the obvious choice, but I tell you what,
took 1 for 8. Joe Cody 1 for 9. Pretty good over. I mean, Guy and Silva, and he went for 4 in that over as well. So, you spoiled for choice. It might come down to who's batting, whether you want to bowl spin or whether you want to bowl pace. Now, we are going to get Roshan Silva coming in as the 5th bowler. So, yeah, 5 individual bowlers being used. I think it's a strategy. Now you can choose who you want to bowl second.
Sure.
Just 1 to start us off. So, I mean, yeah, on paper it looks easy, doesn't it? 20 off 17, but we know that the pressure can build pretty quickly on this surface, which is a little bit up and down, this pitch. And obviously that the outfield being pretty lush.
The temptation would be to hit a 4 or a 6 and then just singles, which is a pretty good tactic.
You kind of need to find that one boundary and over, don't you? And now he's not going to get it because it will be a wicket. And Naeem just cuts that away, but it's a bit too close to the fielder. And guess who? He does it again. Tariq Hashan takes a nice catch, diving away sideways. So it'll be an interesting moment in the game because it'll be 40 for 3. I think now we will see Safi. Sure. So again, you feel like he's going to swing for the fences. And so he could finish it really quickly. Or if he does get out cheaply, it just might put a bit more pressure on the batters to come.
Yeah, it is Safi coming out. Left-hander will change the angle a little bit. And he was hitting the ball so cleanly this morning. Conditions might have changed a little bit. I think the pitch would have been only 2 different team though. And Roshan Silva, it's 1 for 1 at the moment. Let's see if Safi can do anything. I don't think he'll hold back either. I think he's going to poke it round.
Nah, he won't. He only knows one way. He'll be thinking, okay, I'm 3 and a bit hits away from finishing this off. And if Chandrabresha do win this, it'll set up a battle of the undefeated teams last game of the day. He won't want to go anywhere for that. Fresh Tropical versus Chandrabresha.
That'll be a cracker.
Yeah, James saying, yeah, at his uni, they'd engrave a small plaque. They'd hammer into the ball for a 5-wicket haul. What a nice idea. I know that I occasionally, I was a bowler when I was growing up. Yeah, they make little trophies that you can actually sit the ball in, the actual match ball, and they'd engrave it on the plaque, which was kind of nice.
I don't like those cheap little gold plastic trophies.
Yeah,
I really don't like them.
Bit of clutter.
Yeah.
Doesn't quite carry it to long on. I remember I made it. So in indoor cricket, we had a player in our social team bowl a perfect over, 6 wickets in 6 balls. So we kept the ball, and I made, and we presented to him at our annual kind of awards night. Bearing in mind this is a social team, let's just say he left it in the taxi at around about 3 or 4 in the morning, and it was never seen again. After all that effort we put into it. This is hit back past the bowler for 1. And so, I'm looking forward to seeing the way Safi approaches this. Just takes one of his first ball, but yeah, I think he'll be going for broke. And I kind of like that because you do have Kuldeep as a steadying influence at the other end. So I do like the kind of differing styles of these two because Safi can go for it. If he does get out, Kuldeep's still there to engineer it. They've got batting to come. So yeah, I think you'll probably see Safi going for broke here. 17 off 14. And he does, but he's reaching. Does have this kind of habit of backing away, doesn't he? And he's been getting away with it. They did get a lifetime supply of full tosses in 1 innings in the last game as well, didn't he?
He is very busy on the crease, isn't he?
I mean, it's only really dot balls that get you into trouble here. So as long as Safi's even getting one, that's probably fine at the moment. Pretty good over this from Roshan Silva as well.
Has been.
Can he survive the last ball? Kuldeep has had about enough, but he might be gone here. He is gone. Nicely taken by Kudama Sanjeeva. And Kuldeep goes for 15. So, well, that sound was a spanner in the works as Kuldeep goes off the last ball of the fifth. 44 for 4. And they're not there yet. They still need 16 runs off the last 2 overs.
Well, that was that insurance policy gone. And now, we'll see what they're made of. Safi's out there. He's having a good day. Hasn't hit the ball cleanly yet in this innings. Only faced 2. But this has been a very good over from Roshan Silva.
Let's have a look at what's coming up, and we should be back to a regular 10-over cricket. Starting in 25 minutes, we've got a battle of, well, 2 teams. At this moment, they're undefeated. We're not sure if Chandra Brescia will be undefeated by the time the match 10 rolls around. Chandra Brescia winning the toss, electing to bowl. So fresh trouble. They'll be forced to bat first for the first time today. And Zain Naqvi likely to open. I wonder who they'll open with him this time. They've got a few options there, don't they? Bilal Hamid, he's listed there at 9. He's been batting way too low. Got to get him up there. And yeah, like I said, that match is starting in just 25 minutes' time. Join us for the 5th and final match of day 2. Should be a doozy. And this is a doozy right now, as it looks like they are bringing back Sanjeeva, who's fresh off taking that catch. So we say it all happens in the 6th. Here's the thing, though. I'm a bit worried for the time, because there's only 90 seconds to bowl this over. They don't get time allowance for the first 5 wickets. So I think they're a bit oblivious to it at the moment. 26.5 minutes to bowl your first 6 overs. Anyway, this is a flat bat smack, and it will do the fielder. And yeah, he's running so fast towards that, but the ball slowed down so much, he actually overruns in the end. And a valuable boundary for Chandra Brescia.
Yeah, going back to that point where the fielder disappears. You're right. I didn't realise it was after the first 5 wickets.
Yeah.
And even in a reduced over.
Yeah, well, I'd have to check on that, because I was always under the impression they got a bit more time to bowl per over if it is shorter, because more of the innings is chaos. A higher proportion of the innings is chaos. But yeah, I'd have to double check that.
I think the clock then, as the fielder goes down, picks the ball out of his from under his legs. It is a bit slippery underfoot here, even though the sun's out.
Well, Safi is on a rampage here at the moment. This time he picks out the field and just gets 150s come up now. Down to a run a ball at this stage.
He's hitting it pretty well. And if you look at that shot clock, it's gone down to 0. So
yeah, I mean, we'll have to see how it is. Oh, this is up and it's out of here anyway, so it might not matter. Maximo! And just a pickup shot. What a shot this is. Bachadar Singh comes in very first ball and he deposits it and gets them within reach of the target.
It's a lovely shot. Used his feet well, made it into a half volley, and boosh. Great shot. So I think Chandra Brescia home. Can't see Milan United getting victory, even though they've had their moments in this game. It'll just be a single.
Yeah. So it makes it 2 to win. And so, I mean, ultimately it's at the referee's discretion. But yeah, the reason I think that you should be allowed to have slightly longer is because you don't really have as much time to make it up, right? So if something happens, okay, we've had, you're typically going to get more, a less sedate innings proportionally. So I feel like, again, trying to think back to the regulations. It doesn't happen that often, actually. But, yeah, you wouldn't say they've been super slow through here. It's just naturally overs can take a bit longer.
Sure.
Because, I guess, 4 wickets falling in 5 overs, for example. as this is up and it's over the top, and it won't matter now because that's going to be the boundary, and Suffy does it again. He's averaging 70 today. What a day he's having. And Jandra Brescia, they will chase this down with 6 balls to spare.
Yeah, it's a pretty good effort there from Jandra Brescia. They're a pretty good team. And Milan United, they, just going a little bit too slowly, I think, with the batting. Had a couple of decent overs, but don't think they posted enough in either game they played. They'll be back again soon. But Jandra Brescia, I think good effort, and 2 from 2.
Yeah, that's what's coming up, and we're around about 20 minutes away from the start. Fresh Tropical batting first in the battle of the undefeated teams. Join us for that, but first, let's go to the highlights of this one. 7 over reduced contest, and it kind of hung in the balance. Milan United, again, they'll be frustrated. One thing I was just saying to them, as we saw 4 and out, first up, little scratch of the bat, according to the umpire, yeah, I'd have had to go. But at least Milan United, this time they get to play 10 matches. In their previous series, they've only played the 3 each time, and they've never really been allowed to settle. So even though it's an uncomfortable start to their tournament, still they'll have time to turn it around with 8 more matches. But yeah, they fought all the way through this game. I mean, didn't have a great start with the bat either, but got to something that was defendable. But yeah, ultimately, just not good enough to get the points here in match 9.
Yeah, it's unfortunate, but you can see there's quality there in that team. But maybe the circumstance, first day, also getting used to the conditions. So Milan United, as you can see, the play, they held most of their catches pretty well, considering the conditions are a little bit slippery. But, a couple of big overs for Jandra Brescia, got them over the line. Lose 4 wickets along the way, but Safi was there with that some lusty big hitting again, and that was a 6 towards the end. Big shot, and that was Safi's shot just over the infielder between the 2 others to get Jandra Brescia a good win.
Yeah, I think that they'll be really happy with how they're going. But, I mean, what a cracker of a game we've got coming up then. Fresh Tropical versus Jandra Brescia. Like I said, we'll be back in about 15 minutes, take you into the start of match number 5 for the day. Match 10 for the tournament. So here the target was set. It was 60 required from Jandra Brescia. They get there in the end. Yadav went 4 and out. Naeem also 4, opening the batting, but 10 for Hamza Saad. Kuldeep Lal with 15, Abdullah Safi with 13 not out, and he's just having a great day. He had 2 boundaries in his innings. But Kuldeep Lal, although he went late, an important little role there just to keep things ticking along. Bachtar Singh with a big blow towards the end as well. As far as the bowling went, 2 for 5, Roshan Silva. Brilliant from him. Guyan Silva none for 4 off his 1 over. So no one really bowled that badly. Jas Saker went for a few, I guess. Sanjeeva went for a few late in the piece. Finished with 1 for 26. We'll take a break. Back, like I said, in 15 minutes. Take you into the start of match 10. Until then, it's Vinny Sandu, Mr. Maximo with Danny Hudacek. See you just around the corner. Random questions time as well. And the best thing about it is this blue sky is back. So we'll take you home after this. And we are back shortly with more FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports.
Hello and welcome back to the Milan Cricket Ground. Well, it's hard to believe we had that thunderstorm roll through now because there's a lot of blue sky and sunshine as we get ready to close the day out with match number 10. This should be a real doozy between two teams that have had some success today. Fresh Tropical taking on Jandra Brescia. Let's see what happens at the coin toss. Rob Kemming has the two captains.
Your call.
Head.
Heads is called. It is heads.
You get ball first.
So it is Jandra Brescia that have won the toss and they have sent in Fresh Tropical. Doesn't surprise me because we know that Fresh Tropical, they like to bowl first. They kind of like to know what they're chasing. They've done that twice successfully today. But Jandra Brescia having a pretty good day as well. Hasn't been all going their way, but two teams with finals aspirations going head to head. And well, I think whichever team wins this game, they'll be right up the top end of the ladder. And a few teams still to come will be playing catch up. Let's get ready for the first ball there in match 10. And Danny Hudacek, once again, been great spending my first day with you today in a while. Danny, news from the toss. Fresh Tropical batting first after they've been sent in by Jandra Brescia. Let's get ready for the first ball with you. Let's get ready for the last game of the day.
Thanks, Vinny. It's been good fun spending today with you as well. And again, picture perfect. This ground, beautiful conditions, and two good teams, Fresh Tropical and Jandra Brescia. And Fresh Tropical, Zain Naqvi, you saw him hit the ball very hard and very long early in the game. Very clean hitter of the ball, but then missed out against Milan CC getting a first baller. He'll want to recover from that. And Yadav took a fifer in the last game, be instrumental with the ball for Jandra Brescia. Look at Zahid Chima and Bilal Hamid with the ball, also for Fresh Tropical. And that man, Mr. 100%, Amadul Safi, having a great day, hitting the winning runs in the previous game and that sparkling 57 off 20 earlier in the day. So pretty even contest, I think. Fresh Tropical have won the last two tournaments here in Milan. As you can see, Jandra Brescia on the expected score, 106 to 102 for Fresh Tropical. Again, how much can you read into that? Don't know. Fresh Tropical have a lot of talent in this team and they do win big games. And this is a big game against Jandra Brescia. It is the final game of today, day 2, match 10. And it will be Mohammad Afzal to open the bowling, as he did earlier in the day. I like his action. Afzal, he's a big man. He bowls very, very well, tidy spells. And it will be also Zain Naqvi who'll attempt to launch him into the potato field. So, two men back. It's just 100% at cow corner. He covers a lot of ground there. And there's also a man at deep square leg as we have the first ball of the game. Naqvi hits it to that man at square leg. Can he cut it off? He can't. Well, nice shot there from Zain Naqvi. Such a clean hitter of the ball. And so he drags it from off stump across, and the field out there had very little chance. And it's not the quickest of grounds at the moment, quite spongy underfoot. And the rain we had earlier didn't help. And it's very much an offside field, except for those two players. There is a man just behind square as well. The bowler comes in again. And it's a dot ball. So you can hear the Jandra Brescia players really pumping him up. Coming again. And it's outside off stump, good line and length. And instead I like Afzal's bowling. I think he's very consistent. It's a bit of shape, and that one cut away. Comes in again. This one's taken from that side. There's a man under it, and he gets, I think he got it in the shoulder. It's a little bit difficult out there. The sun's setting on that side, and you can see him rubbing there. And got hands to it. Hit it pretty well though, Nakvi. Pretty bright start. Hit it again to him. He's going to get him this time, as he does. Picked him out that time. And just standing there, admiring. And that's a big wicket. Couldn't have picked him out any better. Didn't move a muscle. And Nakvi will have to go. He did try to force that shot. Flirted with danger the ball before. And that one went straight to him. Stood there with his hands on his hips. Bit of comedy there. So, big wicket early. He did cause a bit of havoc. Went for 10. And Mohammad Afzal gets a wicket. Brings Asim Ali to the centre. Also a good batsman. He hasn't really performed well with the bat today yet. There's a bit of quality there. But Nakvi. There's a couple of nice hits. That's Javed. Usman Javed, the man at the non-striker's end. Of course, he won't face, even though the bat is crossed, he won't face the next delivery. It'll be Asim Ali. And Mohammad Afzal. Let's see what he can do. See if he can get another quick wicket. This one's in the air. And wide of the fielder, and that'll go for 4. Just over the top of covers. It's a nice shot. Pretty safe. It was a little bit uppish, but just over that cover fielder. And that's the end of a pretty good over for Fresh Tropical. 14 from it, but that big wicket of Zain Nakvi evens things out a little bit. Afzal, the bowler. So it's been a very good day's cricket here. Again in Milan. It's nice conditions. The temperature around about 23 degrees. And the left-hander, Javed, will be facing his first delivery. And it'll be Hasib Abdul, the bowler. Coming around the wicket, and that's gone down towards the boundary. They'll get another 2, I think. It's called a wide. Slanted down that leg side to the left-hander. That's what happens when you have a right-hander, left-hander combination, is that it does play with a line for the bowlers. You have to adjust, and bowling can sometimes be a rhythm thing for some bowlers. Here comes bowler again around the wicket. Just pushes it just on the leg side for a single. Hasib Abdul will make up for his big wide first up. Go over the wicket now to the right-handed Asim Ali. As they change the field a little bit. Again, there's 2 men back. There's Safi at cow corner. And there's the man at square leg. One's cracked through the offside, and that's a lovely shot for 4. Mentioned earlier that there haven't been many 4s hit in this tournament. Quite a lot more 6s than 4s. That was hit beautifully through that offside for another boundary. See how the bowler comes back. That's Abdul. Dug out. Call for a catch. I think it went down. Well, should get a comfortable 2. We'll look for 3. They won't get it. So maybe a chance there for Janjua Brescia for a wicket. And Ali, as I said, he hasn't really performed too well with the bat today. Hopefully he can get going. It's great to watch when he's in full flow. Asim Ali. Here comes Abdul again. Bowling to the right-hander. Good bounces down the track. It's down to Mr. 100%. Underarms it in from the boundary. So, Vinny, what do you think of the start?
Yeah, or Nukvi, another case of lightning striking twice, and we had a bit of lightning earlier, didn't we? But that was a second chance that was offered to the fielder. He was grappling with his son, which wasn't an issue earlier. Now a little edge, which is going to creep away, should pull up. I mean, you can see most of that ball's buried below the grass. Yeah, but Bachadar Singh has had a pretty interesting day out there. Injured a bit of a, injured his hand or a finger when he was taking a caught and bowled earlier. So he didn't use his hand the first time. I think it was mostly shoulder, wasn't it? But anyway, very next ball. Yeah, so Nukvi's a big wicket, especially with no Amir Sharif in the lineup today. A bit more responsible on Nukvi, and he does go early. Anyway, this is up, and it's in the air. Now, two fielders are coming, and it's a really brilliant catch. And guess who? It's Ahmadullah Safi. And it was more difficult for him. He was running with the flight that was to his preferred side. But that is an outstanding catch by Mr. 100%. And so another wicket falls. And Usman Javed is the man that's got to go this time. Goes for just 3. 27 for 2. But what a catch. What a day he's having.
Oh, he's having a fantastic day. You can see the smile on his face as well. And it was never going to be anyone else. As soon as he saw it, he was always going to go for it at 100%. Great catch.
Yeah, that was outstanding work. And we've had a lot of highlights, haven't we? This will bring Hassan Jamil to the crease. And what the pity is, it's not a pity because it stopped raining, but if it rained for longer, we were going to show you a classic match. And I'd selected the 2021 final between Bergamo United and Fresh Tropical. But I suppose if you want to watch that, you can always go and find it on our YouTube channel, Eastern European Cricket Network. I was a bit worried there about a collision. So I think the thing is, Kuldeep Lal, who was the outfielder coming in, he had one eye on the ball, but he had one eye on Safi. So he saw that Safi was committed to it. Because often I think the outfielder should get right of way there, because I think Kuldeep would have reached it.
Sure.
But yeah, you don't want body parts rolling all over the field. Anyway, this is the last game of the day, so I'm going to call on the audience for random questions. Here's Yadav, who's coming off a 5 for. Back to reality. Afsal makes the block. They'll get a 1. So yeah, I'm looking for random questions. I see that Kitty Hundley's in the chat. Hello, Kitty. Hopefully you're well. I have arrived in Milan. She's just popping in for a little bit. Hello to Kroom as well. Hello to Chris Schinkel, James Stewart, and anyone else that might be watching. I've got some food chat business to address in a minute as well.
Food chat?
Oh no, this one sneaks past everybody, including the keeper. And this one will ruin your figures real quick. And so, yeah, that hurts, doesn't it? Yadav loses it down the leg side. He never gets it back. Fahad Ali, he's done some good things today, but you can tell into the third game late in the day, can't make the stop, and it costs him 5.
Yeah, it's a bit loose from Yadav, who bowled so well in the last game. He's a wicket-taking bowler.
So, last game of the day, we sometimes do random questions. We do a bit of food chat. I have 5 words for you, which I think is going to change my Milan experience after this ball from Yadav.
I think I know. Yeah, I know the 5 words. I know exactly
I'm
what
going to let you guess them. What are the 5 words that you've informed me about that is going to shape my time here in Milan? Go ahead.
Well, how about we could play a game
I know
of
you've
sort of
got it. So
I know what it is. Of course I do.
I don't think it's really guessable without context for the audience.
The middle word is can.
Yes. All right. Yeah. Okay. So see if anyone can guess. I think you should be able to guess the first 4 out of the 5 words. Fifth one's a bit difficult. So there's 5-word puzzle. So it's like charades. So middle word is can.
The last word's not very Italian either.
Correct. I'm gonna leave it for a sec. Good idea though. I know you love a game. Goes upstairs. Is someone above the head or not? I mean, there he is, and he's standing. He's walking. Yeah, it's probably borderline. Maybe it's just okay. It looks high there, but if he's standing in his crease, it might have just nicked to the top of his helmet.
It was pretty short. You haven't seen too many bounces on this pitch, though.
That's true. You had have. Now, pitches up. It's a wild swing from Azim Ali. It's been a bit of a split personality today, Azim Ali. Normally he's kind of all-out attack, but I mean, today he's a little bit more muted at times as the situation's dictated.
Doesn't really time the ball very well, I don't think. It's just not in the groove yet, but it's early in the tournament. There's 10 games before the finals.
Julian saying carbonara isn't 5 words. The carbonara is a given, but I've like the keys being jangled in front of my face. I've been distracted on day one here for me by something that's near the hotel. So the middle word is can.
Mm-hmm.
I'm even going to say the second word is you.
Yeah, that's fair enough.
Is that okay?
Yeah.
Anyway, we'll get to... I'm a bit distracted now, but at the end of the power play, it's 34 for 2. It's a fairly even power play, I think. Decent run rate for Fresh Tropical. How exciting is this? One of these teams will go to 6 points and get the jump. The other one won't be in bad shape, 2-1. But I can just see a lot of traffic, and I feel like there'll be 6, 7, even 8 teams that will be kind of clustered for those top 4 spots. So it's always a good time to make a run. Why not at the start?
I think it's a really good format as well. It's just that straight shoot to the top 4. And each team playing, or every other team once,
Yeah.
I think it's fantastic.
It's about as fair as you get.
It's
you know?
very simple. It's very straightforward.
We couldn't have done this in the past because the extra games required, but now the fact that we're getting 5 games a day, 11 group days, so 55 matches, and then you include the finals, it's 59.
Yeah, yeah.
And so there's no kind of sneaking in to kind of 8th place and getting on a heater. Yeah, so second word is you. Third word is can.
Can I give a cryptic clue?
Okay.
I mean, we're not looking at this, we're looking at something similar but not the same. I don't know if you know this. Oh, you must know this. Spew and chew? Chew and spew? Chew and spew. That's it, chew and spew.
Well, no ball called, front foot, I think. You've intrigued and disgusted me at the same
Do you
moment.
know, have you heard that term?
Chew and spew.
Chew and spew. It was it's growing up. Let's go to chew and spew.
Let's go to I've never heard that.
See if anyone knows it. Chew and
no
spew.
ball. That's a really good call from the umpire. Okay, you've lost me. I feel like by the end of the 4th over, we're just gonna have to give it away.
It was it was a different country that this food was from.
All right.
But yeah, it was growing up, and there was chew and spew. Maybe that term's no longer used because it's not very nice.
It's proper game 5 chat at the moment. Safi. Again. Would have been out anyway. And the stumps went flying. So gets a single. Yeah, but I'm excited. Yeah, obviously I'm excited for carbonara again. It's Italy time. It's carbonara time. I just have to try and do it in moderation. I am planning to kind of make sure live a sustainable lifestyle here on the tour. Not always easy, especially when you come to places like this.
One thing I'm disappointed at the ground, and it's a lovely ground, and we've been well treated, and we're getting fed really well.
For sure.
But the offer of coffee. I mean, we're in Italy, right?
Mm-hmm.
The home of good coffee, espresso. Yeah. And I said, yeah, we can get a coffee, but it'll be Nescafe with cold water.
Yeah, it's a delicacy.
It's an offense. I'd get slapped by an Italian for just even suggesting that. I think this is in the air.
Yeah, someone should catch this. Does anyone want it? Yeah, it's taken, and it's Kuldeep. Finds himself down there. And he's got the sunnies on. Maybe that's why he's fielding there, because he's got those large sunglasses. So Safi, I think he just rolls his fingers on this. Yeah, there it is. You see, it's the cutter. It's a slightly slower ball. Then Azim Ali skies it. Kuldeep does the rest. 3 wickets down now, and 37 for 3.
Just have a look at, if you saw Safi after the ball went up, he was off.
Yeah.
He's going to run after it. And he realised that Kuldeep was under that and relented. But
Pretty
he would
handy
have
one
gone
again.
for it.
Well, it looks like the medics are coming on again. Hopefully we don't have another webbing issue. Let's have a look. Who is that that's down there? No, that's Hassan Jamil. We might have just a bit of an issue with a lower leg, I'm guessing. Yeah, so looking forward to pasta carbonara time. But yeah, I mean, there's not that much time to go out for dinner with this schedule at the moment, especially because we're actually starting a bit later. We're starting at 9:30 in the morning, which means we probably get back to the hotel about 8 by the time you get changed and stuff. Yeah, we're often feeling it. But yeah, the coffee situation in Italy, I've heard stories of, I love these stories of, you know, let's say foreigners, really I mean Americans, coming over and ordering like, you know, a half calf almond latte and being asked to leave, being asked to leave the store, which I like. But yeah, I like that. So we're going to have to ask you to leave.
No. I think it'd be in slightly fewer words than that. All in Italian, all in rapid fire.
Yeah.
Pointing.
But yeah, I love the culture of Italy, and obviously big kind of, it's a big country actually.
It is very big.
And we spent a bit of time in Malta, which is just off the southern tip. That's where we started the year. Now, just a slight technical delay.
I guess it's off the southern tip. It's not,
Yeah, I mean,
not really Italian.
no, but it has some of those influences. I mean, you got Sicily there.
Yeah.
But I mean, I'm just saying geographically, we've doubled back because we went from Malta, and then I spent a bit of time in Gibraltar, obviously Spain, Portugal, Iberian Peninsula. But yeah, nice to be back in Italy. And we'll have 2 weeks here in Milan. We'll have 2 weeks in Rome as well.
This is my second time in Milan. I've never actually seen Milan.
Yeah, you have to make a real effort if you're going to do it.
We're in the middle of, we're in the pandemic, and actually these are the upcoming events.
That's actually true. So let's have a look at what's coming up. Yeah, we're in Milan, obviously, right now. We've got the ECS coming up. Italy, France, and Romania. So that should be some three-way action that you won't want to miss, especially with France. I mean, they could not hold a bat to save their lives, and they had to have an instruction that this way up in the ECC, but they were the best bowling team, and they snuck into the finals in a rain-soaked golden ball on a Thursday night, one of the moments of last year. But they end up finishing third, beating Luxembourg, and then bowing out late in the piece. Austria, Bulgaria, both great locations to go to. I think we said after that it'll be Sweden, then Romania, then Hungary, Czech Republic, and then Switzerland. Back in Switzerland for the first time since 2020 as well. Don't forget, Charlie Hunt will be taking you to The Rock in Gibraltar T20 International next Thursday. So not this Thursday, but next Thursday. I'm trying to work out exactly what's going on. I think they might have just missed that no ball at the start of the over. So they're just going to make the changes, make sure that everything is how it should be.
Was it St. Gallen that where the Switzerland, where the Swiss tournament was early on?
Yeah, so it's going to be at the same ground, St. Gallen.
That was lovely.
Which is awesome. Don't know if we'll have the LED boards, but yeah, that looked really good there. And they had one of the thinnest pitches I've ever seen back there. Anyway, here's Amadou Safi. Missed 100%. Again, right on the money. Just a single. So, Chris has a random question for me. Vinny, could you not have taken the field with you when you went for the haircut?
I think it's to do with the length of the grass, maybe.
Because, I get it, because I went for a haircut, but the field needs a haircut, is what they're saying.
I don't.
He thinks his flicks have had. Miss 100%, puts 100% in everything. Thickness is wide. Oh, yeah, I get it now. I'm a bit slow. It is game 5. He means, well, while I was getting a haircut, maybe the field could have come with me and gotten a haircut.
I don't think the grass is too long. It's sort of spongy.
It's
kind of weird.
Spongy's the word.
Yeah.
You know, and obviously you need grass. You don't want to kill it by having it too short as well. So I still think we're seeing decent scoring levels, you know, in the kind of 9.5 kind of region. Well, at the end of the day.
It's another wide.
But yeah, I mean, yeah, about 9.2 and over through the first 7 matches. That's what we're up to. So, look, it is what it is. It does encourage players to go aerial. I must admit, I do kind of miss the field as outfielders being challenged a bit more. And by challenged, I mean put in danger because you can kind of bank on the ball to decelerate here and kind of field
cricket.
a bit more traditionally.
It's cricket, not rollerball, Vinny. That's another wide. Just losing his line a bit is Safi. It's 3 in a row. But no, I never. Of course, it's funny if a player gets his ear clipped by a ball going past his face.
True.
But it's not. It's a little dangerous, and you don't want to see anyone get hurt.
Exactly. You need to find, I think, a balance.
Yeah.
I remember even in Vinosh, in Prague, we've seen a couple of Tortugas.
Oh, yeah.
And the collateral damage that brings.
The ground's getting a lot better, though, at Vinosh. There's been a lot of work done. Just talking about Czech cricket, after we see if they take an extra run. There are 24 teams in 3 divisions now in the Czech Republic.
Is that
which
right?
Fantastic.
I saw that Vinorati now have the Rossos and the Biancos back, so back to 2 teams this year?
Yeah, I think it always was. I think they might have reduced it for the 40 overs. I'm not quite sure. But for the 20 overs, it's those 2 teams. But also Kutcher have a team.
Oh, is that right?
So Chris Pearce and Mick Starry and Benji Solchek.
Fantastic.
They've got a team, and I think that must be in the 3rd division. But it's a real advance, like a plus for Czech cricket to have the juniors, because the Kutcher is the cricket academy.
Yeah, well, that's great to hear. Still more to go on this over. It's been a long one. That's something. It's a trend across the board. I'm happy to say. Same thing in Portugal.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they've now got different divisions for the first time, and yeah, it's certainly in Malta. Even I think it's on the up and up from like 5 teams to 15 or 16.
Yeah.
So I mean, that's exactly what we want to hear as we look at how this innings is going. And yeah, I suppose fairly, I don't know about the word ordinary, but yeah, decent run rate, but also something for Chandra Brescia with those 3 wickets. Safi, despite kind of overstepping and a couple of wayward ones, he only goes for 6 in the over.
There were 3 wides and a no ball.
Yeah.
In that, and a free hit, and he's taken 1 for 2 effectively.
Yeah. Self-inflicted, but you take that any day of the week. What a day he's having. It sets him up for potentially a big tournament if he can keep going this way. Remember, Chandra Brescia, they play 3 matches today. They've got a couple of games. They've got 3 more days where they play 2 matches, and they finish off with a lone match in match 45. But yeah, it's a brilliant opportunity for them to set the pace essentially. And yeah, Fresh Tropicals batting, aside from Naqvi's bursts and probably Bilal Hamid, who's come in way too low, has been a little bit, I don't know about suspect, but just has been without any real fluency.
I agree with you, and even they're going at 10 and over, which doesn't seem right, because there's really not much been happening.
Yeah, I mean, didn't we have a 5 wides in there, which kind of pads the score a little bit?
That was another one which possibly could be called a wide. And going to hit towards the boundary. Just a single. But yeah, it seems to have been a bit of a lull in this innings, but they're still at 10 and over with 6 overs left. It's just been poked down on the offside. Shouldn't be a run. It won't be. It's Bachata Singh, the bowler. It's been a good start from him. Pretty tidy. Comes in again. Oh, he's got him. And it's hit a bit of pad, and it's gone onto the stumps. And it's another wicket down. And it's Abbas who goes.
Yeah, ran out of patience, didn't he? And Bachata keeps it pretty simple. You miss, I hit kind of business. And yeah, I mean, look at where he's trying to hit this. He's trying to hit it just dead sideways, sets up for it. Yeah, a little bit assisted inside edge and splays the leg stump. And so, yeah, disappointment for Abbas. Again, he's a much better player with the bat than we've seen from him today. But he will have to go. And Fresh Tropical, yeah, just a bit of merry-go-round of batters through the first 4.5 overs, 45 for 4.
Yeah, it's pretty even, this contest, really. Even though that run rate it's about on par. They have lost 4 wickets.
We were here last year, and we saw actually the highest at the time, highest 10th wicket partnership. But then in Belgium, we had a number 11 come out and whack 49 off 18 balls and run himself out trying to hog the strike back to get his 50. So that got blown out of the water. But still, we have seen them kind of get in trouble, but get out of trouble as well. This is Javed Maharsh coming out. Remember, he was super important in that final win back in 2021, but again, haven't seen the best of him today. Pretty good looking shot though from Maharsh, who walks at it. Again, they're going to hustle hard and they're going to get 2. But these are the kind of shots in the last couple of venues we've been at that they're going to the boundary or they're at release testing the fielder. But yeah, along the ground here just holds up. The outfielders just have plenty more of what I call lateral range.
Well, does it ever rain in Cyprus?
Occasionally, but yeah, actually we had a final rained out there last time we were there. But yeah, it's one of those places. And when it does, it really does. But there's not a lot of rainfall throughout the year. 5 overs down. It is 48 for 4. I want to welcome you into the, well, you call it marshmallow because this is looking a bit soft at the moment. But we're in the Cube here in Milan. Beautiful afternoon for cricket, early evening really. Vinny Sandu here, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hu to check. I really love your shirt game, by the way.
Thank you.
Asking for random questions, food chat suggestions. Okay, now I can reveal that the 5-word thing across the road from the hotel is all you can eat sushi. Now you went did you go last night?
I went last night. Yeah.
Everyone went last night. Of course, I was flying in, only got here after midnight.
I was half the size yesterday.
Yeah, I'm going to have to check it out. Either that or I might have to do like a self-exclusion where I say to them, please don't let me in because I want a bit of a fitness kit. And I feel, the thing is, if you're going to binge on something, something like raw fish probably isn't the worst.
Do you know how the system works there, though?
No, yeah. So I want more information about the all-you-can-eat sushi, please.
Okay. So it's you look at it and you walk in and you think it looks quite small and there's people waiting, but it looks pretty popular.
Yep. Goes for this and a bit of a gap here. Will you try the 2? You think about it. And they only think about it. They stay with a single.
So you walk in and as you walk in, you realise this place is bigger than you expect, and it's enormous. I don't know if there's 100 tables, got little sections cut, sort of just been turned around the corner. Now look for 2, bit of confusion.
This is the same one, trouble. Well, did he get him in time? That's the question.
I don't think so.
I reckon
he was back.
He might have missed him the first time here. Mrs. Fahad Ali behind the stumps. Yeah, it's a big miscommunication, and he sent him back late. Let's have a look at it on the replay. Jamil's in jeopardy here. Let's have a look. See? And now, he might have been back anyway. He just gets there.
Yeah, he does.
Based on what I see there.
Yep. So, and there's little private areas. It's huge. Anyway, you sit down at the table, and there's an iPad on the table, and you think, the waiter's left an iPad. What do we do? And then we have a chat to him and says, if you want the all-you-can-eat option, it's like 26 euros or something like that. Here's the iPad. Choose whatever you want.
I find this so exciting. I cannot wait to go tonight,
It's a great system. Great system. You just flick through and you go, I'll have 6 of those. I'll have 500,000 of these. And they just come out every so often to the table. They don't rush you with everything. We had a couple of bottles of wine, 5 of us.
Rob Kemming, he said he might join me tonight.
Yeah.
He said he doesn't mind doubling down, but yeah, so who knew? I thought the carbonara was going to take me down, but I don't know. I guess we'll have to see.
So chew and spew. What's chew and spew?
Yeah, okay, explain that to me, because that, as I said, fascinates me and grosses me out.
Well, it's those all-you-can-eat Chinese buffets.
Oh, yeah.
It's chew and spew, where you go there. It used to be, growing up, it was like $5 or something ridiculous, and you would just eat as much as you could.
Okay.
And that would be gone through to the keeper.
We went to one of those in Spain, actually. That was, yeah, it was. But they had tactics at that place. This is in Sporting Alfaz, near Sporting Alfaz home ground, Alfaz Del P.
No.
And they were really good at ignoring you. So you try to order more food, and they would kind of run around you, and yeah, it was all you can eat for like $12.95 and all you can drink.
But this is a buffet. So basically, you go up with your plate and you just load up on whatever you want, and then you. I mean, we have them in Prague. They're called Chinsky buffet, and they're pretty awful, but they're cheap, and you just eat as much bad Chinese food as you like.
Well, there you go. Getting it all the tips from Danny Hudacek. Anyway, we're 6 overs deep now, 55 for 4. This game's right in the balance.
Yeah, it's a good way to end the day, I think, with these two teams. They're looking at top spot. It will be Bachatar.
Bachatar's bowled well today, hasn't he? He's had a lot of success. Probably get 2 here if they rush. And out. You've got the backup keeper, gloveless.
Vinny, I mean, I saw Fresh Topical 2 years ago. It's a far cry from that team.
Yeah, but I mean, it's the same thing. Like, I've seen them implode on occasion as well. I think everyone's got a bit of rust they're blowing away today. That's kind of what's obvious to me.
That's very true.
No Amish Sharif in the lineup today. He's in the squad, so I expect we'll see him at some point.
But, we've seen... Is it only 250s? There was one yesterday. Two yesterday. There was the Enigma, and there was one by Zain Ali.
Zain Ali, and then also obviously got missed 100% today.
But
that's 57.
It's pretty unusual in a tournament like this, isn't it?
Yeah, and I think what it tells you is how people are trying to gather their runs. They're having to take more risks to get their runs. So, for example, in Cyprus, we had 200s, we had a bunch of 50s, but because there you can pick up 4s, you can hit the ball hard, and you don't have to really take on outfielders so much. I mean, you can kind of be a bit more selective with it. Whereas here, I mean, we're seeing a lot of balls kind of caught down the ground, aren't we? People trying really hard to hit it up in the air and over the outfielders. And that, I suppose, comes with risks.
Well, the pitch also has a little bit more for the bowlers. Some of the pitches, I mean, Kartima, for instance, just seems like a road. And you just see massive scores.
Yeah.
So it favours the batsman. Whereas this one, I think, is just a bit more of a level playing field.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually. Yeah, and some of the batters saying, it's a slightly difficult pitch to bat on. But, yeah, I think it does really, of all the pitches I've seen, it plays a bit more like a regular turf pitch. You get the occasional one that shoots through, the occasional one that bounces a bit more. Takes a bit of turn as well. Elevated out to the leg side, and it's away from the fielder. It's nicely handled out there by Yadav. 1 hand, 1 bounce. That's backyard rules. And 7 overs down. It's 60 for 4. Coming up tomorrow is more cricket. Brescia CC and Trentino Aquila and Cricket Stars, seeing them for the first time. And we'll also get to see Bergamo CC for their second round of games. And, yeah, I mean, Brescia CC, former ECL representative team, came 3rd in the whole of Europe in 2022. Didn't qualify last year, and it was Roma CC that got through. And the Brains Trust discussing it. But 7:30 a.m. GMT, 9:30 in Central Europe. And that's 1 p.m. in India. Join us for 5 more matches. Matches 11 through 15. Day 3 will be on the way.
So it's been muscled towards square leg, just a single. And Samuel is 10 or 15. And still the run rate now, it's lowered down to about 8.5 and over.
Yeah. Down to long on. It should just be 1. Yeah, so these are balls in Cyprus. They would, sometimes be bringing 2s because they bring more misfields. Sometimes they just blast through for 4s. I mean, you're not getting those yet. We're seeing scores, I think, around about 20 runs less. Probably about 2 runs and over is the difference.
That's the beauty of cricket, though. That's another 4 runs there, just away from the fielder.
Jamil trying to get something going here. Again, this is the side where it's difficult to field for a number of reasons. One of them is you're staring straight into the sun. Straight over the artist formerly known as Crocodile Rock.
There's another reason as well, is there's a running track around here.
Yeah.
Well, we'll come back to that in a moment.
Well, what a shot that is. And I think that'll find the gap. Will it go? It does. So back-to-back boundaries for Jamil. Yeah, there's been quite a few batters. When they've got bogged down, they've really got bogged down today. Have struggled to kind of get even to run a ball. But Jamil breaks the trend and he moves to 19.
Yeah, there's a running track around here, and the inside part of the running track, there's a concrete band around it.
Yeah, that's right. They'll be safe. Good miss hit. And they won't get to. Yeah, but you're right about that. Ex-running track, ex-football field. That's where the dugouts come, the concrete bits over there that are now covered with AstroTurf.
There's grass on the other side of it, which is a part of the boundary, but there's a dip. So players come in have to be very careful. That's a nice shot.
That's how you deal with it, Maharsh. A sign of what he can do. He goes up and over, and he times the absolute underwear off this one. Maximo! I mean, few and far between, haven't they? But that is a really good one from Maharsh. It also ends the 8th over. Score 77 for 4 with 2 overs remaining.
Yeah, it's a good end of the over, and productive one there. 18 from it.
You can see the uptick, and that's mostly because of that last shot from Maharsh. Also, you had the boundary earlier in the over. So, yeah, kind of 2 boundaries into 6, changing the narrative. And I think this is all set up for a cracker of a game. One thing that struck me yesterday was put your seatbelts on here in Italy, because we're going to have a lot of close games. I mean, all of the first 3 games up front yesterday were really close. And again, this is another one at this stage, could go either way.
Yeah, look, absolutely. And the more we get into this tournament, the more quality you'll see, because some of these players are, as you said, a little bit rusty. We saw Baljit Singh yesterday, really not firing. And he will, during the tournament, at some stage, and he'll get consistent big runs, as will a lot of these other players.
Sneaks this one in. This is Nassim Mahmood. Well, according to the umpire, sneaks it in. It's there it goes for it. Fielder goes back, and he drops it.
Statue of Liberty there.
Yeah, it was the attempted Statue of Liberty from Afzal, who thinks getting both hands up will cost too much energy, and just bounces off the palm in the end. Mahmood's ready to go.
It's pretty high in the air.
Yeah, this is a really quick over that they're getting through at the moment from Nassim Mahmood.
What happens in the 9th, Vinny?
That's what we say.
And,
well, right on cue. There's an overthrow. So put that one in the book for 2.
Yeah, it's a skill that, again, backing up is something that's, especially later in the day, seems to go lacking a bit.
Yeah, it's a good point, actually, that you make. Legs are getting a bit tired all around, I think. Goes after this and gets this really well. So Maharsh has got the power over cover. Maximo, Fresh Tropical, building something. This partnership, they've invested a lot in it, a bit like a long-term relationship. They didn't want to give up on it, and now it's all coming together in the 9th.
Yeah, it's been a big couple of overs here for the Fresh Tropical. Going to pump that score up to about 100, I think. And as I said, pretty much a par total, maybe a little bit above. Oh, it's gone. Well, good stumping. Easy one. Just drew him. And very good bowling there from Nassim Mahmood.
Productive partnership, though, in the end, wasn't it? And, yeah, fairly easy stumping for Farhad Ali. Stumped by the proverbial country mile. But brings to an end a pretty good partnership between Jamil and Maharsh. They came together at 45 for 4, and they leave with their team in better shape with the ball to go on the 9th over. It's 86 for 5.
Yeah, it's I think it's a pretty competitive total already. Central pressure of can definitely reach any total that Fresh Tropical set. But it is just the day 2, first day of competition for these 2 teams. Each of these teams playing 10 games during the 2 weeks. And then there's a finals Friday. There's a top 4 playing, which is, I have no idea which of these 14 or these 10 teams, 11 teams will make those finals.
That's the beauty of it, isn't it? Sneaks this one, but won't beat the line this time. And guess who's coming in again with about, exactly 7 balls remaining. It's Bilal Hamid. Let's see if he can whack this last ball out of the ground. He'll be trying. And he goes for it, and he gets it. Well, there you go. Maximo. And a bit of friendly fire And Nazim Ali handles it as well. End of 9, 93 for 5.
What's Bilal Hamid done wrong to not be pushed
I
up
think
this order?
he's too unselfish. Honestly, I think that's what it is. They'll probably consider him maybe later in the tournament, the business end of the tournament. He's got to get up there, though, doesn't he?
But have a chat to Chima. He's your mate. He's the captain.
I mean, they don't need me to tell him. I mean, it's pretty obvious that he's hit the ball better than anyone today, pound for pound. 5 individual wicket takers for Jandra Brescia.
It's a bit the same with Safi for Jandra Brescia. He hits half the runs in 20 balls in the first game, and they drop him down the order.
Yeah.
I don't get it.
Doesn't really make sense, does it? But
Talking about Safi, here he comes. He's going to be bowling around the wicket
yeah,
to Hassan Jamil.
going straight at those stumps. Here we go. 10th overtime. And he gets him. There's the cutter. And he's right on target. Give him a little pat in the back for his trouble as Fresh Tropical lose a 6th wicket. And the score is 93 for 6.
Well, you're spot on with aiming straight at the stumps and just wiped one of them out. It's good bowling. And he's a top player is Safi. Bustling run coming in. Just plays at angle, straightens it up a bit. Good ball. And from a very talented players. 2 for 7 at the moment. And 4 of those have been extras. 4 of the 7 have been extras. And I'm looking forward to seeing him bat again. Hopefully they'll put him up to number 3 or 4.
It's box office, isn't it? Just looking at the run rate today, we're at 93. So yeah, we're at 8.7 and over today. Yesterday was 9.6. I got a feeling it'll end up hovering in the 9s. Just got a feeling. I know sometimes scores will rise towards the end.
We had a 7-over game. I know that doesn't really matter with the run rate, but also Milan United were a little bit
off. Yeah, at the end maybe dragging it down a little bit based on their performance today. It's a good point you make.
And
maybe about the 10.
And Jandra Brescia did hit, 111, I think?
111's the only time we've actually seen the 100 today.
Yeah.
Yesterday, obviously, Chibadate were their 143, the top scorer of the tournament so far. But we saw the 100 breached 3 times yesterday. Anyway, it's going to be Shoaib Malik to come out. 5 balls remaining. Can make a name for himself here. Safi's going to be going out the stumps again. Just would have hit the stumps. Instead, it's drilled pretty well by Malik. This will be a good contest now. 2 players that have had a lot of success today. You've got Ahmadullah Safi missed 100% to Bilal Hamid, who is in the mood for Maximos. 4 to come.
Yeah, he's faced 1 ball so far, and that's where it's gone, over the boundary. Here comes Safi.
Oh yeah, he's nailed it. He picks the cutter, and that will not be found. Gone but not forgotten. Maximo sixes Hamid as he brings up the 100 in style for Fresh Tropical.
That'll be found by the potato farmer in autumn. It's a big hit. And I don't know if it's the right thing to do to come around the wicket, because that's exactly where he wants to hit Hamid. And it's bringing the ball into him, so it's just going with the arc.
So he's kind of trying to roll his fingers on it to slow it down, maybe get it straight down the line, but Hamid was waiting for it. Instead, he goes to bounce. A good surprise option. They really want 2 here. I think they're going to take it on no matter what. Wasn't the greatest turn from Hamid, but he's going to get there because the throw didn't have a lot of power. Good running, smart cricket. Hamid gets back on strike.
Yeah, it's very good running. But Hamid, I don't understand why he's batting so low. You were the one who mentioned it. Maybe
there are some mysteries of the universe that I'm not able to solve. I'll think about it when I'm on my 37th sushi roll tonight.
Is he a flat track bully? Does he need the ball to be not doing anything?
It's a bit wide. Just misses leg stump. Yeah, how many will they get? I've got to be honest. I don't think I would have taken that run.
No.
I think maybe he thought he was going to get more than 1. But now he finds himself at the other end. And it's a bit like in baseball, you'll sometimes walk about it intentionally. It'd be because you're worried about what they might do to you.
Well, that's an extra run, but they did get the extra run for the wide, and they get the ball bowled again. So it's only just that 1 run.
I'd rather been 103 with him on strike.
Yeah.
Bilal Hamid. Anyway, Malik can prove me wrong. Hey, it's that pretty well. And anyway, it's going, but it's dropped. Now I don't think there's any chance of me wants to. Yadav needs a bigger pair of sunglasses, even though those are massive. He's had the yips today, hasn't he, Vibor? I mean, Vibor's day really encapsulates what a day in ECN cricket is like. I mean, he's got a 5-face, dropped a bunch of catches, he's twisted his knee. All this in one day of cricket.
He got a couple of runs as well.
Yeah.
Not many, not big, but quick.
But then he also got out cheaply in an innings, 4 and out. Yeah. Last ball, 105 plus this. Shows him his stumps and he nails it. But the fielder should get it. And he's going to drop it across the line for 4. I'm not even sure how he lost the handle on that. But, yeah, disappointment for Nasir Mahmood. And so a bonus 3 runs there, or at least a bonus 2 runs. They might have scrambled back for 2. I doubt it, though. Nasir Mahmood. Again, what happens here? He seemed to field it cleanly enough. No, he never even did. It's off the fingertips. So 109. It's going to be a tough chase for Jan Jabresha. For me, it's Advantage Fresh Tropical, who bat themselves out of a hole. And one of these teams will be 3-0 by the end of the day, Danny.
Yeah, look, I think it will be a very good run chase to get there to 110 to win.
That single over increased the daily run rate from 8.6 to 8.8. That's how good it was. Anyway, Afzal, he is pretty reliable early, wasn't he? And Naqvi, well, he was in the mood to bully, wasn't he? And as Bachtar Singh was in his crosshairs, first one off the shoulder, head, shoulders, knees and toes, and finally fingers as he held it at the second attempt. And you just thought that could derail things a bit for Fresh Tropical. And like I said, they dug themselves into a bit of a pit, but they dug themselves out due to some smart partnerships and then a bit of a flourish at the end of the 10 overs.
Yeah, it was. I think it was pretty good bowling all up from Janjo Brescia. That was a nice catch taken. But there were a few wides, a few loose deliveries. Generally, it was okay. There you go, the minimo, as you call it. But generally, it was pretty good bowling. And they held on to some of these catches. An easy one, well held. But then a couple went down late. A bit of fielding that didn't quite go to hand. And Fresh Tropical have been pumped up to 109. Lost 6 wickets along the way. It didn't really affect them that much. It's a good little contribution from Javed Mahash.
Yeah, I mean, I don't really know how they genied their way out of that, to be honest. I mean, trying to pinpoint where it went wrong. I mean, obviously, the Jandra Brescia attack, they decided to go fairly kind of seam heavy, didn't they, in that 10 overs. And we didn't see too much, if any, spin. Maybe Nasir Mahmood, but they had other options they might have wanted to use. But yeah, 109 for me, it's above par. Nice stumping there. So when they did take the pace off, they had some success. So that one disappeared as well. So yeah, it's hard, like I said, for me to pinpoint it. But one thing I will say is Jandra Brescia, they've got a decent looking team. That was a nice little crowd catch. Azim Ali catching his teammate. I think if you catch your teammate out, you should be able to swap places with them and get another bat. I think that'd be a rule we could bring in. Safi was right on target, but then let's have a look at some of this batting from Bilal Hamid. He's hit the ball as sweet as anyone. We've hardly seen him today. He's been a kind of limited edition, hasn't he? Yadav sums up his day in the field, really, but he'll get the right of the reply with the bat. We'll probably see him opening up in the second half of this game. And then a boundary that shouldn't have been last ball, fumbled across the line, and that is what got Fresh Tropical up to 109. 110, well, Jandra Brescia, they can't really sit on their hands in the power play. They're going to have to go from it, I think, from ball 1. I think Yadav becomes super important. He started the innings with a bang last time, got out second ball. As far as the scorecard goes, Mahash, he ends up top scoring with 22 off 12. Jamil with some runs, a lot of them came late in the piece. 18 off 4, though, for Bilal Hamid. I mean, he's having a great day with the bat, and he's still down in the bottom 5. Don't know how that works. 13 for Azim Ali, 10 for Naqvi, also reaching double figures. Extra is a bit of an issue there, I have to say, with 15 wides and a total extras count of 19. They threw the ball to 7 different bowlers at different times. Safi with a couple of wickets, but a bit expensive. Not all of those were his fault. 1 for 10, Bachtar Singh's had a really good day. Probably the best of the bowlers. Also wickets for Muhammad Afzal, Hasib Abdul and Nasir Mahmood. And Kuldeep couldn't break through. Ended up going at 2 a ball. Quick turnaround last game of the day. We'll be back very shortly. Jandra Brescia will be hoping they're the team that goes 3-0. Otherwise, it will be Fresh Tropical. 110 the target in match 10. Vinny Sander, Mr. Maximo, with Danny Hudacek, live from Milan, back very shortly with the last innings of the day on day 2 right here in the FanCode European Cricket Series. The European Cricket Series is proudly brought to you by HCL Software, FanCode, and Grizzly Bear Sports. Hello, cricket lovers. Welcome back to the Milan Cricket Ground. Yes, we are at the MCG in Milan. And blue skies, and the birds are tweeting. The thing is, earlier on, we had a thunderstorm rock and roll through the ground. You wouldn't know that now. We are quite elevated here in Milan. Now we're watching Jandra Brescia going out. They're chasing a fairly hefty target of 110 for victory. We did see a successful chase of 103. That was in match 1 yesterday. But since then we've seen nothing near that really. We've rarely seen the 100 brought up. In fact, that innings being the 19th innings of this tournament. And we've only seen the 100 5 times, including that. So, look, it'll be an interesting second innings, no doubt. Viwa Yadav to open up with Naeem Ahmed. Jandra Brescia 2-0 as our fresh tropical. Vinny Sander here, Mr. Maximo for ECN. Danny Hudacek with me. And yeah, really exciting 10 overs of cricket ahead, I think, Danny.
I'm looking forward to it. I think Jandra Brescia have got something about them which is a little bit special, and I think they might start showing it. It's this man Yadav. That one's gone a bit low.
Yeah, they've got a natural kind of away movement. Bilal Hamid. That one just sneaks inside. They'll judge it at the popping crease, which is the crease the batter's pretty much standing on. So yeah, a few people saying some of the lower scores here, and what's behind that. I touched on this earlier. As Yadav just plays this one back, shows a bit of respect. Yeah, so the fours rate at the moment, it's around about 4 fours per over. It's in the high threes. So
4 fours per
4 fours per over would be very different.
That would be
4
great.
fours per 10 overs, so 4 fours per innings. I'll even get you the exact figures if you like.
think one of the other big things is this pitch. And you see that was a beautiful ball.
Yeah,
But the pitch has enough for the bowlers. It's different to a lot of the pitches. See that one just it left the batsman a bit.
Yeah.
It's different to a lot of the pitches you see in Europe. And some of them are just very flat and they have a super even bounce. This one just plays a little bit more like a turf pitch, which makes it more interesting.
Yeah.
And a little bit harder to bat on, but still the better batsman will score runs here.
Yeah.
I mean, we've only seen 350s, but they've been sparkling 50s.
Yeah, for sure. So, yeah, I've got the stats here. So, in Cyprus, the fours rate was 10 fours per innings. So, it's 1 4 per over. Exactly
Per
right.
innings.
Yeah, so 10 fours per innings.
Yeah.
So, the fours rate, as we say, it's in 60 balls. How many fours are you hitting?
Yeah.
And it was 10 per innings. Here, we're seeing 3.9 so far.
Yeah.
It kind of tells you all you need to know. But it's to do with the state of the outfield. And it just means they're trying to elevate, becomes more important. So they were hitting 5 sixes per innings in Cyprus, and here they're hitting 6 sixes per innings. So they're actually hitting more sixes here than in Cyprus. And this field's actually a bit bigger than Cyprus as well.
Is that to do with the quality of the batting, do you think?
Yeah, I think the batting here, the batters at the top notch, they're probably just a bit out of nick. We talked about it being early. Oh, he's knocked over. He's gone all around that, hasn't he? And Naeem, he tries to pull the ball. That's just not bouncing high enough. And so Jandra Brescia loses the first wicket 1 for 1.
Yeah, he's a big duck there as well. I think we'll see Derek come out. It's a first baller, I think, wasn't it, Vinny?
Yeah, I believe so.
Just played all around it. Not the greatest shot.
Actually, a second baller for Naeem. So yeah, Andrus is all over it.
There's Derek.
He did sneak a dot in there, but yeah, disappointment. But yeah, off he goes. Naeem, yeah, just a poor shot selection there. He'll know that. It's also the end of the first over. So really good start from Bilal Hamid, a fresh tropical. And it's 1 for 1 after 1.
Yeah. So this tussle definitely.
No real footwork there. I mean, if you have a ball short enough, you can kind of get that back foot back and across. But because it wasn't that short, he kind of had to improvise and just ended up kind of wafting across the line. 38 matches since the golden ball. The last golden ball we had was in Cyprus, and it was Limassol Zalmi who beat the Nicosia Fighters. Fighters were a funny one. They only won 2 games for the whole tournament. That's 2 out of their 10 matches. But both of them were against Marcor, who were a team that, not Marcor, pardon me, the Mouflons, that are a top team. And that's actually what kept the Mouflons out of the finals. So they were party poopers.
Funny game, cricket.
It sure is. Deflected away, no run to start. So yeah, so more sixes per innings than here, than either Portugal or Cyprus. Portugal's fours rate was 9.3. So if I wanted to go for a similar, I look at Malta. Malta was a kind of moderate outfield, but even in Malta, the fours rate was up around 7.4. So fours are just really hard to come by here. I know they are planning maybe to cut the grass overnight, but they better start as soon as the last ball's bowled, because you mentioned the lawnmower. It's going to take a while. Oh, that's a shot and a half, isn't it? As Yadav pounds this one. That had some hurt on it. Maximo, he's given himself an opportunity to get in. And yeah, that's no half volley, but a very correct looking straight shot. Chima gets hit back over his head for 6.
It's a lovely shot, and to a very good bowler as well. Zaid Chima, he's especially when he gets himself pumped up, it's very hard to play. And there's another batsman down, Vinny, and it looks like Yadav.
I remember he had an issue earlier, didn't he? That's no good.
That with it was his left knee, wasn't it?
Yeah, well, it was when he dived forward to try and take catch earlier. And so, yeah, could see the medical staff on hand here in Italy, but
It is his knee. A bit of no magics, but I think it's probably a bit tight.
Especially when you bring a guy in like Yadav, and you're obviously wanting to get value and have him playing as many shots as possible, as many games as possible. Hits it. That wasn't the problem, but then in the next step, when he lands on, put some weight on it, then yeah, that left knee is the concern. Let's have a look at the shot again. I mean, it didn't pick up anything in the shot. It just seemed perfectly balanced. It's folks on that left leg. Yeah, I mean, what happens is you're on the front foot, so the front foot is the left leg, and so you are putting weight on it. And then I suppose at the moment of impact, you kind of stiffen a bit. Obviously, you're trying to put everything into the shot once you're in a correct position. But, yeah, this isn't good. The way he's walking, I can't see him continuing, to be honest, and I think he's going to have to retire hurt here. It's a big story. I mean, for the whole tournament, and he's just kind of making a motion there that something's where it shouldn't be. And obviously, I think at this stage in the tournament, especially with 2 wins under the belt, you're not taking any chances with V-Ball, even though this match is on the line right now.
Well, he's such an important part of this team as well. There's no way you should take risks on him. So, but he can come back later in the innings because it's something that's happened during the game. So you never know. A bit of magic spray and it might work, but why risk it especially if either the game is really on the line, if it's going to be a close game, then you might risk him. But otherwise, if it's a blowout and they don't get anywhere near the total, or if they're getting it comfortable, there's no point in getting him back because he's such an important part of this team, both with the bat and the ball.
I just think once it cools down, it's probably less likely he's going to go back out there. Just have a look ahead to when Jandra Brescia play again as well. This one's pushed a little bit too wide. Yeah.
The other thing is that he has dropped about 40 catches out in the field. So his ego couldn't be there.
He's already feeling bad, he's feeling worse. So they'll play 2 matches on Thursday. They play 2 matches on Saturday. So they've got a fair few. That's 7 of their 10 matches in the first week. So yeah, 3 matches today, 2 on Thursday, 2 on Saturday, 2 on the following Tuesday, and then they finish up with a final match on the Wednesday. So, yeah, I mean, they've got 4 games coming up in the next 4 days. This is up, and does it have the journey? I think it does. Maximo! Well, they don't lose too much because Bachata Singh comes in and says, yeah, I'll have a bit of this. And, yeah, I mean, a bit of a surprise number 3 selection maybe. That wasn't a terrible ball from Chima, but it disappears.
Yeah, it's a lovely shot. Just got up on his toes and slammed it over cow corner. Zahid Chima is a good bowler. He's going at a fair rate. 13 off 3.
Musharraf in the chat saying, low-scoring games have their charm as well, and I think that's true. I mean, I remember that final. I know we're going on about it. That final 2 years ago was one of the best ECS finals we've ever seen, and that was 2 teams in the 70s.
It's a lovely shot as well. There's no one back there. That's 4 runs.
Backing himself, so maybe Bachata's the man. So just to confirm, Yadav is retired not out, or retired hurt because of that knee, although he has been given retired out. And all I can think is maybe he walked.
Well, the only thing I can say that,
I think they've changed
the injury might not have occurred in this game, but it occurred today. So.
Yeah, and here's the thing: he's never left the field once.
No,
so I think he's entitled. I think that'll get changed. Yeah, this has been changed already. He's retired not out, retired hurt. I think that makes sense. I'll give you a bit more information on that in a second. Oh, nice little pick-up shot this time. Hit the ball really well. The 3 ball he's faced there, Bachata Singh. Yeah, so if you go into a game with a pre-existing injury, then you cannot then leave the field with that injury. Or you can if you're batting, but you're going to be out. And you can if you're fielding, but you can't have a replacement fielder.
Sure. But surely there has to be different with a tournament like this where you're playing 3 games a day.
Exactly. No, but the thing is that if he had, say, left the field in the previous game with that injury and then decided to play anyway.
Yep.
So, yeah, this is just my interpretation. Oh, close one. How's the keeper hopping mad as we get to the end of the second over. Interesting one. It's 19 for 1 after 2. So, yeah, that doesn't count as a wicket, and he could come back on the fall of a wicket or the retirement of another batter. Yeah, even if you're playing multiple matches in the same day, let's say you go off the field and say you don't field in the second game that you play, and then you come back and you want to play in the third match, well, then you're kind of foregoing your right to be replaced because now you are being picked despite that injury. But then there's another debate about, let's say you have an injury, but it gets worse during your game. So it's...
Well, that's pretty much what happened because we saw him do the injury early in the day when he went for a catch and he dropped it invariably. And he hurt his left knee. Now, this is a different game, but because it's a tournament format and because it's such a short format, then if he re-injures that knee, surely it has to be considered that it's a part of the same game in a sense.
Yes, I mean, what it's meant to do is to stop people getting an unfair advantage of playing with a known injury, knowing that they're only going to bat bowl and then they're going to zip off in the field and they're not going to kind of pull their weight. So he's welcome to play, but like I say, to me, what makes a difference is he hadn't left the field in the previous game with that. He stayed on, and so that's the first time he's left the field, which to me, there's no real issue with that at all.
And of course, no runners anymore.
Yeah, no runners anymore.
That was it?
That always caused chaos, didn't it? Runners.
Ranatunga was the prime suspect for that. He wasn't the fittest of players. Great batsman, wasn't the fittest, and after a while, usually in one-day games, it'd be like.
He used to comp heaps as well for that.
Of course he did. He deserved it. Oh.
Yeah, that's hit reasonably well, but not well enough to go for 6, I don't think. And it's taken. And Naqvi's got his catching boots back, doesn't he? As Batchitar was swinging from the ball one. And that one does stay in the field of play. Nicely taken. Batchitar skating around to his right. So he's going to have to go for 2. Zane Naqvi with the catch, I should say. And the score is 21 for 2.
That was very well judged late in the day with the sun not quite in his eyes, but very, very nice catch there. Well judged.
Kuldeep Lal comes in. One thing that is true is they do have kind of heaps of batting. So depending on how he's going, you might as well roll through the actual batting unit. If they think he's up to it, then maybe you could bring him back at kind of the pseudo number 7 position or something like that. But you've still got Kuldeep Lal to bat. You've still got Abdullah Safi, obviously, to bat. So Safi just keeps sliding down the order, finds himself at least number 6 this time. Kuldeep batted pretty well in the last game. There's always drama, isn't there? Bilal Hamid, 2 for 3. How about those for some figures?
And again.
Kuldeep wants to pull, but again, probably not quite short enough. Gets cut in half like a magician's assistant.
Yeah, it's been for the games they played today, Fresh Tropical, it's been Bilal Hamid and Zaid Chima who've got most of the wickets, but Chima got hammered for 18 off that over.
Yeah, that's true.
So they're going to have to change it up a little bit.
They don't mind bowling Chima one up front and one later, though. As this is just turned away elegantly by Kuldeep Lal. He'll get a boundary. So, yeah, they've just fallen a little bit behind the rate, but only a little bit. 11 and over the asking rate. And that's just a class shot, isn't it? All hands. And Kuldeep is very good off his pads.
Yeah, lovely shot that. He saw that the field was in. And so all you have to do is just get it slightly away from them or slightly over them, and that was 4 runs. Very nice shot.
You've got a really nice, easy technique. Kuldeep Lal, congratulations on his new marriage as well. I'm sure his wife will be watching pretty intently at the moment. Last ball, the power play. Get a boundary here. Maybe you could argue it gets back to 50-50, otherwise, like Fresh Tropical on top. Not the right shot selection here. It was like a half drive, half cut, half nothing. And that doesn't even add up. End of the 3rd over. It's 25 for 2.
It's a pretty good ball to win up the over, I think. And Bilal Hamid is holding his shoulder. He won't have to bowl again today.
I mean, 3 games first up's pretty brutal when you're coming off no cricket as well. Have a look at the table. And these two are the top dogs, aren't they, after 9 matches, and only one of them will have 6 points, and that's a nice place to be. We kind of think you need to win a minimum of 6 games to make the 4. It does depend, and it might, if you do win 6, it might be a kind of net run rate situation. A lot of things are possible. But anyway, we're going to see a little bit of spin here with Azim Ali coming on in the 4th over. End of the power play, so 5 outfielders are allowed from this point forward.
I think it's a good ploy with spin at the we see how effective it was earlier in the day. Just reducing run rates, bustles through the overs. It doesn't give the batsman much time to breathe between balls.
Yeah, that's right. And we saw quite a few of the slow bowlers doing that quite effectively. It kind of just rushes your thinking as a batter as well. Doesn't give you too much time to kind of think about what your strategy is and what you should be doing.
And spin bowling is all about deception as well.
Yeah.
And
It's about upsetting timing, and there's ways to do that more than just in the ball. You can kind of do that in between balls as well.
Yeah.
By getting people kind of facing before they're really comfortable.
The dark arts of spin bowling.
Yeah. They're a strange lot, spin bowlers. Anyway, here is Azim Ali. Takes it on. Doesn't quite get enough to clear the boundary, but he will get 4. Zain Naqvi was scamping around to his right. And Hamza Saad, not too much of the strike, but he looks good to me as well. Got a good technique. Just plays this pretty much on length. And kind of goes with the spin of Azim Ali and gets a boundary.
Talking about spin bowlers, talking about they're a weird lot. I'll come back to it in a moment.
Well, that's out of here. I tell you, straight away. He times that perfectly. Timber! That one's in the trees. Maximo time. Saad goes 4 and 6.
Lovely shot, that. So going back to spin bowlers, there was a time where there would be usually an off spinner that would come into a test team.
Yeah.
Who couldn't either field or bat.
Phil Tufnell.
Phil Tufnell was one. There were quite a few. Jim Higgs, if you remember Jim Higgs,
going back.
His wife taught him to bat.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and he's in the Australian team for a little while. But there were quite a few that. Who else was there? There was another.
There's one going back. It's a story that I like. I don't know how true it is, and it goes all the way back to like the 1930s or 40s. I'm going to throw a name out there, Bert Ironmonger.
Oh, I know the name.
Anyway, I may have just pulled that from the depths of my brain. But his wife called the game, and the old telephone, obviously, and they said, oh, so Bert's a genuine number 11. And Bert's just got out to bat, Mrs. Ironmonger. Would you like to hold for a minute? Which I think says it all. Up in the air. And this is going to carry, though. In fact, he overruns it, over-attacks. But on this field, you can afford to do that because it won't go for 4. That does cost him a second.
Yeah, so there was another one. Phil Tufnell was one of them. But there was another one as well that I can't remember. Another Australian.
Give me like an era.
It was probably early 80s.
End of the 4th over here. Game on, 39 for 2.
Anyway, Phil Tufnell's a very good example, but
Yeah.
I don't think you can afford to hide a fielder nowadays in world
I
cricket.
don't think you can, especially the short form of the game.
Yeah.
I mean, in longer forms of the game,
Can you think of any bad fielders? Like really, like Phil
don't
Tufnell
want to name
level?
and shame anyone, but yeah, not really.
Well, we could put it out to the chat if there are any bowlers who are in the team who are just
They're
just there as
such a good
bowlers.
bowler that you're not really worried about their contribution in the field. But I suppose the thing is, fielding's quite trainable. And these days, especially when they're professionals, I mean, they're getting themselves in shape. They're practicing fielding all the time. And even if they're not really a natural, they should be kind of good enough. Fielding is something that you should be able to work on. Batting and bowling, it's really hard to go up to that level of class, which is required at the highest levels.
Yeah,
but
true.
fielding's one you should at least be able to get to okay. And in the end, if you're that good at something else, then probably they'll settle for okay.
But there were some fantastic fielders in the past. I'm just looking back to the old Australian teams with Dougie Walters and the Chappell brothers, and they had amazing slip fielders and gully fielders, and but then the bowlers weren't. They were athletic, but they weren't real fielders.
In the old days,
Yeah.
that was not just Australia. That was kind of the thing. Bowlers bowl. Wow, this is going, but how far? Far enough. Maximo. Just going to say, Abbas, he bowls those rolling leg cutters, and on this pitch, a lot of them stay down. You saw one kind of shoot, but this one bounces nicely into the wheelhouse, and Saad does the rest. He's making a name for himself here in match 10.
Nice shot, that. He's 20 off 9. He's hit most of those in the last few deliveries.
And we only saw him for one game back in 2020. So, yeah, thumbs up. Showing what he can do. Now he goes with it again, and this will be 6 as well. Maximo. We've got a game on our hands here, and it's Saad leading the way.
Yeah, doing very well, Saad. And they're creeping up, getting pretty much on target, actually. Gino Brescia.
Yeah, that puts them back marginally ahead of the red line, but only just. But can it last? And this is the thing. If you've got a guy that's in, you better hope he stays in and does the damage, because the new batters have had it reasonably hard for the most part.
Yeah.
Now he gets a bit lucky. And he gets, well, it was 1.5 here. Good quick throw might have him in trouble. But again, that's the thing on the throws. If the throws bounce before the keeper or the bowler, it takes a lot of pace out of the ball. So that's another reason I think we're getting a lot of twos, because if you're not going to get it back on the full, it just gives you that extra split second to get back.
We were discussing about the pass score, and I reckon the pass score for the tournament's going to be about 100. And the reason why is that we're seeing batsmen like Saad, who's just smashed another 6.
Yeah.
Who have missed out a little bit. Their timing's not quite right. And then as the tournament goes, these players who are quality batsmen will really start to dominate the ball, I think. And that means that as the tournament goes on, these scores are going to go up a little bit.
Yeah, no, I think you're right. I mean, when the batter's touching their straps, that's where the runs are going to come from. I don't think it's the kind of field that's that easy for, let's say, batters that aren't set / lower orders to come in and just smash it around.
Yep.
Let's have a look at what's coming up, though. We've got the ECIs here next weekend, not this weekend. No, just chatting to Charlie at the moment as well about the Gibraltar T20 International, which is a 3-way series involving Malta and Portugal. Obviously, each of the 2-week packages. Pretty much from here on in, the plan is every ECS should have an ECI package with it. So stay with us. It's going to be a really exciting year. And it looks like the season could be about 47 weeks long this year. And that's quite a lot.
That is a lot of cricket. Hope you're going to take a little bit of time off.
Yeah, so that's why I'm taking a few breaks now and then. Have to space them in the season. Shoaib Malik comes on with his leggies. He bowled some good balls, bowled some less than good balls last time. So I'm just trying to think. ECN, in 2019, it was 3 days. In 2020, it was probably about 20 weeks. 2021, 43 weeks. 2022, it's about 45.5. And this year, well, watch out. It's a proper own goal job. I don't really know how this has happened. This is a bit of a pinball style outfielding gaff as Bilal Hamid and Zayn Naqvi somehow conspire to award 4 runs to the opposition.
That was a tough one.
It's an ABA. Look, ABA. Well, ABC, really. But the last foot was on line anyway. Good comeback, though, from Malik. Yeah, so this year could be 47 weeks. Who knows? But there's lots of exciting stuff in the works.
I'm very happy that Prague's in July this year rather than May, because we are
beautiful time of the year.
It was absolutely freezing when we went there a couple of years ago. So, actually, was it last year? Must have been the year before.
Yeah, it was the year before 2021. We were there in May in 2021. Last year was more like late May or June.
Yeah,
I think.
It was horrific. That's a nice shot and a terrible ball.
Yeah, he's just struggled with his length at times today, Malik, hasn't he?
Let's have a look. No ball. I
It's
think it might have been.
high-ish. Let's have a look here. Yeah, that's a no, I think.
Yeah,
That's waist high. I know he's bent slightly. I think that'll be given.
I think so. It looked just the actual shot. It's been called 4. Hasn't been called a no ball yet.
Yeah, I think it is a no ball. I mean, okay, slightly bent.
Yeah,
it is a no ball
Yep.
yet, so he must have missed the signal. So that'll be no ball plus 4 plus a free hit. And Saad, I think he might run at this. Let's see. No, it's a short one. Can they make the stop? They cannot. And there's another 4. So, and 4 signals. Again, he went the quicker one, but if you're going to do this, I think you've got to get it up in the block hole. So Malik, I mean, I like the cut of his jib. You know, it's probably just not consistent enough.
Yeah.
I think the building blocks are there, but right now he doesn't really have that control. And Saad has raced to 46 off just 17 balls. And right now he's put Jandra Brescia in the box seat.
Yeah, absolutely.
Better. Yeah, so like I say, Malik, it's hard not to be disheartened when you're bowling a couple of bad balls and over. But I hope he sticks with it as we have 6 overs in the bank. It's 74 for 2.
Yeah, looking very good at the moment. Jano Brescia, I hope I haven't put the mockers on them. As you can see, Hamza Saad there, 46 off 18. No one else has really helped too much. Kuliplal just playing his role, had to run a ball.
This is why I think it made sense that if Yadav had any sort of injury, you retire him. And okay, he's able to bat, but there's still plenty of batting to come.
Sure.
I think they don't lose too much when you've got guys like Safi that have come in. Obviously, Saad is really impressing us here. Kuliplal at the other end. But every over's a big over at the moment. 36 off 24. Could we have a golden finish to the day? Start of over 7. Kuldeep's after him, and he gets it. Nice batting. He just snuck across a little bit. He knew what Abbas was offering. It was on that length. He got under it, and he smacked it. Maximo, 6 runs.
Lovely shot, that. Class batsman. So, as I was saying, he's going to run a ball. Now it's looking a lot better.
What a shot that was.
So they're 80 for 2.
Yeah, I mean, cruising now. They've got that rate below 8 for the first time. Got to go block hole here, I think. Almost. Yeah, good comeback. Now they'll have a pop at it. Wow, this could be close, you know.
That would be the
They're
disaster
not that
for
interested,
Hamid
but
Saad.
direct
Hamza
hits
Saad.
are always interesting, you know. And he's hit one stump. This is where Saad couldn't be lazy with the running.
I think he
We
was lazy
can't
there.
really tell. Let's have a look. We should be home.
Oh, yeah, he's fine. He did seem to amble a bit.
He got a good bat slide in. I think that saved him. And so, well, pretty sure they probably think it's out, judging by the huddle, but they're going to have to get back to business
Tell you
because
what,
it's not out.
Little delays like this tend to spoil sometimes, not just the concentration, but just the rhythm.
Yeah,
And a little huddle, you can see Fresh Tropical, they've regrouped.
yeah.
And I think it's a good appeal for them and a good little mini break for them to have
Yeah,
a
within
chat.
reason, you want to slow the game down if you feel the momentum's going against you, and that's kind of the way this game feels at the moment,
Yeah.
the way this partnership has flourished.
So any little advantage a Fresh Tropical can get from a situation like that, I think it's
Great
it's
fielding,
good for
though.
them. Fantastic fielding.
Abbas is the guy we've seen playing for Italy as well in the ECC. Saad on 46, survives that close shave. Putting a deep point back, deep square leg up, maybe trying to encourage him to flick it off his pads. And he bowls to his field. And this should just be a single. Plenty of protection out there, as you can see.
Nicely struck, but again, as we've been saying all day, the ground a little bit slow, so the sweepers saving a lot of runs.
Yeah, that's right. Like I say, because the field is slower, they've got the range to cover more of the outfield. There's that one that just, it's like the bottom falls out of it, all the air's out of the ball from Abbas, because he basically rolls his hand down the left-hand side of the ball, and sometimes it doesn't bounce. Tough one to play, especially if you're trying to play it across the line. It's really only drivable. Here it is again. They can't get under it. Kuliplal will get 1. Brings Saad back on strike with the ball to go on the 7th. He's on 47, not too far away from a half century. What a good innings it's been.
It's one of the great things about cricket is that every bowler has a different technique. Every batsman bats differently. Even the grounds. I mean, we were talking about Cyprus and Portugal, and here there's just a difference. It's not.
Oh, here's a chance, and it's going to be Nutfi that's going to go at it, and he'll take it. So an important one. Saad won't get his half century in the end. Abbas, he'd taken the pace off, and that one was a bit quicker, wasn't it, and a bit shorter. And I think he rushes the stroke from Hamza Saad, who won't get his first ECN 50, but he has made a valuable contribution. He's put his team in a winnable position, but he's got to go. End of 7, 83 for 3. Well batted. That's, like I said, 47 off 24 fours for Maximos. He leaves his team this close, but someone else is going to have to get him over the line.
Well, he did get his man in the end, did Sikandar Abbas, but it cost him a few runs. 29 off his 2 overs. But that is a big wicket in the context of the game.
Now, I didn't want to say this out loud because I didn't want to jinx anybody. I'll come back to that in a second, because first let's have a look at what's coming up tomorrow. Brescia CC with 3 matches. Cricket Stars with 3 matches. Trentino, Aquila and Bergamo CC with a couple each. And we'll have day 3, matches 11 through 15, starting 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe. It's 1 p.m. in India, so a bit of a later start for us. Although, having said that, still had to set my alarm for 7 o'clock this morning, so It's not super early, is it? But yeah, Brescia CC, former ECL finalist or championship week team, finished third in the ECL, third in Europe in 2022. Here's Nukvi grabbing the ball. They're going to close out with him over number 8. Another opportunity. Who's going to catch it? Well, they've got 2 coming in and it's dropped. And now they're going to go for a 2 that they shouldn't get, but they'll get there. And that was Shoaib Malik that came in from deep cover. Again, there were 2 fielders around there. And not Chima, it was Bilal Hamid who was also kind of standing watch. Got 2 hands to it, couldn't hold on.
Yeah, it's an important drop maybe.
So I didn't want to jinx that partnership, but I did have a feeling Ahmadul Asafi has had that kind of the day with about, will he come out here, make a cameo and get his team over the line? He won't be facing just yet. Kuldeep survives the scare and gets 2.
Well, when you said they shouldn't have got the 2, it was Safi running to the danger and he was always going to turn and run.
Kamikaze style. Get low full toss. Won't carry. It's the bottom of the bat. I don't think they could ever quite get there. Frustrating for Nutfi. But again, look, singles are okay for Fresh Tropical at the moment with 9 and over required. You've just neutralised that big threat of Hamza Saad. He hit 4 4s and 4 6s.
You're right. Singles are fine as long as you do get a boundary every so often. Because they're still not run a ball.
I think singles are fine for Fresh Tropical, I was thinking, because it just keeps that gap at 8, you know.
Yeah, no, I think it's...
Safi's going for boundaries. And it's exactly what he's going to get. Do not bowl this man full tosses. I tell you what, bit of the Barry Bonds about Ahmadul Asafi today. Missed 100%, low full toss and takes care of it.
What a day he's having. But that's another gift. Really just
I'd like to
overpitched.
know his strike rate on balls that haven't bounced versus balls that have. As
I said, like you were saying that for Fresh Tropical singles are okay, but I think for General Brescia as well, I think the singles are okay.
Well, now they are. I mean, that's the difference for me about needing 7 and over versus needing about 9.
But they're going to, there's attacking batsmen. They're going to get a boundary, maybe an over or so, and those singles will pump up those boundaries.
Yeah, singles are almost a draw at the moment. But yeah, you say boundaries will come, but I mean, if you don't get one, you always get a bit itchier. You might go looking for one that's not there.
Both attacking batsmen, Vinny, I think. When you look at them,
yeah, I'm using a normal mindset, but there's nothing normal about the mindset of Ahmadul Asafi, who's certainly entertained us today, hasn't he? Shari Anua Plabon saying Saad batted well, but unlucky not to get the half century. Yeah, that's true, but he's put his team in a commanding position. But can they finish it off? And Fresh Tropical just have a bit of a knack of getting out of tight spots. They even did in the first half of this game. And also in their chases earlier today. There we go. That's that kind of step away, wild swing. Safi's going to go on the slight fumble, and he's going to get there. It's really good running. He was looking for it. And the fielder didn't pick it up the first time. He cashed in with the second.
Yeah, really well run.
That's the other thing on this field. There's a few more 2s than other fields that we've seen.
Yeah.
End of 8 overs, and the score is 96 for 3. So 14 required. You can see they're just sitting pretty over the red line. But I mean, the 9th over will be the biggest over of the day so far. 2 undefeated teams, and that won't be the case in 2 overs time.
Well, definitely Fresh Tropical need wickets. They need just to break up the rhythm and to just get new batsmen out into the centre for.
Here's the issue they've got. The 4 bowlers they've got at their disposal in their single overs have gone for 18, 14, 14 and 13. They're going to go back to Chima.
Good move.
And yeah, I think he's the guy you'd normally turn to in the 9th. Then they probably, I think, go back to Nutfi in the 10th. So 2 good bowlers. Field's pretty well spread. I'd just be thinking, if I'm Jandra Brescia, only dot balls can get me into trouble. So make sure you're getting at least 1.
Good ball.
Late decision to go. Ooh, good effort. I don't think he quite gets it on the stumps in time, though.
With that slip, run out was on.
I mean, Safi doesn't really back up, but then just takes off like a rabbit. And meanwhile, his poor partner there, Kuldeep Lal, has to get moving. Let's have a look.
That's almost. Is there a collision there?
No, I think he just gets home. And yeah, he's definitely home now.
How did they miss not smashing into each other? Look. How's it? Oh,
Look at that. Again, it's like Swan Lake, isn't it? But yeah, with the slip, made it close, made it tight. Now, Safi's an interesting one because if Sahi bowls him a good Yorker, I'm not quite sure what he'll do with it. Maybe French cut it. 13 off 11. Let's roll. And there it is. It's not quite a Yorker. It's hacked down the ground. What he's been really good at today, Safi, is just scoring off every ball.
Yeah.
And with hitting a bunch of boundaries. But he hasn't really swung and missed it too many. So even a shot like that, which is it's a bit of Lance Klusner about that, actually, that shot. But you know, he gets one, and at the moment, like I said, as long as you're ticking it over, you should get these 12 runs. 10 to come. He's called it Lal. He kind of swings across one. And just a single. So, I mean, looks like it'll go to the last. And we don't know that yet. But if it does, I mean, there's always a degree of tension. That's when you'll see a few more uber aggressive fields trying a bit harder to stop a single, depending on what they need. But yeah, another really close game. We picked it, didn't we?
Yeah. There's not much between these two teams, and not much between most of the teams in this competition. Here comes Chima bowling to Safi.
Well, there it is. He generates some power out of nowhere. But again, just a single. I think single's the ultimate. Just kicking the can forward at the moment, because it looks like we could have a big finish.
It's been a good over so far from Chima. And he's a big-time player, is Zahid Chima.
Musharraf is saying Chima should have done a better job getting behind the stumps during the over. But you've got to remember he's following through, right? So he's got to make a lot of ground back. It's not easy. Well bowled, full and straight. They won't get more than one here. So the key here, obviously, is you're trying as a bowler not to give the batter anything he can potentially get under.
Yep.
I mean, that length, which is almost a Yorker, it's very difficult to elevate. And if you don't elevate, it's hard to get boundaries here. That's what we know, because this field is very slow because of the lush grass at the moment.
Let's hope he can keep it together for Fresh Tropical Zahid Chima, because this has been a really good over.
This is a huge delivery, isn't it? You know, Safi is trying to put it about 13 rows back over mid-wicket. Yeah, as advertised, and he swings so hard, it's running away, and I think it's just stopped in time. So it stopped actually of its own volition. And so that'll be a long two. It's a funny one. So you chase it, and then when it stops, you realise that you just got to miss it, because the only thing you can possibly do is carry it over the boundary or kick it over the boundary. So 2 runs to finish the over. And we've got a big finish on our hands, 103 for 9. Bit of a high-scoring one, to be honest. Over 200 runs in this game already. This is what will happen if we have the scores tied at the end of this game at 109. 6 runs off this over will result in a golden ball, which of course means that the batting team gets 1 more delivery. They need 2 or more to win the match. If they only score 1 or 0, then the fielding team will win the game. Pretty even in 2023. 3 to the bat, 4 to the ball. All time. The bowler's having the better of it. And that's after the batters won the first 5, and everyone said it's way too easy for the batters. Well, the bowlers have come back.
I tell you what, though, if it does go to a golden ball and Safi's out there, he's running 2.
Yeah, he's the man that can run quickly. 7 to win. Last over of the day. Goes for it, and it skews away. Probably 2, possibly 4. And it's the little back heel. Gets it back into play. And so Kuldeep gets a couple, 5 off 5.
Well done by the fielder. Bit of luck there, but when you swing the bat hard like that.
There's been very few dot balls between these two, right?
Yes, exactly.
Look at Malik. Yeah, the Italians, they got the football skills. Throws the back heel on it. So, yeah, a bit of a conference. They haven't really made an effort to bring the field up at all. So everyone's still kind of sitting back, happy to concede the one. They're probably hoping for a swing and miss. But the thing is, Kuldeep doesn't miss too many balls at all, does he? 5 off 5. Oh, that could be game, set, match. It's up and it's out of here. Maximo! Kuldeep lifts his hands up in celebration, and another last over finish, but Naqvi got it wrong at the business end. Again, probably okay for Hyatt, because he's out of his crease, I guess, but he won't care. He'll just say, get the camera back on me, because Kuldeep has delivered for Jandra Brescia. First day in that shirt. 29 off 18. Wins the game with a Maximo. And Jandra Brescia get home with 4 balls to spare. What a great chase to finish the day. Jandra Brescia 3-0 after day 2.
Absolutely fantastic chase. And it was a few batsmen in particular, these two. Of course, Safi and Kuldeep. But also Hamza Saad with 47 off 20. Fantastic effort from Jandra Brescia. And to keep concentration all day. It's the 3rd game of the day for both of these teams. And it was Jandra Brescia who came out on top. But a really, really good game to end up today.
I mean, Fresh Tropical, to be honest, I think get what they deserve, 2 out of 3. They weren't quite at their straps. They were missing Amir Sharif, I think, a little bit. But not a bad day for them as well with 2 wins. Gets them at the decent end of the table. Brescia CC will be interesting tomorrow. We'll see them in 3 matches. Same with Cricket Stars, Bergamo CC and Trentino Aquila with 2. First time we'll see Trentino Aquila as well. Join us 7:30 a.m. GMT, which is 9:30 in Central Europe, and 1 p.m. in India for day 3 of this 12-day European Cricket Series. Roll the videotape. And yeah, really, Yadav early is important, isn't he? He lost his partner early as Naeem just played all across that one. It was way too low to pull. Bilal took it. He was brilliant all day, really, wasn't he? But then Chima got a bit of a touch-up, didn't he? Although Yadav, when he played this shot, he hurt himself. And yeah, that's the biggest story, I think. They'll play again in 2 days' time. Hopefully, it's nothing too serious, just precautionary as he retired hurt. But Hamza Saad then took the mantle, didn't he? His 47 off 20 was a breakout innings on his first real day of ECN cricket, although we did see him 3 years ago, but we didn't see him bat. Today, we really saw what he could do, and he really set this chase up for Jandra Brescia.
Well, when you consider that Yadav is one of their top batsmen for Jandra Brescia, and then you have Hamza Saad who came in, Kuldeep Lal, and also Safi who had a fantastic day. There's a bit of depth in this batting lineup. They've got some decent bowling as well. They're going to be a threat during this tournament.
Yeah, batting's a confidence game, and Safi just gained that confidence, didn't he, today? And the fact he was a left-hander as well, I think, helped him a little bit. But yeah, just had a knack of clearing the boundaries, didn't he, Saad? As his 47th set things up, and even though he fell just short of his half century, I know he's disappointed about that, but he did the heavy lifting, didn't he? And yeah, the other thing, probably a few too many bad balls. You think about how the game ended as well on a full toss. They probably look back at this and shake their head as well. Fresh Tropical. Again, that wasn't quite the most polished performance. We know that, but we know that they're a kind of, I was going to say an enigmatic team, the way that they go about things. And I'm sure that they'll be disappointed they don't go 3-0, but they'll know they're in a decent position. Skandar Abbas got this one banged over his head for 6. But even though this one was close, Saad survived. But ultimately, he wouldn't quite be able to bring up his half century as he holed out. Nice catch taken by Naqvi. But yeah, Naqvi with the ball, probably just wouldn't be too happy with how things worked out. Even though this catch was put down by Shoaib Malik late in the piece. So, I mean, there was a few things, I think, that, as a champion team, they would expect to do better. Safi came out and baseballed another one out of the stadium. And then, he had to pick himself up here, Kuldeep, but was able to survive the run-out attempt. Again, the throw was a bit wide, so I don't think he blames Zahid Chima too much there. Kuldeep Lal, though, when they needed a Maximo to get him over the line, that's what he provided, and he sent us into the evening. Well done to Jandra Brescia. I mean, the team we saw make it all the way to the ECL in 2019. They have a perfect start to their ECS here in 2023.
Yeah, absolutely. Like, it's Fresh Tropical. I think I've got a question to ask you, Vinny, about this as we look at the scorecard with Kuldeep Lal on 29 and Amadullah Safi on 13, getting him over the line. Hamza Saad 47 off 20. As I said, did the heavy lifting.
Yeah.
Now there's a Milan tournament and there used to be a Brescia tournament, and now we've got all those teams combined.
Yeah.
We've got the best teams from the region. Are Fresh Tropical up to the challenge of the Brescia teams?
Well, you can't. Yeah, that's a good question. I mean, I suppose we saw Fresh Tropical in the Super Series competing really well, finishing 3rd. Although they did finish behind Jandra Brescia, interestingly. But I think it's a good matchup. You got to also realise this Jandra Brescia side, they've reinforced compared to last year. I think that's pretty obvious. I think what I really like about this is a lot of teams coming together that we haven't necessarily seen play each other in ECS cricket in the last couple of years. So I think that's just a really exciting development. I'd say yes. I mean, 2 out of 3. They're in a winning position there as well, but I think they probably cost themselves. It wasn't a matter that they weren't good enough. I just think that they probably didn't play their best cricket in the last innings of the day. So I want to say one final thank you to everybody here. It's been great to be on the ground in Milan for the first time in the year, and great to be with you as well. Danny Hudacek doing a fantastic job, and I like the way we're kind of blending into the background. I don't think I'll be wearing blue tomorrow.
The camouflage.
I'll never wear the same colour 2 days in a row. I think everyone knows that. I want to say thanks to all of our viewers out there, to James who's saying goodnight, as well as Nick and Kitty and everybody else, Keanu that joined us during the day as well. Hopefully you had as much fun as we did. It looks like the field may get a bit of a haircut. We'll have to see what the logistics of that are. I mean, obviously I've had one, but I think the field needs one too. Well done to all the players, officials, everyone that helped during that thunderstorm. Seems like ancient history now, when we were almost underwater for about 10 or 15 minutes there at one stage. But I can hear the sound of the song in the background, and that means that it's time to say goodbye. Don't forget, go to our website, europeancricket.com, check out the fixtures, and even the ECI fixtures are up, and the T20 international fixtures as well. Our YouTube channel, if you haven't already, please click subscribe, and don't forget to like the video, and don't forget our social media at European Cricket. For now, this is Vinny Sandy, Mr. Maximo, alongside Danny Hudacek on behalf of ECN and all of the European Cricket family. Hope you have a happy and a safe evening. We'll see you tomorrow for day 3 in this FanCode European Cricket Series. Enjoy these highlights of the day. Hasta mañana.
See you guys.
Take the stage. Ball's getting quicker with the kookaburra starting to swing. The keeper in your mind standing just behind. Pressure is creeping in. Some give it flight and some give it grip as the ball really starts to spin. But our batsman's alert with the crack of a bat. The ball flies over for 6. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. Master blasters turn on the style. Cricket's a beautiful game. Smiling faces and celebrations as the champions enjoy their fame. European legends breaking records, making their own dreams come true. Watched by millions, European cricketers show the world what they can do. Now picture this, 10 runs needed to win off the last over of the match. Fielders are on fire, sliding and diving, want to take that world-class catch. Tension building as the ball runs in. Will it be short, a yorker or slow? A 6 will win it, 4 to tie into the golden ball we go. Cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got.
That's gone all the way over into the clubhouse and ordering a pint at the bar.
Hundreds of clubs all over Europe are coming together today. Thousands of cricketers want to be stars, show their talents when they play. We've got commentary, action-packed cricket frenzy. You're hooked, you can't deny. Worldwide audience watching to see which team will lift the cup up high. Oh, cricketers, European cricketers, share your passion for riding flag with the world. Cricketers, European cricketers, time to cheer and show the world what you got. La 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 la.
There he goes, he sent that pack in the shaka.